person.
Hi, I'm Rachna Dave, known as 0800 Rachna, your award-winning mortgage advisor. 0800 Rachna has always been about providing quality services and making a difference in the community. We are ethical and we are influential. We actually educate our clients so that they can have a secured and a better financial future. What are you guys waiting for? Just call me today on 0800 Rachna and let's start our journey together. 0800 Rachna.
Bank of India, going beyond banking relationship. Bank of India New Zealand provides retail and commercial banking services including savings, current, term deposits and loan products such as personal, mortgage, home and various business and commercial loans. Our special services are zero balance saving account, free remittance to India with an attractive exchange rate, same-day credit to any bank in India. Please visit our branches and meet our friendly staff.
Welcome to Shivani's Restaurants and
Haere mai, welcome to tonight's election coverage. Ko Monique Bradley tōku ingoa, he kai kōrero aho. I'm Monique Bradley, I'm a storyteller and a very proud representative of Face TV here tonight in the Brown Street studios. Tonight, to help you through the evening, I am accompanied by the very, very admirable co-host tonight in the studio. He is the editor, in fact, of Indian Newslink, a much respected publication here in Aotearoa, New Zealand and around the world. His name is Mr. Venkat Raman. Welcome to the studio, Venkat.
Kia ora katoa. Welcome. Thank you very much, Monique. It's a pleasure to be here at the studio. We've got you, we've got Pete Ward, we've got our team from Indian Newslink, our lovely Nikita Patil and Daryl Garcia, and a lot of others outside. Mm-hmm. We are linked up with Radio Tarana.
We sure
linked up with Indians living in Auckland
and
Facebook page.
I think we're just going to check, or we're just going to change the camera angle so that we can see you as well.
Oh, wonderful.
There we are. Now we can see your beautiful face,
Wow.
Venkat. So tell us, who are we connected with for those who are just joining?
We're, of course, first and foremost, we're connected with Sky TV 83. Then we've got Radio Tarana. We've got Indians Living in Auckland Facebook page, which I believe is the largest group of its type with more than 50,000 members. And a large number of them will be hooking in and watching this program. And it's also streamed through Indian Newslink. We've got a number of platforms, Monique. Mm-hmm. So we're looking forward to reaching across to as many New Zealanders and people who are interested in this
coming in right throughout the evening to join the conversation.
Yeah, we can't talk about political parties until 7 p.m. when the counting starts. But I suppose the first hour will be a good warm-up. We can welcome people on the expert panel. We've got almost 20 to 25 of them. We've got our own correspondents from Hamilton, Wellington, Christchurch, and of course the correspondents of Radio Tarana, placed in all the political camps who will be reporting from 7 p.m. onwards when the counting starts.
So it's a very exciting night ahead. And I know that there are a lot of people across all of our different platforms. So the first thing I want to tell everybody is while you're watching tonight, if you are watching through a social media channel, we would love you to be part of the conversation. We'd love you to send in your comments. I can see that there's people online watching right now, which is fantastic. Send in your questions, send in your comments. Tell us about your experiences on the ground today. But before we jump into all of that, Venkat, I want to know, especially for our Face TV audiences out there who may be new to you and to Indian Newslink, tell us about you and your incredible career as a journalist.
I don't know whether it's incredible or not, but it's quite ancient. I began in the 60s as a journalist when the world of journalism was millions of years apart from what it is today. The only equipment we were given was a small Remington typewriter, a portable typewriter which we used to take. We did not even have microphones to be given to journalists, and we were taught shorthand and typing. Those were the two prime requisites for a journalist in the 60s. So we took all our notes in shorthand, and we used to cover news. We were trained in almost every aspect of it. The only specialization in those days was sports journalism. Unfortunately, I was not trained in that. So even till today, I may not be able to tell you the difference between a rugby ball and a cricket ball.
But you do like to follow the sport, let's be honest.
Yes, of course I do. I follow the matches.
Yeah.
So over the last 50 years or 60 years, journalism has undergone tremendous changes. It has progressed to such an extent that we are able to break news from whichever part of the world possible instantly, not only on through the radio, but even through the visual medium of television, or made possible through the internet. Therefore, news coverage and news breaking has become a lot easier and therefore a lot more demanding. I will give you an example. In 1991, when the Iraqis had occupied Kuwait and Kuwait was liberated, thereafter, the United Nations appointed what was called UNSCOM, United Nations Commission for Disarmament of Iraq, and appointed a person called Rolf Ickes, who was the chairman of the Atomic Energy Commission, to go into Iraq to find out if there was any weapon of mass destruction. And when he was in Iraq, it was our challenge. The challenge for us was how to reach our audiences, the news that whatever he had to tell us. So we used to run to our cars, and mobile was just about coming in. We had what was called brick phones, and they used to cost enormous amount of money. And we used to transmit news.
I remember those old phones.
They were known as
the giant
brick
phones.
telephones.
Yes.
They cost around 10,000 American dollars those days, and each call would cost you something like $10 to $12.
No way.
And today, you have a smartphone through which you can do amazing things. I was told that 87 functions are today conducted by a single mobile smartphone, starting with, for instance, you don't need a clock, you don't need a wristwatch, you don't need a calendar, you don't need a diary, you don't need a dictionary. You can go on. 87 things can be done with this one little smartphone.
That's incredible.
And one of them is to transmit information or news. So the smartphone is a journalist's delight today. And our own creative people, Nikita and Daryl, they create wonders with the mobile phone. So it's become a great instrument for journalists. And as they say, perhaps 2026 election, when we cover Monique, it may be through the even a smaller telephone. Who
I
knows?
tell you. And I think too, the development of the technology, I'm holding my phone right now, I think was so important during COVID as well, because so many of us were divided, disconnected. And for me, one of the greatest outcomes was the ability to use my phone to connect to my family who are all over the country and all over the world. And to be able to use this small device to be able to connect directly and to also still be able to broadcast, I think was phenomenal, especially for people like us who are in this role of being broadcasters, media people. We need to be able to stay connected.
When you say COVID and lockdown, we are accused of two things.
Yes.
In 2020, Indian Newslink lecture was held in August, and we had Jacinda Ardern, who was the Prime Minister at that time, to be the guest speaker. 2 days after that, we had a lockdown. And in 2021, on the 16th of August, we had the same lecture the following year, and the person who gave the lecture was Dr. Ashley Bloomfield.
Right.
And he said, I'm not here to announce anything about COVID. The next day, we went into the longest lockdown. So this year, when we announced that we are going in for a lecture, a lot of people said, oh, no. Then we said, no, those are things of the past now.
Yeah, they got nervous.
Yeah.
I bet.
So I said, there's no further fear of COVID or lockdown. We have come through all that. We've come through very hard. Yeah, so I think we are in for an exciting evening today. And we are quite excited to have this panel of experts. We have with us, I can see on the screen, Pushpa Wood, Dr. Pushpa Wood. She is the director of the Financial and Education Center of the Massey University, based in Wellington. She's been in Wellington or New Zealand for the last almost 40 to 45 years, an expert in financial literacy. Then we have Rachna Tata, another media experienced person. She was in New Zealand Herald, and I believe she was also in Stuff for a while. She's the administrator of our Indians Living in Auckland Facebook group.
Yes.
Then we have Shirish Paranjapai, our Christchurch correspondent, a very dear friend, a great asset of Indian Newslink. He's been a regional local board representative as well for many years in Christchurch. So he's a veteran of Canterbury, if you like.
Ah, fantastic. So
Yeah.
we do have quite broad representation.
Yes. Well, we've got about 20 to 22 of them. We will, later on in the program, we will have Dr. Rajan Prasad, who was a member of Parliament and who was also the Chief Families Commissioner. So we've got, as I see them, I would recognize them. And at this point of time, I would like to welcome all of them into this program. And we look forward to talking to them from time to time.
Absolutely, I totally agree. And I do want to say a massive shout out to everybody. We do have virtual guests coming in from across the country. We're hoping too that thanks to a partnership with Radio Tirana, that we will actually be able to have some journalists on the ground who'll be talking hopefully to some members of Parliament throughout the evening.
Yes, we are very certain we've got someone who will be with Winston Peters. We've got someone with the leaders of the other political parties.
Fantastic.
In addition, some members of this panel are going out to some constituencies to find out how the situation is there. And as we bring the results, we may be able to connect with some of them.
That would be absolutely fantastic. And so it is our goal tonight to bring you up-to-date coverage. We also hope to bring you live interviews from across the country. And also we want you to be part of the chat. So I have all of the social media pages here open just beside me. And I've already seen that Saras Nand has already sent lovely interviews and some great memories there. Thank you, Venkat. So it is lovely to have you with us as part of this live show tonight. We are a little bit different. We've decided to amalgamate together to bring you an alternative commentary, haven't we?
Yes.
we like to do things a little bit differently, which is why here tonight Face TV and Indian Newslink have decided to work together to bring you just a different perspective on the history of politics here in New Zealand, a little bit of New Zealand history, and also what I'm really interested to hear a little bit more about, especially being an Irish Māori woman. I want to know more about what it's like for the people that you represent, Venkat, with your publication. I want to know about those people right across the South Asian communities who have come to our country. They chose to come here. They've chosen to make New Zealand their home. I want to know why. I want to know how they feel being part of that beautiful, diverse fabric that makes up Aotearoa New Zealand, and perhaps how they're feeling about the future of our country. Do you think we'll be able to dive into that tonight as well?
Absolutely.
Great.
At some stage, we will talk about how the Indian community has always been an adventurous community. Mm-hmm. They've gone to various parts of the world and settled down. And more than that, they have participated in the progress and development of that particular country. We can talk about people who went to South Africa. We can talk about people who went to Fiji under difficult circumstances and how they have progressed in life and also promoted the countries in which they lived. According to records, we are told that the first Indian settlers were somewhere around 1890. But according to unofficial records, the first Indian settlers came in 1841, which was 1 year after the treaty was signed. But there are also historical records to show that the relationship between New Zealand and India goes back to another 100 years.
No way.
There's evidence that are found. As I said, and during an unrecorded period of history, it's all conjecture. But examples that have been left behind and what is available suggest to us that long before the treaty was signed, that is long before the British came to New Zealand, there could have been some kind of trade relationship between New Zealand and countries like India.
Wow.
At which point of time, India was one huge country, undivided India as we call it,
Yes.
the British India, where Pakistan, Bangladesh were all an integral part of the mainland.
So interesting.
So we can talk about that. And
We could talk about a million things, let's be
Yeah,
honest.
absolutely.
We can. The one thing that I am really excited about, especially with this dual broadcast happening tonight, and being a Māori woman as well, is I love the Indian community. I love the Southeast Asian community. There is a huge affinity between our cultures.
Absolutely.
And having spent time in India, it is so similar to being amongst my Māori whānau. The first thing they want you to do is to come in. The hospitality is fantastic. They treat you like royalty, and there is always food, which is such a big thing with the Māori community as well. Where do you think, especially because I've more recently heard from you that it's believed Indians settled here earlier than was once
That's
thought.
the belief to which I subscribe to. As far as India is concerned, India is known for its hospitality. India is a land which has welcomed people. We've had people from almost every corner of the world coming into India. Some of them came to trade, some of them came to live, and some of them came to rule. And they did. Like the Muslims came in 1526,
Wow.
and then they stayed on, so on and so forth. So India has always been a land of opportunities for people to come as excursionists, as students, as traders, or in whatever form, shape or form. And it has always welcomed. And one of the things about Indian culture is it's a mixture of many things. It's a mixture of costumes, cuisine, culture, and getting along with people. That's one of the greatest attributes of India.
I did notice when I was in India the focus on developing relationships. Like even if you're doing business, just as a jump in, even when the way they do business is they get to know you first and then they share a meal. And we never talk business until way further down in the conversation. Is that a normal,
No, it's very
normal way of
interesting you
doing
asked
things?
that. You made that comment. In 2007, when we were asked to engage with the government of New Zealand to promote a trade pact with India, what emerged was, during the study sessions, that some of the people who went to India found an amazing amalgamation of practices. When you go to work or do business with someone in Bombay, the approach to business was different. It's very brisk, business-like.
Oh,
If
really?
you go down to South India, the little boy, it takes a lot longer for you to mix with them. You're welcome to their offices. You never go without a meal. You're always welcome. That's one of the intricacies of Indian culture. So the way to do business differs within the country. Although now, over the last 15, 20 years, India has become an attractive destination for investments and businesses. It's emerging as one of the most powerful economies in the world.
Agreed.
According to the data that's coming out, New Zealand and other countries will do well to do business with India. It's aiming to be the 5th largest economy by 2030 and the 3rd largest economy in the world by 2035. The country is moving towards its first $5 trillion US economy by 2030.
That's incredible.
It might achieve it even earlier than that because it's moving up. The growth rate is quite impressive.
Yes.
So the way India looks at the world in terms of doing business, in terms of being smart, investment-oriented, etc., is very different to what it was. You can compare New Zealand to a lot extent of what it was in the 1980s. It's an anomaly, and it's ironic that always left-leaning governments in New Zealand have introduced social reforms, have introduced market reforms.
Yes.
Same thing happened in India. In 1991, a socialist government introduced market reforms and liberated the markets and the economy. Just as New Zealand, it happened during David Lange's time in the 1980s, 1980, 81. So these reforms have helped countries to move closer together, and it is enabling individuals, businesses, and communities to work together. And you asked me a question about the Maori and the similarity between Maori and Indians is that's the Indian system of life is family oriented, very similar to Maori. The respect for women, the importance that's given to women in our communities, in our homes, or even our trade and businesses has always been enormous.
Great,
you might
because
hear a story.
as a woman, I want to take over everything. So
Yes.
that sounds, you
Why
sound
not?
like my people. Carry on.
Why not? We'll respect that because in India, if you take, for instance, the Hindu way of life, it's always exalted the woman. For us, the woman is the nucleus of the family. The woman is known as the epitome of power. Even in our mythology, it's been... So we have learned over the years the importance of working together as men and women, as younger and older generations. This is coming to the fore in the last 10 or 15 years. And India today is a country of young people. Almost 50% of the population is less than 40 years old.
Oh, wow.
So they say that it's the human capital of the world. The world will receive intellectual capital from India over the next 50 years.
That's incredible.
Which is why we are always saying that New Zealand should get smarter and get closer to India through the economy, through business, etc. We are close in many other respects.
Yes. And that's especially important because New Zealand is an ageing population.
Absolutely.
And we need that support.
Correct.
Wow.
So that's why they say that New Zealand will always remain a country of migrants. And what you need to do is to make sure that you get the right kind of people so that progress can be continuous. That's how it is. We can talk a lot, Monique, because between Maori population and the Indian community, there has always been amity. There has always been closeness. There has always been the willingness to learn each other's culture and habits. I can give you an example. About 20 years ago, the Hindu community in New Zealand started getting closer with the Maoris in various parts of the country. And the result has been enormous. The respect that the two communities have come to gain for each other
Yes.
is really good.
Beautiful.
And you'll be surprised that a lot of our community people enjoy learning Maori. They speak Maori as well as some of the Maori themselves.
That's beautiful. And it's so great to hear. And of course, what I think is super important, especially about tonight's broadcast too, is while Venkat and I might talk about the Māori and the Indian communities because we love them and we are part of those communities, very proudly part of those communities. It's really important to understand that we're also broadcasting tonight across Face TV, Sky Channel 83, which is New Zealand's only community nationwide broadcaster on the Sky Network. And our goal is to actually serve the needs of all communities. And that's really what we're here about tonight. So while you're watching this broadcast, while you might hear Venkat and I talk specifically about the certain communities that we're involved in, we want you to be part of the communication as well. So this broadcast is also going out across multiple social media channels, including YouTube and Facebook. And we'd love to hear your thoughts from whatever community you're part of. You are also part of the conversation tonight. We know that coming up from 7 p.m, we will hopefully start to have some election updates and some results for you. Voting does close there. But one of the things I really want to talk about today is the incredible operation that has been undertaken to actually make the polling happen. And I know that having been out there doing it myself today, seeing all those volunteers, I'd like to really acknowledge all of the volunteers who have given up their time today to be part of the proceedings and really support what's going on with the country and of course the elections tonight. So Venkat, you've been out in the community and you've spoken to several people who we are going to bring into tonight's chat. I know we can't talk about what's happening politically, but what's the general feeling on the ground?
The general feeling is one of excitement, because election always brings about a lot of emotions among people. Mm-hmm. And as perhaps all of us know, there is an increased percentage of younger voters in this election. Some of them who were not in the votable age in 2020 have now come into the voting age bracket. That's one. The second increase in the numbers is the number of people who have qualified to become voters. Those who are on temporary visas, who have gained residency in New Zealand. Mm-hmm. Many of them have become eligible to vote in this election today. So they would have voted, hopefully. So there's a combination of various other factors that we can talk about after 7 p.m.
Yes.
have contributed to the added excitement of general election 2023. And I want to say one thing. You mentioned about volunteers. I think it's we have to give our tribute to not just the volunteers, but many others within communities who have encouraged people, educated them on the importance of exercising the franchise, asking people to go and vote.
Yes.
Many of us have encouraged our people. I think that's a discerning difference in this year's election compared to the previous years. I'm hoping that it will show in the numbers or the percentage turnout, which we will know by the end of this program tonight. For volunteers who have been there, because I went to a few voting booths to see how things were going during the early voting process, and I was so pleased to see many of our communities, they were there guiding people, helping them, either as part-time workers with the Electoral Commission or as community response teams. They were all there. And I think that is a very important aspect of our democracy.
I totally agree. Well put, Venkat. Now, speaking of people out there in the community, I do believe we have a guest coming into the studio. I think they are just on the Zoom call right now. We have coming into tonight's broadcast Dr. Pushpa Wood, ONZM, who is the Director of New Zealand Financial Education and Research Centre at Massey University. So, please welcome to the call, Dr. Pushpa Wood. Great to have you here.
Tēnā koutou katoa, Monique.
We're just going to get you up on the screen, I believe. Here we go. We're not too far away. Just testing out all new technology, you see. This is exciting. I can hear you, Pushpa. I can hear you.
Tēnā koutou katoa, Monique.
Kia ora.
And namaste, everyone, and good evening. Yes, I have been observing. I have been in an observer mode today. So I went out for a walk to my neighborhood polling booths and just sat outside to observe what was going on.
Excellent, Pushpa. This is fantastic. Oh, there you are. We can finally see you. How fantastic. So, Pushpa, I'd love to know, I know we can't talk about anything political. We can't talk about any parties, but I'd love to know, what was the general feeling on the ground?
It was quite interesting that on Massey campus we had a advanced voting poll. So there was a kind of a steady stream of people for last 2 weeks I've been watching coming through. And perhaps that was, I guess, showed that today, especially in the afternoon, it wasn't that many long queues. And the very next to me, to our household, the polling booth. But one slightly further down still had long queues. Obviously, they haven't taken advantage of the Massey campus polling booth. But general mood, I think, has been that people feel that they need to somehow make their vote count. They feel the need, and especially pleasing was younger people were actually voting in our neighborhood, partly because we do have a very young neighborhood, but also I think their genuine interest in the direction of the country.
Great stuff, great stuff. Now, Pushpa, I know over the last few years there has sort of had been a tendency towards apathy when it comes to voting. Do you think that mood has started to shift potentially, or do you think people are looking to, like you said, cast their vote, have their say?
I think it very much comes down from community to communities. Some communities have been very proactive in terms of community leaders talking to their people and saying the importance of it, especially in ethnic minority, because some people have come from the communities where they're not used to voting. Right. So it has been quite an interesting shift that the ethnic communities are becoming more and more involved now in exercising their rights. And especially during COVID, we saw, I mean, ethnic communities were the highest one in terms of vaccination. We just, got behind it. It was needed to be done, and that has to be done. And same thing is, I think, in voting, and especially this year, this is the first time in my last 40 years I've seen so many Indians, especially, standing for election, and that has actually encouraged a lot of ethnic minorities that, hey, I can also make a difference.
Oh, I love that. I love that. Now, Venkat, obviously you have invited Pushpa to tonight's stream, and you've had a long history with Pushpa. Tell us about that.
Pushpa is one of our intellectual and financial capital of the Indian community, which is her expertise is available throughout the country to all communities. And I'm very proud to say that Indian Newslink is extremely lucky and fortunate to have Pushpa as a regular contributor. What Pushpa is all about is that, of course, apart from her passion for freedom of expression, individual rights and freedom, she's very passionate about promoting financial literacy among people, young and old. And she has relentlessly worked over the last 40 years in New Zealand to promote the level of financial intelligence or literacy among people. Today, Monique, many of us suffer from ill-informed, we do not have enough, we're not well equipped to manage our own finances. And how one can be smart and lead a good life all depends on, because money has become all the more important today to lead a comfortable life, and how one can live within means. Incomes differ, circumstances differ, expenses differ, and the rate of savings differ. There are so many differences among people. How can certain parameters be applied for individuals to live smartly and understand how they can be financially intelligent and literate is what Pushpa is all about.
And Pushpa, I'd love to know from my perspective as well. Do you think that differs based on cultural backgrounds? Is that different in the work that you're doing? Do you see differences in different areas across Aotearoa New Zealand around financial literacy as well?
Yes, very much so. And I think culture plays quite an important role in how people make money decisions. And that's what has been my work for decades, is trying to understand what are some of the trigger points in different cultures. And then you come down to the regions. And then, of course, you see the differences in age groups. And we're finding one of the biggest challenge I am finding at the moment is that money has become almost invisible. So our 5 or 6 year olds have no idea where the money comes from. I will doubt if majority of the 5 year olds in New Zealand will even know what $50 note looks like, let alone, handle it. And so
Wow.
that is an interesting challenge for those of us who are trying to teach them value of money when they can't even see it.
Wow, I had no idea. That's just an incredible insight. Thank you so much for sharing. Now, I'm aware, Pushpa, that your time is very precious, and that we also have to recognise and acknowledge our sponsors tonight. So, Pushpa, we're going to hear from you again throughout the evening, and I really look forward to you being able to share once the polling closes at 7 o'clock what you've seen, what the general feeling is about each of the parties, and perhaps some updates from your area. So, Pushpa, thank you so much for joining us so far. I've really enjoyed our chat.
Thank you, Monique, and thank you, Venkat.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Speak to you soon.
Kia ora and welcome to the Link2 Group. We're made up of 3 entities that enable us to be the link between customer demand and personnel. We provide you with the means to help you reach your goals, be that finding the right person for your team, providing manpower where needed, or bringing your operations into our spacious warehouse. With pricing and location flexibility, over 400 staff, and a dedicated Link2 team leader assigned to your project, it's no wonder that 98% of our customers have stayed with us. Let us be the link to your business services. We are flexible, we are customer driven, we are unique. We are the Link2 Group.
Hi, I'm Saif Sheikh, Director of Immigration Advice New Zealand Limited. Come along, get to know us. Immigration Advice New Zealand Limited is an award-winning immigration practice for more than 14 years. Over the years, we have assisted more than 5,000 migrants achieve their goals. We look forward to welcoming you and meeting you in person.
Hi, I'm Rachna Dave, known as 0800 Rachna, your award-winning mortgage advisor. 0800 Rachna has always been about providing quality services and making a difference in the community. We are ethical and we are influential. We actually educate our clients so that they can have a secured and a better financial future. What are you guys waiting for? Just call me today on 0800 Rachna and let's start our journey together. 0800 Rachna.
Bank of India, going beyond banking relationship. Bank of India New Zealand provides retail and commercial banking services including savings, current, term deposits and loan products such as personal, mortgage, home and various business and commercial loans. Our special services are zero balance saving account, free remittance to India with an attractive exchange rate, same-day credit to any bank in India. Please visit our branches and meet our friendly staff.
Welcome to Shivani's Restaurants and Bakeries, a heaven of delicious vegetarian food, sweets, snacks, pastries and cakes. Made locally with heart because we believe you deserve the best and we'd love to be part of your celebrations. Serving fresh desi ghee sweets, cakes that melt away in your mouth and chatpata snacks that keep you coming back for more. Let's celebrate this festive season together. Come into one of our stores or shop online at shivani.co.nz. Shivani's, delivering you happiness since 2015.
We are serving the Indian community and the Kiwi community at large through our 2 branches, one in Auckland and one in Wellington. We accept deposits at attractive rates and provide loans to homes and loans to businesses as well. We also provide a very competitive remittance service. So I just hope that you walk in one of our branches and talk to us. Thank you.
Kia ora and welcome to the Link 2 Group. We're made up of 3 entities that enable us to be the link.
Dominic Bradley, welcome back to the Indian Newslink and Face TV live election night special. Obviously, polling is still happening right now, so we can't start talking about any of the good, meaty, delicious bits until 7 p.m. But right now, it is my great pleasure to introduce you to my co-host tonight. He is, in fact, the editor of Indian Newslink and a very well-respected journalist in his own right. Welcome to the studio, Mr. Venkat Raman. Lovely to have you here.
Kia ora, Monique. Kia ora katoa.
Yeah,
it's
lovely.
Pleasure to be here.
So lovely to be here with you. And what I've really loved about our chats over the last several weeks in the lead up to tonight's big show is the wealth of knowledge that you have, this incredible brain that you have, full of information about every member of parliament for as long as I know, not that we can talk about them right now, but all the political history as well. Obviously you've been involved in world events as a journalist. Before we tap into anything remotely political, can you share with our audiences tonight as well, who are across multiple social media channels? Thank you for being part of the chat tonight, and of course Sky Channel 83 Face TV. Tell us about your experience as a journalist. We've talked about your initial career, but tell us about some of those extraordinary things that you've covered from around the world.
It's been a very long journey, Monique. But the first and foremost thing that we learned as journalists in the 60s is that we learned to listen, we learned to read, we learned to understand a subject before we approached, either before meeting a person or writing on a subject. We had to have full knowledge of what we are approaching. If I were to interview you, I have to know a lot more about you so that we understand what your moods are, what are the sensitivities that are involved, and how we can approach you. I'll give you certain examples of people who do not exist today. When I interviewed Margaret Thatcher, when she was the Prime Minister of Britain, at a conference, I was told that one has to be very factual with her, that one has to understand her moods, so on. It's very difficult because when you're called for a meeting and when you're doing an interview, it's not out of turn for leaders to say that your meeting is at 6 o'clock, but suddenly at 5:20 or 5:25, they said, can you do it now? So then you rush and do it, because it's easier to do after. If from 6, it's easier to shift 6:30, but if you're shifting from 6 o'clock, for the 6 o'clock meeting to 5:30, then you got to be prepared.
Yes, of course.
So when I went and met Margaret Thatcher and did a 20-minute interview at that time, it was one of the most illuminating interviews that I experienced, because here was a leader who was so well informed of the subjects that she was talking about, of international politics, her passion for Britain, her passion for the common market, and you name it, and her passion for doing business with, at that point of time, with the Arab Gulf and so on. And there are people with whom you gel well when you start doing interviews. I did an interview with Saddam Hussein of Iraq.
Wow.
Before the occupation of Kuwait in 1990. August 2, 1990 was a very difficult period for the Arab Gulf and the rest of the world when Iraq occupied Kuwait and the oil production stopped from Kuwait. It was a very difficult period. But prior to that, about a year earlier, I had an opportunity to interview him. And he had a lot of nice things to say about India.
Wow.
Which was what was very interesting, because Iraq has a long history of economic cooperation with India. Indians built the railway system, they built the infrastructure in Iraq. So the relationship is different.
That's incredible. I had no idea.
So there are so many facets of international leaders when you talk to them. Nelson Mandela, for instance, I had the opportunity of interviewing him in 1995 when he came to Bahrain, where I lived for a long length of time. And he told me how he lived in a prison for 27 years and he couldn't see sunshine. And for him, the hope of the morrow was in the words of Mahatma Gandhi.
Yes.
He said, I drew inspiration from the Mahatma. So there are little pearls of wisdom that we pick up when we meet people. So I believe a journalist's success, the success of a journalist, is the knowledge that he or she gains by meeting with people.
Wow.
So it's been a long journey as far as some of us are concerned. We've been in this for almost 60 years, and we are still learning. As I say, when I started out, the former president of India said, go discover the truth and report it. And now, almost 57 years later, I'm still discovering the truth.
Look, if we were on the Oprah Winfrey show right now, Oprah would say, number one, that's either a mic drop moment, or number two, that's a tweetable moment. That's just, I think it's such a beautiful thing. And especially in the light of the way that media is portrayed. And I'm going to go there because I think it's such a big topic.
I think it's very important what you're saying, Monique. During our times and during our early years, our copy was vetted by at least 2 people before it went to print. And we would almost certainly be called to check certain facts that we had written in the story. So nothing went into print, whether either the first edition or the second edition or the latest edition, whatever. I'll give you an example. In 1990, when Iraq had occupied Kuwait, I have to go back to that particular history of the particular episode. The world was looking to see whether India would close its embassy in Kuwait, which would mean that India recognized Iraq's occupation of Kuwait. And the Minister of Foreign Affairs from India had reached Iraq, and I still remember I caught him on the phone at 1 o'clock in the morning, and he said, I have decided to close the embassy. It was a historic moment, not only for India, but for the entire world. And then I said, can I report it, sir? He said, yes, go ahead. And this was a telephone conversation. Unfortunately for me, I could not record the conversation.
Wow.
We ran the story. I was working for a newspaper in Dubai. We ran the story. Obviously, it was headline, front page, and it was picked up by almost everyone in the world, including the BBC, the CNN, and then the questions started coming. Was it true? Did he really say that? And I had no way of confirming back with him because
you had no proof.
There was no other way to reach him. So until he reached Delhi, 2 days later, many of us were on tenterhooks.
Wow.
What if it was not correct?
Wow.
So the need to check, recheck before anything is published was supreme.
Yes.
But today, you can post anything you want on Facebook. You don't have to be backed with facts. Anybody can post anything. It's a free world.
Yes.
But the problem in the free world is truth often suffers.
Wow. Another tweetable moment, as Oprah would say. I absolutely agree. In the media and broadcast training I had, so my training started when I was quite young as a speaker. So I started training when I was 8 and I started writing training when I was 10 as well. And I love writing. I was first published at the age of 11 and I wrote a piece that was published about the colonisation of my grandfather and my great-grandfather. So how they were, in my words, Pākehā, that was the term I used, and how they weren't allowed to use Māori language and the effect that it had on the rest of our whānau and the loss of our language. But to be able to write that article, I was told I had to have that history in there. I had to validate every claim. And even now, in the last 10 years, I've worked in TV shopping, and there's no way I could ever go on television without being able to talk about a product and being able to support everything I say with fact.
Right.
Now, earlier, Venkat, we were talking about the fact that these devices that we have are the new broadcast tool or the new tool that allows us to do everything. At the same time, do you think the evolution of these tools that make our lives a little bit easier have started to dilute the quality of the media that comes to market?
I think any improvement in science does two things rather. One, it improves your ability to do things better. And the second is to take you a few steps backward in terms of either loss of credibility or loss of association. The joy of talking to people face to face has gone. Today, we've heard so many people talking, four or five people sitting around dining table and eating. They're all texting each other.
Yes. I'm guilty. I do it all the time.
I've heard of children texting to mothers next room and asking, Mom, what's for dinner? So it's had a gamut of changes in our living style. Perhaps we should ask people like Rachna Tata, who's also come through quite a bit of experience in the media, and she has a lot to do with people.
We'll get her opinion on that. I'll make a note of that now, Venkat. We'll get her opinion on that tonight. The changes in media. I do know that coming up at 7 o'clock, we do have an interview with Shailesh Bagwe coming up, who is, I believe, on the ground as well in one of the constituencies.
Correct,
And we will actually be able to talk about some of the political changes or developments happening tonight as well. I do want to do a big shout out, though, to everybody watching, because I can see there's a number of people on social media saying, oh, thank you for the history. People talking about the fact that they've been following New Zealand politics for 35 years and they're on the chat tonight. Thank you so much for your comments there. And remember too, if you are watching on one of our social media channels, whether you're watching on Facebook or you're watching on YouTube, we can see all of your comments and we love to hear your thoughts. We'd love to know what your experience of going out and voting today has been like. And if you haven't voted yet, I do believe you have 11 minutes left before polling closes, so make sure you cast your vote. And of course, today we want to know what the experience was like. How were you feeling down on the ground? What were things like in your area? We do have a number of people who will be zooming in from around the country, and I'm pretty sure I can see that we've got a couple of people on our live chat. Our next guest will be coming in at 7 o'clock, and if you just joined the broadcast and you're wondering what the heck is going on here, I'm Monique Bradley. I'm really honoured to be part of tonight's broadcast through Face TV in association with Indian Newslink. And if you're not familiar with Indian Newslink, I really want to find out more and share with you their story. I'm joined tonight in the studio by Venkat Raman, who is the editor of Indian Newslink and who is also an esteemed and much respected journalist in his own right. Now, Venkat, tell us a little bit more about the history of Indian Newslink.
Indian Newslink began as a community newspaper. We brought out the first issue in September 1999, and I have the honor and privilege of being the only employee so far left from the first lot. In September 1999, we brought out the first issue, which was a prized publication. The owner at that time believed that we can sell the paper. But although some of us told him it doesn't work in New Zealand, because if you're living in a large city like Auckland or even in places like Wellington, Christchurch, there are community papers available which come to your house 2 or 3 times a week. And they're available free. So who would pay for it? So we brought out, but he was very insistent of testing the market. So we brought out the first issue, which was an instant failure.
Wow.
So we had to go back to the drawing board and redraw the whole thing.
No way.
And it was in November 1999 that Indian Newslink in its name was published as a free publication.
Yes.
And until today, it remains free to read on our web edition, free to read on our mobile app, free to read through social platforms, and of course through almost 25 groups on WhatsApp.
That's incredible.
It began as a specific tool to reach across to Fiji Indians, because it was established by a person of Fiji Indian origin, and the support that we received initially were all Fiji Indian business people. Therefore, we gave a lot of coverage to the Fiji Indian community, which was growing at that time.
Yes.
This was in 1999. November 1999. And if you remember, in December 1999, New Zealand had its elections. 1999 elections when things changed. So we started as a community paper addressing the Fiji Indian community. And we were alone in the market. There were no other community papers addressing the Indian community. It started growing. So over the next few years, we expanded our coverage to envelop the rest of the Indian community, people from India and the rest of the world. Today, I'm very happy to say that our coverage extends to the whole of South Asian communities. Our readers are of Indian, Pakistani, Bangladeshi, Nepali, Sri Lankan origin. And increasingly, we are communicating and engaging with Maori and Pacifica.
Beautiful. Wonderful.
Because we believe that social and economic integration with all of our communities is very vital to create a strong information platform and address. So we have enormous pleasure in covering news events like Maori Language Week, Maori Art Exhibition in Hamilton, or the Pacifica events. You have the Polyfest in Auckland.
Yes.
So many. So I mean, we have such a culturally diverse communities here. I think a newspaper like Indian Newslink should celebrate it.
Beautiful.
And that's what we do.
I love it. I love it. Now, one of the questions that I've wanted to try and get my head around is, first of all, you get a huge amount of traffic to your website, not just nationally, but globally.
Correct.
So a lot of people are really interested in particularly in what your communities are doing here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. But what I'd love to know is how many Indians do you think, or Indian communities or South Asian communities, how many members of those communities reside now in Aotearoa?
The numbers are a little onerous to hack because we get trapped by statistics which are not really well computed in this country, or perhaps in most countries. According to some estimates, there are about 250,000 people who call themselves of Indian origin.
Yes.
It may be correct, may not be correct, but it's somewhere in that neighborhood.
Yes.
And then of this 250,000 are people from India, people from Fiji, people from various Indian Ocean nations, people from West Africa. Then you have from Southeast Asia and South Asia, like Singapore, Malaysia. You've got quite a good number of people from these communities.
Fantastic.
And then you have people from Pakistan, Bangladesh. Those are the people who constitute the South Asian communities.
Ah, fantastic.
So they would be around 300,000 in number. And whether they're growing exponentially, we don't know. But there is significant growth in the number of these communities. The characteristic of people coming from South Asia is that they look for good life, better life. That's why they come to a country like New Zealand. And when they come here, they do very well. Most of them do well because they want to do well. They want to get a good job. They want to raise the standard of life, standard of living, raise a good family. And be good neighbors. This has been one of the traits of our South Asian communities.
I love it.
Which is why in crime, we are more represented as victims and not as offenders.
Wow. And it's sad that we've seen that happen.
Well, it's when you go in and settle into a country, you accept the whole of it. You accept the good aspects and you accept the not too good aspects. So this is a part of our assimilation of a country's environment, if you like, a country's practices, or a country's way of life. And we have seen in the last 25 years how New Zealand has changed its social characteristics and how it has undergone a significant amount of transformation from what it used to be in the 1980s and 1990s to what it is today. It's a complex, diverse, vibrant community.
I love it. Now, I do know very shortly we have a guest coming into the studio to further discuss what's happening on the ground. And as we are 3 minutes away from polling closing, it's going to start getting very exciting. So if you have just joined us and you're wondering what's going on, welcome to the live broadcast. We are in the lead up to election results launching from hopefully after 7 p.m. At 7 p.m. we've got our next guest coming into the stream. What we'll probably do very shortly too is we want to really acknowledge all of our partners and sponsors as well who are supporting this, and we do want to say a big shout out to Radio Tirana. We want to say a big shout out of course to Face TV, of which we're also broadcasting on tonight, to Indian Newslink, and a big thank you to Indians living in Auckland as well, who are also hosting this live stream. Before we head into our live interview, we're going to have a quick break and a quick word from our sponsors.
Kia ora and welcome to the Link2 Group. We're made up of 3 entities that enable us to be the link between customer demand and personnel. We provide you with the means to help you reach your goals, be that finding the right person for your team, providing manpower where needed, or bringing your operations into our spacious warehouse. With pricing and location flexibility, over 400 staff, and a dedicated Link2 team leader assigned to your project, it's no wonder that 98% of our customers have stayed with us. Let us be the link to your business services. We are flexible, we are customer driven, we are unique. We are the Link2 Group.
Hi, I'm Saif Sheikh, Director of Immigration Advice New Zealand Limited. Come along, get to know us. Immigration Advice New Zealand Limited is an award-winning immigration practice for more than 14 years. Over the years, we have assisted more than 5,000 migrants achieve their goals. We look forward to welcoming you and meeting you in person.
Hi, I'm Rachna Dave, known as 0800 Rachna, your award-winning mortgage advisor. 0800 Rachna has always been about providing quality services and making a difference in the community. We are ethical and we are influential. We actually educate our clients so that they can have a secured and a better financial future. What are you guys waiting for? Just call me today on 0800 Rachna and let's start our journey together. 0800 Rachna.
Bank of India, going beyond banking relationship. Bank of India New Zealand provides retail and commercial banking services including savings, current, term deposits and loan products such as personal, mortgage, home and various business and commercial loans. Our special services are zero balance saving account, free remittance to India with an attractive exchange rate, same-day credit to any bank in India. Please visit our branches and meet our friendly staff.
Welcome to Shivani's Restaurants and Bakeries, a heaven of delicious vegetarian food, sweets, snacks, pastries and cakes. Made locally with heart because we believe you deserve the best and we'd love to be part of your celebrations. Serving fresh desi ghee sweets, cakes that melt away in your mouth and chatpata snacks that keep you coming back for more. Let's celebrate this festive season together. Come into one of our stores or shop online at shivani.co.nz. Shivani's, delivering you happiness since 2015.
We are serving the Indian community and the Kiwi community at large through our 2 branches, one in Auckland and one in Wellington. So we accept deposits at attractive rates and provide loans and loans to homes and loans to businesses as well. We also provide a very competitive remittance service. So I just hope that you walk in one of our branches and talk to us. Thank you.
Kia ora and welcome to the Link2 Group. We're made up of 3 entities.
Well, kia ora, welcome back to tonight's live broadcast. I am Monique Bradley and it's really exciting to have you with us. And I believe, looking at the clock, The polling closed 2 minutes ago. So from here on in, I believe we're going to be safe talking
All
about...
systems go.
Oh, yeah, talking about everything remotely political. Now, I do believe I am joined by some amazing people tonight. First of all, we have on the live stream feed, zooming in from somewhere across Auckland, we've got Shailesh Bhagve coming on in. And Shailesh is a business advisor and tax accountant. I believe he's zooming in from Mount Roskill tonight. Hello to you, Shailesh. Oh, we just don't have your sound on yet, Shailesh.
You're muted, I think.
I think you might be muted. No, I'm still waiting for his sound. Hang on one second, Shailesh. This is the joys of live TV, ladies and gentlemen. I do want to say a big shout out to everybody across Face TV watching tonight, and of course to those who are also on our social media pages. It's great to see you there now. It sounds like we've got some sound. Hello, Shailesh.
Can you hear me now, Monique?
Sure can,
Great.
sure can. Lovely to see you.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is a very good, exciting night. And I think Mount Roskill is going to be one of the, as we know, it's one of the key electorate and one of the most diverse and most ethnic background area. But one of the important parts of this area is there is lots of buzz here to see what's the result from the last time, how it's going to pan out this time. Because last time we had a good landslide for Labour. And I think this time is going to be very interesting for all the four parties, which is National, Labour, ACT and Greens. And there is no other small parties apparently this time in
Shailesh, sorry to interrupt. What is the ground? What are you hearing on the ground? Because last time, Mount Roskill has always been a Labour Party constituency since its formation. I think it was formed in 1996 or 1999, and since then it has been a Labour constituency. And last time, of course, in 2020, it was a landslide victory. There was a by-election in Mount Roskill on the 5th of December 2016. Upon the resignation of Phil Goff, and Michael Wood got elected. He had very good number of votes that were polled, and so did he do well in 2020 general election. So what are the people talking about here?
Well, this election is very interesting because against Michael, there is all new candidates from all the political parties. If you look at from National, Greens and ACT.
Yeah.
They all are three new entrants, and for the first time they are contesting in this area.
Yeah.
Whereas Michael has always been there for the last term and the previous term as well. So he is quite well seasoned here and experienced in terms of ground. So people are hoping that he would come back again. But
do you think, sorry to interrupt you, do you think the recent shadow that Michael Wood has experienced in terms of having to resign all his ministerial portfolios would have an impact on the voters?
Oh, good question.
Not most likely. The reason why, because this election has turned out rather than personal, it has turned out to be a policy-based election. I personally feel in the last week and in the last couple of days, people are more looking at the policies that has been announced by each political party because of the ground reality of cost of living and everything.
That apart, sorry to interrupt again, Shailesh, that apart, cost of living and various law and order, they are all issues that are common to all constituencies throughout New Zealand. In fact, these two factors are major issues in many parts of the world as well. Specifically talking about Mount Roskill, what do you think will be, what are you hearing since you have been in the constituency since the time the voting started? Last time, Michael Wood polled 23,050 votes to a poor and dismal National Party which polled 9,157 votes.
Wow.
Yes.
There's a huge difference between of course, 2020 was Labour wave, but if you look at the constituency in the previous years, the constituency has always returned a Labour candidate. So do you think there is a rethink among people in that constituency in this election today?
There was a sway of votes that people thought that it could go to Greens, have lift up the game this area as well. And I think I can see Greens getting more traction than the National.
Anyway, we will know as the counting goes on.
To know more about it.
So what is you are a Labour Party supporter, so obviously your views will be more leaning towards that party. But generally speaking, what do you hear about the polling rate? Do you think we would have had a good polling this year?
I don't think so. I feel that there could be a last minute voting and the percentage could be and that could give the smaller parties like ACT, Green will give a little bit more uplift. But also party vote will be a challenge, even though I say that Labour as a candidate, Michael would win, but as a party vote could be a little bit challenge and could be very close.
Yeah.
May not be major margin like last time. That's what my.
But I think the National Party has campaigned well in Mount Roskill. We have also had the ACT Party candidate, another person of Indian origin, contesting in Mount Roskill. That is Rahul Chopra. But he's quite low on the list, so it will be difficult for him to expect anything to his like, unless the party does exceedingly well in the voting as in the polling. But is the Labour camp very exuberant in Mount Roskill?
Yeah, I think so. It's much because, as you know, there are new candidates which are not known to the crowd or to the Mount Roskill area, whether it is ACT candidate or Greens or even, but they are all ethnic, national.
Right.
So we have got a very diverse ethnic candidate, which is good to see this year.
Okay.
And that's something that resonates with the Mount Roskill area, which is really perfect for this time. But it's a matter of time when the voting really starts count. We'll see, and I will be coming back in the middle. Also, we'll be probably trying to get Michael on the screen so he can see halfway down what's the mood. And
it would be great to speak to Michael.
Yeah, Shailesh, that would be fantastic.
He's a long-standing friend of Indian Newslink, like many other politicians of all other political parties. One of the things, Monique, that we have conscientiously promoted is our unbiased and totally free relationship with political parties.
Yes.
We are not aligned to any single political party. We conduct, we provide our platform to all parties equally, and we do not align ourselves with anyone.
Fantastic.
And in fact, this year we had what was called Election Link launch.
Yes.
We opened the pages of Election Link. We gave equal opportunity to all the political parties, whoever we were able to contact. 4 of them came forward, and we had 4 different events at which the leaders of the 4 parties came and launched the Election Link page. So although I'm talking to Shailesh, who belongs to a Labour Party, as the very first conversation in this evening, by no measure does it show that we are aligned to the Labour Party.
Yes. Well, what I've noticed on the ground too, and I don't know how you feel about this, Shailesh, is the more that I've spoken to people, there's been a real change, and I think it is based on, you mentioned policies before, there's been a real change in the way that people are looking at voting, and especially when you look at tools that came out, like Vote Compass as an example, where people were putting in their details and looking at the policies that they aligned with most. Suddenly they were realising it's not necessarily the popularity competition that often politics is. It's actually based on how they align with each organisation's or each party's policies in particular. So I think that we're going to see something a little bit different this year. I don't know, but this is the feeling and the mood that I'm getting from people on the ground. It's not so much about getting the right people for the job, it's about the right governance. It's not so much the right party, and it's not the popularity or the marketing job they've done. It's the right governance for our country. How does that align with you? Is that what you're feeling on the ground too, Shailesh, or is that what you're hearing?
Yeah, I think you're right, because I think the change which everybody wanted and the mood of change was depending before was based on the policies, based on the political party's campaign and how well it was advertised or how well it was campaigned. But I
Yes.
think in the very last minute, that change has changed into a policy-based change. And they wanted to see what's really policies in it for them. And that's something I
There is
felt that the
something coming
change.
in at the moment. What do we have? Nikita,
Oh, this is really
can
exciting.
you show the early results, please?
Yes,
Can we have,
Shailesh, I
can we have up on
believe.
the screen what are the early results, please?
Shailesh, I believe we'll be coming back to you later on this evening anyway.
Absolutely.
So we've got some results coming in. If you want to stick around to see those results, we'll have those results coming in right now. We've got some updates. Actually, Shailesh, I believe we'll be coming back to you later on in tonight's program. Keep us up to date from what's happening in your constituency, and thank you for zooming in.
Yeah, thank you very much.
See you soon.
See you soon. Bye.
Right. I do believe we have some early updates of some polling results already. So this must have come from some of the international votes that I think have been counted, and perhaps some of the special votes that were already cast early on today. Have we got some screen graphics coming up on screen? I do believe we have. Let's take a look at those. This is very exciting. I can't wait. Now, if you are watching on the live stream as well, make sure you zoom in and let us know your comments. Now, what are we looking at here? Let's have a wee look here. This is currently, we've got previously 32 seats of Labour of Labour seats that make up the House. If we have a look here, we've got 15 seats that have been assigned to the Green Party as well, and 51 seats from the National Party. Is this early projections? Is that what we're seeing? By Jingos, by Hokey, that's incredible. Let's have a look at what we've got there for ACT. 12 seats are predicted for ACT and 8 for New Zealand First. Venkat and 3 for Te Pāti Māori. Venkat, tell us about that live update. What are your thoughts at the first glance there? Wow, that's an incredible outlook.
This is somewhere in the neighborhood of what we had predicted would be the direction of this election this year. Labour is currently sitting at 32. It's very, very early now in the polling, Monique. We can't take any call on this particular seat allocation or what we are seeing on the screen. But based on the opinion polls that we have seen over the past 3 months, the expectation is that the Labour Party might be somewhere in the neighbourhood of 30 to 35 seats.
Wow.
The National Party is likely to be in the same between 50 to 55, which would mean that if ACT performs well tonight,
yes,
then National and ACT will be able to form a government. If that doesn't happen, in the current scheme of things, they will require the help of New Zealand First.
Yes.
Because New Zealand First is projected to get 8 seats in Parliament. Almost all of them will be through party votes.
That's incredible. And just even looking there at the moment at the Green Party, the amount of seats. Now, of course, they had one constituency and they had 9 list MPs, I believe, from memory.
Yeah.
So to increase that up to 15 seats in the House is quite a coup as well.
Yes.
Is there any chance, if we see a result like this, if we are in that situation where, say, National doesn't achieve 51 seats and it's a bit of a fight with Labour potentially and the Green Party, can they make a government?
It's a little too early to say anything because we have just heard that 5% of the votes have been counted.
Wow, that's fast.
It's far too early in the game to say anything that's likely to happen. But having said all that, Monique, the Green Party has been doing very well in the opinion polls.
Yes, they have.
But it remains to be seen whether they will return 15. They'll come back to Parliament, the 54th Parliament, with 15 seats.
Yes.
It's a little early to say. To me, it appears a tall order. But having said that, the Green Party has been out and about campaigning with a lot of policy reforms to its electorates. and so remain. One constituency that needs to be watched is the constituency where we are sitting, which is Auckland Central.
Yes, that's a big one. Now, notoriously, it's been a green seat with
Yes.
Chloe, of course.
Correct. This Auckland Central has been somewhat, the loyalties are being moving from Labour to National to now to Green Party in
Yes.
2020. Mahesh Muralidhar, who's a candidate for National Party,
Yes.
has been very closely trailing Chloe between 24 to 26%, as I remember, during the polling time. And both have campaigned very hard. Oscar Sims, who is the candidate for Labour Party in this constituency,
Yes.
has been trailing. But he's a lovely young man. In fact, all three are very promising candidates.
Yes.
Chloe from Green, Mahesh from National, and Oscar from Labour.
And it's interesting that those three candidates are all quite young in
They are.
such an important seat.
That's the beauty of this particular constituency. Auckland Central has always promoted young people. Even in the times of Nikki Kay from National Party.
Yes.
And long before people like Judith Tissard, who represented the Labour Party, they were all young people. Jacinda Ardern was in this constituency.
Oh, yes, of course.
In 2007 election. And of course, she did not win, and she came through the list. So the Auckland Central constituency remains to be seen whether Green will retain it or whether Mahesh from National will be able to grab it.
And let's be honest, Chloe is a marketing machine. She has done a lot. She has, we were talking about this earlier today, she's done a lot to really appeal to the right target market.
Absolutely.
She knows who she's talking to.
But at the same time, Monique, I have seen the way Mahesh has been campaigning.
As have I. He's done well.
He's a young entrepreneur. What we like about people like Mahesh, there are quite a few of them in the mix, in
Yes.
the political mix in this year's election. They are all passionate about one thing, and that is New Zealand.
Yeah.
They all say we need to improve as a country, and that's where most of these candidates make a difference.
I totally agree. Now, I have had another message come in from social media. I'm looking across multiple devices right now. One question through the Face TV page has actually come through saying, tonight there is also, starting at 9:30, there's a huge cricket game in the World Cup, India versus Pakistan. Venkat, as a lover of cricket as well, what's your main prediction for the outcome of that game tonight too?
It's increasingly difficult to predict a match between India and Pakistan because this particular World Cup, where the match is starting tonight at 9:30 p.m.,
Yes.
Pakistan has come up with a very strong team, and India, has a very strong team too.
Yes.
It will be a match of passion. And unfortunately, I won't be able to see anything until after 1 o'clock in the morning, after we have finished and I have filed my reports. But I, as a cricket lover, wish both the teams success.
And of course, they're probably watching us on YouTube.
Yes, perhaps.
Before they play, because I know they're fans of
Perhaps.
yours.
Because in cricket, we always say, may the best team win.
Beautiful. I love it. I love it. Now, if you have just joined us on the broadcast and you're wondering what's going on, I'm Monique Bradley and I'm joined tonight by the editor of Indian Newslink. We're here in the studio bringing you live election results. Now, we're doing something a little bit different. We're doing a little bit of an alternative commentary because we have people down on the ground, real people just like you, who are talking to their communities rather than just getting those media interviews. We're about the real people, aren't we, Venkat? We're about the communities.
As of now, Monique, just to give a temporary update, as it were.
Yes.
354,653 votes have been counted
That's
so far.
incredible.
That represents 5.2% of the votes counted. Labour has so far showing a lead in 32 seats, getting about 25.7%.
Goodness.
National is showing a lead in 51 places or 51 seats. Greens are 14 seats.
Yes.
ACT is 12. New Zealand First is 8. Tipati Maori is 6.
Okay, so how do you think we're tracking with that earlier image that we showed that was generated of
As far as
how
I
it's
can
going
see,
to-
it's just the trend continuing.
Yep.
Where it'll go. But in this electoral counting, what happens, Monique, is that there comes a time It
Yes.
will come tonight when a swing will start. It's very similar to what happens in cricket.
Yes.
Suddenly, a bowler comes and starts turning the ball,
Yes.
and the wickets start moving.
Yes.
So that's how it will be tonight as well. We'll have to watch and wait and watch and see how it moves.
Now, one of the things that Shailesh, who was one of our guests, spoke about before was the different way that people are looking at casting their vote, because it seems this year, rather than the personality polls that have happened of previous years, it's a little bit more about policy. And I know that there have been some quite extreme, quite radical shifts in the way that, in the types of policies that have been delivered. If you had to vote for a policy war winner this year, who do you think would lead?
Before I answer that, Monique, I think as far as New Zealand elections are concerned, the New Zealand people, they vote in a certain pattern. Traditionally, New Zealanders go for a 3-term government of a particular party.
Yes.
So if it is National Party, they do 9 years, and then everybody gets tired, and then Labour comes in. In the history of National Party was founded in the year 1936, and it was only 13 years later, in 1949, they formed the first government.
Yes.
Since then, only twice has the National Party done the 4th term. They've always completed 3 terms. And Labour Party has twice lost the 3rd term. Whether they're going to be losing this term or not, you have to remember that Labour is going for the 3rd term now in this election.
Right.
So the way the people have voted under the MMP system over the last, from 1996 onwards, is that they've gone in for a 9-year term of political parties. And most of them have gone by policies and programs. But of course, after 9 years, it really doesn't matter. People want to change.
Yes.
In 2020, things were different. It was COVID that brought 65 seats for Labour, an absolute majority. But this time, it's policies. People are tired of many things. They want cost of living to be addressed.
Yes.
They're sick of law and order getting out of hand in their
Yes.
perception. No matter what kind of statistics come out, that crime is down, etc., the public perception is that there is law and order problem in New Zealand. So they want that fixed. They want better education. They want the health system to improve. All these are important issues.
But can a new government, whether it's the existing leadership team or a new leadership team, can those changes happen in the next term?
A government which is already in, a party which is already in government will have little difficulty in picking up the thread and moving along
Yes.
if they're coming to
Yes.
power. For a new government to be established, which is National Act, perhaps with New Zealand First, the adjustment process that will be required for them to get assimilated into the environment will be at least 6 to 8 months.
Right.
They have come in with certain agendas. They've said that they will reduce bureaucracy, they will increase, they've come up with a different tax plan,
Yes.
and many other programs to put all these into practice and then revive the economy. It will not happen in the first year. People have to understand that they cannot expect an overnight change when things happen.
I totally agree. Yep.
So we need to wait and see after the election, whatever is the form. If a new party, if the National Party comes in, they need time to reorganize themselves.
Yep. Do you think they're ready?
I think the National Party is ready, but what we have to see is whether the people are ready.
So good, Venkat. So good. That's excellent. Well, I do believe we have a guest coming in just a moment. We're about 4 minutes away. We've got Rashna Tata joining us very shortly. And Rashna is the admin and moderator, in fact, for a very, very successful Facebook group called Indians Living in Auckland. So very exciting to have her coming up very shortly. Now, I can see you're looking at the screen. What can you see already? Something happening
I'm
in
looking
Wellington
at
Central.
Wellington Central, where Ibrahim Omar of Labour Party is trailing behind.
Okay, interesting.
And in the Ohio constituency, Nicola Willis is leading with 5,767 votes at the moment, trailed by Greg O'Connor of Labour.
And it was a Labour
very
seat
close.
before.
Greg has so far got 5,529 votes, comparing it with Nicola's 5,700 votes.
So there's only 200 in it.
Yes.
That could still be a really
it can
close
twist
one.
Anyway. But what is coming up now is that in every constituency so far, we are seeing the National Party leading. For instance, in Nelson, Blair Cameron has got 10,497. And what have you? Rachel of Labour has got 10,440.
And that was previously a Labour seat.
Correct. And she's just trailing at the moment with only 50 votes behind.
Oh, so close.
So some of them will be quite close.
Now, when you've got a close race like that, how important, obviously, well, I'm answering my own question. The international votes are obviously going to be a game changer, as are the special votes. How long, while we'll get preliminary results tonight, how long is it before the final results actually come through?
It's generally within a week.
Wow.
I'll give you an example of Mangakiki constituency in 2020.
Yes.
When the results were announced, Priyanka Radhakrishnan had not initially won the seat, but she was comfortable on the list. But when the votes were counted, including overseas votes, she was leading, I think, by about 1,800 votes.
Oh, wow.
And compare that with 2007 in a constituency called Vaitakere, which has now become Upper Harbour. Kaumal Sepuloni came in for the first time on a Labour ticket, and she contested against Paula Bennett, and she won the seat.
Wow.
And Paula asked for a judicial review, and Kaumal lost it by 1 vote. So anything can happen.
Sure
unless
can.
there's a comfortable margin on tonight's in any constituency. There can always be upsets when overseas votes are counted.
Wow. And the Upper Harbour seat is obviously one that's going to be worth watching as well with
Yes,
Cameron
there.
Brewer
Vanishi Walters
out
is
there.
contesting as a sitting MP.
Yes.
She's contesting Cameron Brewer of National Party.
Another marketing machine as
Yes,
well. And
absolutely.
he's done very well. I've watched him out on the trail. So that's going to be an interesting seat to watch. Now we're coming up for 7:30. So we do have another caller coming on into the Zoom via Zoom tonight. We've got Rashna Tata coming in. She is the admin and moderator for an incredible Facebook group called Indians Living in Auckland, which we are also broadcasting in tonight. She's also worked within the media industry at the New Zealand Herald. And she's worked with various community groups as well. Let's check in and see if she's here. Are you with us so far, Rashna? Just bringing her in right now, I believe. By the way, oh, hello.
Hi.
Welcome to tonight's broadcast. Lovely to have you with us. How are you feeling?
Thank you for having me. Very happy to be here and be a part of this broadcast. Very happy that we are showing this live on our page as well. And, you know, I tend to sort of identify myself with the page, and I've become very, very sort of, you know, fond of the kind of members we have. And I also wanted to talk to Venkat. He's a very, very dear friend. And Venkat and I live in East Auckland. So what is basically one part of my road, one side of the pavement, is Christopher Luxon. The other side of the pavement is Simeon Brown.
Wow.
Yeah.
She's in blue waters.
So a very, very interesting electorate to be in. And what I have really noticed this year is that it's more about personalities in this area especially.
Interesting.
And not so much about, you know, the policies. This is a traditional, you know, blue belt, as Venkat will agree. But having said that, there has been, you know, some division about not so much of, you know, what policies worked or what policies did not. It's become more, you know, a personality war. And having said that, both, you know, the candidates have worked hard for these constituencies.
Yes.
They themselves are famous in their own rights. So I don't think it's been a very hard decision for anybody. What possibly could have affected them is the party vote.
Gotcha. Yes, I absolutely understand. Now, one of the things I'd really love to know, because you are down on the ground, is I know over the years, especially with, and we saw this with the Auckland mayoralty election as well, is there's always been a lot of apathy around getting involved, having a say, voting. Do you think that's the same this year?
Not at all. In fact, I was at a function yesterday and I was talking to Venkat last night and I said, the first time in so many years, and I've been here about, 23, 24 years now, I actually see the Indian voter who was always very apathetic and, voting in low numbers.
Yes.
There had been a great turnaround, this area especially, with the Indian voter and the Asian voters.
Very, very interesting. Sorry, Venkat, you were going to say?
I said interesting that more and more Indians are taking part in the electoral process, not only vote coming out in larger numbers and voting, but also contesting. I believe there are at least 15 or 16 Indian candidates spread across the political parties, including a party started by an Indian called Protect and Progress New Zealand, by an Indian, a member of Indian community. So there's a lot more interest in politics evinced by the Indian community over the years, which is a good thing because we would like to see as many communities as possible to come forward and not only vote but also participate in the electoral process. It's good for the country.
Totally agree. Totally agree. Now, Rachna, just coming back to you for a moment, you have a long background, obviously, in working with the media, and it seems in the last few years, and I think COVID was potentially a trigger, the manipulation of media on the decisions we make in the decision-making process. As an expert in media, I'd love to know your thoughts around that, and did we see perhaps some of that in the way media was played out in the lead up to this election?
Very much so, Monique. I think, everybody will agree on that. More than any other previous year, we've had great media involvement, whether it be radio, whether it be television, whether it be the print media. And I think it was partly to do with COVID because people were within their four walls. The outside world existed for them, basically through what they read or what they heard or what they saw. So yes, there was considerable manipulation in the sense that, you had one media telling you something else and another media telling you something completely opposite.
Yes.
It was left for you to judge. Again, the wiser and the more savvy voter understood that, decided what they wanted based on, a lot of other things. Now, for my area, for example, there is a very high number of, owner-occupied sort of, businesses. And a lot of them were affected because of COVID. A lot of them were affected because of, the ram raids and, every other possible security incidents that happened. And this has influenced people's decisions, people's mindsets to a very large extent. You hear that constantly.
Yes, yes. Well, it is my hope that whoever happens to get into government and manages to get the media, the broadcasting portfolio, can make some really positive changes to perhaps how the game is played, Rachna.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Monique, there's one thing I always do when I look at the New Zealand Herald. I read the story very briefly. What I find far more interesting are the comments that come below it.
Yes.
And those comments give you the mood of the country.
There it is, right there. Well, look, Rachna, thank you so much for joining us. Are we going to see you again later on in the evening?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Excellent. Well, thank you for joining us. And thank you, Venkat, for introducing Rachna to the stream as well.
It's a pleasure. At the moment in Tamaki, Brooke Van Velden is leading, although it's, as I said, it's early time. Brooke has got so far 2,446 votes, followed by Simon O'Connor, the incumbent, with 1,999 votes. It's a tough fight between the two. That's the constituency where we are living. Our office is in Glendowie.
Wow.
And our MP is Simon O'Connor, a very dear friend. And another dear friend is Brooke. She's contesting from ACT Party.
Now, the one thing, I mean, we were just talking about the media, and the one thing that I have noticed in this election is the impact of those who have done a good job of their marketing this year. They've really humanised themselves. So Brooke was a great example. So while she doesn't have a seat, she is a list MP, but I know all about her. It's the same with Chloe. While she does have a seat, she's done an incredible job.
Absolutely.
Now, Rachna was just saying that in her area, of course, it has been about those higher profile members of parliament or those going for seats. And yet I'm hearing very different opinions from others who are hearing that it's not so much about the people, it's about the policies that have led. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's a bit of both. If you take constituencies like ours, like Rachna and I, we belong to East Auckland, Pakuranga constituency. In Pakuranga, there's a very high degree of visibility of the National Party for the last 35, 40 years. And they engage with the communities. The problem with constituencies like Pakuranga, Botany, is that opposition parties seem to give it up, saying that, oh, we're not going to win there anymore.
Yes.
So why do we bother? So you do not find any MPs of other political parties active in, say, places like Papakura, Pakuranga, Botany, and some other constituencies. Just like you do not see the National Party active in red zones, as we call, in places like Kelston, Manuriva, Mangere, where the Labour Party is strong, you do not find the presence of the National Party people, except in election time.
Interesting.
So the communities, they normally will interact with people with whom they are engaged over a period of time, like 3 years. So if, for instance, if I were to give you two examples, one is Simeon Brown in Pakuranga. He engages with his constituents very well.
Yes.
He's young, energetic, and very helpful.
Yes.
Take the second example on the other side, Mount Roskill. You have Michael Wood. Michael Wood travels in buses, trains, and in bicycles, etc., and he's in touch with this community. Whereas you do not find the National Party people in that constituency at all after losing.
Very, very interesting.
So it's a mix of how people vote for a particular party or a candidate. They like the person, they vote for that person. In some cases, it's policy driven. But in most constituencies, I would hazard a guess and say it is the person, the personality of that person who drives voters to vote for that person.
So do you think that the move to MMP all those years ago allows us to vote for the personality and vote for the policy?
I think it does. If you go back to the history of New Zealand Parliament,
yes,
until the late 18th, until 90s or 1990 to 20s or so, you had only independents,
right,
who were members of Parliament. There were no political parties.
Yes.
Later on, with the establishment of the Labour Party about 100 years ago, that you started having the political party system. And until the National Party was established in 1936, and they came into Parliament only 13 years later, that they themselves were a part of two other parties.
Yes.
So whether people vote for a political philosophy or not came about after MMP, when you give your vote to a party, and then another vote to a person.
To a person.
So this is what the MMP system has brought about, giving every individual two votes, which is why you do not hear people like David Seymour and Christopher Luxon saying party vote, National Party Vote Act. They don't individually go and canvass for anybody, because they say, let me get as many party votes as possible, I'll form the government.
Wow.
Winston Peters hasn't even campaigned for himself.
No, he hasn't.
Yes, he has said party vote New Zealand first.
Yes. Yeah, very different strategy.
So whether that's the right approach, still we're discovering.
I guess we'll see.
After all these years.
Yes, that's right.
We adopted the MMP system from Germany, but we are not willing to go where Germany has gone. That's a grand coalition.
Oh, very, very interesting. I'm so glad that I'm working with you tonight because you are such a fountain of knowledge. So many years of working with every member of Parliament, I believe, and we will have more information about that and the history that Venkat, the Hive of Knowledge, has with his dear relationships with many of our much-loved members of Parliament. Now, I do believe very shortly we will have more interviews coming up, people on the ground who are telling us what's going on in the different constituencies. But we also do need to say a very big thank you to our sponsors that have helped make tonight's show happen. We have a couple of quick ads to share with you to show you what they're all about. Let's take a look.
Kia ora and welcome to the Link2 Group. We're made up of 3 entities that enable us to be the link between customer demand and personnel. We provide you with the means to help you reach your goals, be that finding the right person for your team, providing manpower where needed, or bringing your operations into our spacious warehouse. With pricing and location flexibility, over 400 staff, and a dedicated Link2 team leader assigned to your project, it's no wonder that 98% of our customers have stayed with us. Let us be the link to your business services. We are flexible, we are customer driven, we are unique. We are the Link2 Group.
Hi, I'm Saif Sheikh, Director of Immigration Advice New Zealand Limited. Come along, get to know us. Immigration Advice New Zealand Limited is an award-winning immigration practice for more than 14 years. Over the years, we have assisted more than 5,000 migrants achieve their goals. We look forward to welcoming you and meeting you in person.
Hi, I'm Rachna Dave, known as 0800 Rachna, your award-winning mortgage advisor. 0800 Rachna has always been about providing quality services and making a difference in the community. We are ethical and we are influential. We actually educate our clients so that they can have a secured and a better financial future. What are you guys waiting for? Just call me today on 0800 Rachna and let's start our journey together. 0800 Rachna.
Bank of India, going beyond banking relationship. Bank of India New Zealand provides retail and commercial banking services including savings, current, term deposits and loan products such as personal, mortgage, home and various business and commercial loans. Our special services are zero balance saving account, free remittance to India with an attractive exchange rate, same-day credit to any bank in India. Please visit our branches and meet our friendly staff.
Welcome to Shivani's Restaurants and Bakeries, a heaven of delicious vegetarian food, sweets, snacks, pastries and cakes. Made locally with heart because we believe you deserve the best and we'd love to be part of your celebrations. Serving fresh desi ghee sweets, cakes that melt away in your mouth and chatpata snacks that keep you coming back for more. Let's celebrate this festive season together. Come into one of our stores or shop online at shivani.co.nz. Shivani's, delivering you happiness since 2015.
We are serving the Indian community and the Kiwi community at large through our 2 branches, one in Auckland and one in Wellington. So we accept deposits at attractive rates and provide loans and loans to homes and loans to businesses as well. We also provide a very competitive remittance service. So I just hope that you walk in one of our branches and talk to us. Thank you.
Kia ora and welcome to the Link2 Group. We're made up of 3 entities that enable us to be the link between customer demand and personnel. We provide you with the means to help you reach your goals, be that finding the right person for your team, providing manpower where needed, or bringing your operations into our spacious warehouse. With pricing and location flexibility, over 400 staff, and a dedicated Link2 team leader assigned to your project, it's no wonder that 98% of our customers have stayed with us. Let us be the link to your business services. We are flexible, we are customer driven, we are unique. We are the Link2 Group.
Hi, I'm Saif Sheikh, Director of Immigration Advice New Zealand Limited. Come along, get to know us. Immigration Advice New Zealand Limited is an award-winning immigration practice for more than 14 years. Over the years, we have assisted more than 5,000 migrants achieve their goals. We look forward to welcoming you and meeting you in person.
Hi, I'm Rachna Dubey, known as 0800 Rachna, your award-winning mortgage advisor. 0800 Rachna has always been about providing quality services and making a difference in the community. We are ethical and we are influential. We actually educate our clients so that they can have a secured and a better financial future. What are you guys waiting for? Just call me today on 0800 Rachna and let's start our journey together. 0800 Rachna.
Bank of India, going beyond banking relationship. Bank of India New Zealand provides retail and commercial banking services including savings, current, term deposits and loan products such as personal, mortgage, home and various business and commercial loans. Our special services are zero balance saving account, free remittance to India with an attractive exchange rate, same-day credit to any bank in India. Please visit our branches and meet our friendly staff.
Welcome to Shivani's Restaurants and Bakeries, a heaven of delicious vegetarian food, sweets, snacks, pastries and cakes. Made locally with heart because we believe you deserve the best and we'd love to be part of your celebrations. Serving fresh desi ghee sweets, cakes that melt away in your mouth and chatpata snacks that keep you coming back for more. Let's celebrate this festive season together. Come into one of our stores or shop online at shivani.co.nz. Shivani's, delivering you happiness since 2015.
We are serving the Indian community and the Kiwi community at large through our two branches, one in Auckland and one in Wellington. So we accept deposits at attractive rates and provide loans to homes and loans to businesses as well. We also provide a very competitive remittance service. So I just hope that you walk in one of our branches and talk to us. Thank you.
Kia ora and welcome to the Link2 Group.
Kia ora and welcome back to the live election link special. I am Monique Bradley. Lovely to have you with us here on Face TV, Sky Channel 83, across multiple social media pages in association with the wonderful people at Indian Newslink. And joining me tonight as my co-host is in fact the editor of Indian Newslink, Mr. Venkat Raman. Welcome to the studio.
Thank you, Kia ora.
Look, Venkat, it's a real honour to be here with you. You're an absolute fountain of knowledge. You've worked with every political leader and every political party and every member of parliament that I can imagine over the last how many years. I daren't even ask. But you seem to know so much about what's going on. And you like to make predictions as well.
Well, I wouldn't like to make predictions because journalists don't make predictions.
No, that's true. You're a listener. That's right.
They report. The trend at the moment is that there are about 850,000 votes have been counted so far. Labour is on about 33 seats. National is on 52 seats.
Wow.
Greens will have 13 seats, ACT 11 seats, and New Zealand First 8 seats.
So that's how it's looking right now.
But as I've been saying throughout this evening, any moment this trend can turn, it can change, fortunes can be reversed, anything can happen between now and the final vote is counted. Even thereafter, it will be provisional because the overseas votes will have to be counted. It can make a difference in some constituencies as it has in the past. Therefore, unless a candidate has had a wide margin, really wide margin, that then it's still risky to predict in a particular constituency. As we are saying, the Tamaki constituency, in the party vote platform, National is leading, and in the electoral vote, candidate vote, Brooke Van Velden of ACT Party is at the moment in the lead.
Interesting. So interesting. So we were talking earlier about the fact, Venkat, that some constituencies are really still following that who is the biggest personality in the area. People are sort of driven by that. Whereas we're also seeing quite a big lean towards people who are deeply interested in policy. And great tools like Vote Compass this year and the incredible website that the Spin-Off released, which really talked through the policies, have been high traffic sites and have had a lot of engagement.
Right.
From your perspective, you've run your own polls through Indian Newslink.
Yep.
What has that been the general consensus of how people have preemptively indicated they might be voting?
Indian Newslink polls this particular time in 2023, they have been singularly favouring National Party.
Right.
We have had 3 polls. Believe us, the difference between Indian Newslink poll and other polls is that this is not a phone-in poll.
Right.
We give substantial time for people. We give them almost 2 weeks to think over just multiple choice questions. What affects them most? This is all based on the feedback we get from our readers. We frame the questions. And these are answered in about 30 seconds. And it's all done online. And therefore, the first poll said 60.3% of people said they want National Party.
Wow.
The second poll was very close to that, but it had ACT Party slightly up.
Yes.
In all the 3 polls of Indian Newslink, the endorsement was clearly for the National Party. Now, that can indicate 2 or 3 things. One, that a majority of the people who participated in the polls were of National Party.
Right.
Number 2, a majority of people have changed over from Labour to National because they're disillusioned. Number 3, we have had a new poll of voters who have come in and said that we want to have National Party. And the last, and certainly not the least, is that in this campaign over the last 3 to 4 months, people have seen Christopher Luxon more than Chris Hipkins.
I would agree.
So the visibility factor of the leader between the 2 parties, Christopher has scored because he's seen more on Facebook, social media, on advertisements. Take our own case in Indian Newslink.
Yes.
We've had campaigns run by the National Party for the last 3 months, whereas only once Labour Party has advertised. So what it means is that people need to think what a party offers.
I just want to jump in there based on that stat. Do you think it's because Labour feel like they can't win, that they just didn't bother advertising as much? What's the feeling?
I think the feeling is
such a contentious question, right?
No, I think there's, if I can hazard to say this, because we are now in the counting, the period of counting, I think Labour ran somewhat half-hearted, disheartened campaign. It's only towards the end of the campaign period that many of the leaders whom we've been wanting to talk to came running and said, let's talk. Now, you don't tell your voters 2 days before the polling that this is what I'm going to do. You've got to do that months in advance.
Yes, that's right.
Because people are educated, our people are very intelligent, New Zealanders are very capable of taking good decisions, but they need to be informed.
Yes.
They have to take informed decisions. So if we do not ask the people their vote based on your policies and programs, what people wanted to know 3 months before, 4 months before was from the government, from the Labour government, what are you doing for my cost of living problem?
Yes. Do you think that's been the biggest issue?
I think so, Monique, because take people like us. We are ordinary salaried people. We are not business people. We are among the worst affected when it comes to cost of living. I do shopping. When I know how much my dollar brings me every week and I go shopping compared to what it was 3-4 years ago.
I would agree with you there.
Wayne Brown, the mayor of Auckland, tells us the rates will not go up. Today, we are told that ordinary people like us will have to pay another $2,000 a year.
Wow.
Water, no matter how much we conserve, I don't know how the water rates keep going. The result of all this is the cost of living. And in a democracy, it's always the government of the day which has to take the blame.
Yes, I would agree.
That has been the single largest factor that might go against Labour if it does tonight. The second aspect is law and order, felt mostly in places like Auckland, perhaps some in Wellington, and a few in Hamilton.
Yeah.
The other cities do not have this problem as much as these 3 cities. But if you take health, the waiting list in hospitals, the waiting list for procedures, then you come to education, the dropouts you have had of children from school, the number of children going hungry, these are all factors that have compounded the mental state of the average New Zealander.
Totally agree.
We are hardworking people, Monique, in this country.
Yes.
So we need a government which will guide us through all these problems.
And of course, tax has been quite a high topic of contentiousness
how
as
it
well.
will play out for national remains to be seen. But one of the advantages of being in the opposition is that you have time to think over and you can formulate your policies.
Yes.
You've got the leisure aspect, which is a luxury.
I do absolutely agree. Yep. Great points there. Now, I do believe, Venkat, that we actually have a guest coming into the studio, coming in via Zoom. Hopefully we can bring that up on the screen for you. It's Himanshu Palmer, who is the ACT candidate for Hamilton East. Again, another very important seat, and I believe Himanshu is coming through on Zoom right now. Himanshu, can you hear us at all? Coming through very shortly.
Hello, Himanshu. Hello, Ash. Are you with Pranita there, our reporter in Hamilton?
No, I'm actually in Viaduct at the ACT Party event.
Oh, you're in Auckland?
Yeah.
Oh, welcome to the program.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling quite excited. I've just got here 10, 15 minutes ago, and it's quite a scene. You got hundreds of people very, very excited, looking forward to the real change.
Wow, big words you've spoken already. So you're feeling that change is in the air then?
You can just kind of sense it. People are quite energized, but the night is young. There's a lot of water to go under the bridge still. So,
excellent. Venkat.
Monique, Himanshu is a man in very high spirits all the time, because apart from being a very spirited individual, he also makes whiskey.
Oh, how fantastic. We love a good backstory, don't we?
And from what we can see and hear, Himanshu has run a very, very good campaign in Hamilton West, isn't it, Himanshu?
Hamilton East Bank.
I'm sorry, Hamilton East, I beg your pardon, yeah. So he's been a very active member of the ACT Party.
Great.
And he's number 13 on the list, and we are hoping that he would make it to Parliament tonight. Himanshu, we will be closely following the trends in your constituency. What is it right now? Do you know?
Venkat, I'll be very honest with you. I've generally not checked because it's not the electorate vote. Obviously, I was campaigning for was the party vote. And as you're quite acutely aware, it was a crime that I wanted to be involved in politics for. So I'm incredibly proud of the campaigning I've done in that very space and made crime a big part of election 2023. Made people stop and think about before they vote, you know. So right now I'm just watching the ticker of the party votes coming in. As you know, that would be my potential pathway into Parliament. So yeah.
So I'm hoping that I'll be able to talk to you later on in the program.
Of course.
Thank you, Ash. All the best. Give our best of regards to David Seymour and Brooke Van Welden there.
Well, Brooke's doing really well, by the way. She's leading by a big margin.
Yeah, I know. We're following the trend in Tamaki. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Right. Very
good.
Thank
you so much. Thanks for popping in.
Thank you.
Fantastic to have that guest come into the studio tonight. A candidate for Hamilton East there, Himanshu Palmer, who we are following throughout the campaign trail as well. And I do believe we have a bit of an update on the seating arrangement in the House. We're going to have a quick look at that now. Check out these results early on. Check it out. Venkat, 52 seats with National. How are you feeling about that?
Well, as I said, as the night advances with counting, there will be ups and downs for all the political parties that are involved. At this point of time, the National Party is leading in many constituencies. Mm-hmm. And my prediction, you asked me about my prediction some time ago. I was of the view that the National Party would have not less than 55 seats tonight. But that remains to be seen. Because anything can change as the counting goes on.
So we can see the Labour is currently sitting at 33 seats.
Yeah.
Now, if National has 52 seats, is that enough to lead?
No, they require 61 seats. If the number of seats in Parliament is 120, they will need 61 seats. If it is 121, they will require 62 seats.
So it's likely that it would be a national, if National does take it, it'll be a National Act coalition. Where does Winston Peters fit into the picture?
If Winston Peters comes in with 7 or 8 seats, as it is currently indicating it is 7 seats, if Winston comes in with 7 or 8, I am sure a leader like Christopher Luxon would like to have a conversation with him, because you do not leave a party out which is wanting to align with you, because they have future insurance.
Of course. But we've heard through the media that ACT have quite clearly said they won't work with Winston and vice versa. How does that arrangement work?
But somewhat there is a softening of attitude as far as David is concerned.
Okay.
David point blank refused to deal with New Zealand First in the past. But since he himself has been dropping in opinion polls, he has now softened his stand. And I'm very sure that when push goes to a shove, there will be a change of attitude. And he will say, all right, let's sit around the table and talk.
Is it a case of having to preserve one's space in the government?
Absolutely. But again, David Seymour had made some statements in the past that he would rather sit outside the government and just give confidence and supply. At one stage he said, I'll just give confidence and not supply. That's not good enough for a government.
Wow.
A coalition government not only requires confidence, but also requires supply.
It's going to be interesting to see how it all plays out tonight. And we've got lots of details coming in and lots of people coming into the chat as well. Now, if you are watching on one of our social media platforms tonight, we can see your comments. We'd love you to be part of the chat. If you've got something to add to the conversation, please do. We'd love to know what's been happening down on the ground where you are. What is the vibe? How are people polling? One of the things that I have heard through the grapevine today, and I do know we've got another couple of guests coming in very shortly, but one of the things that I've heard, considering there's been apathy with voting for so many years, today I've heard something different, which has been the exorbitant wait time when it comes to actually casting your vote. Is it a sign that perhaps the voting system wasn't up to scratch, or a sign that we're actually getting more voters, Venkat? What are your thoughts?
That could be owing to a lot of reasons. One is that if they're talking about a city like Auckland, getting there is a problem because of traffic. And in many other places, including some of the shopping malls, parking is a problem.
Yes.
So all those things add up to the waiting time, and people go and stand in a queue. And what happens, you have seen, Monique, as you have voted, and I have voted. It takes a good 2 minutes or so, or 3 minutes, for each candidate to go through a counter. Because we don't have electronic system of voting.
Not like India does, yes.
Not like even India. You have the physical system of voting where you fold a paper and put in. So it takes up to 2 or 3 minutes per candidate. So if somebody is coming in just now and there are 30 candidates, 30 people in front of that person, obviously it's going to take 90 minutes or 60 minutes, which many would say is unacceptable. But in a democracy, in countries like India, Britain, or even Germany, where there is a larger population, when people go to vote, they have to reserve certain amount of time because they're exercising their right. And which is why everywhere elections are held towards the end of on the weekend.
Gotcha. I can just hear in my ear. I believe we might have somebody else on the call.
Yes, someone
there.
else is coming in.
Somebody is just
Maybe
coming
our technical
through.
team can sort it out.
We'll find out who is coming into the studio now. But we do have another caller who is zooming in, and we are really grateful to everybody who is zooming in from around New Zealand. We've got lots of guest experts coming up right until midnight tonight, so we are looking forward to having them on our live show. Venkat, what are you seeing on the ground as well? What is the latest? I can see you've got the details up on your screen there. What can you see?
We're getting through some external voice coming through into our system.
Oh, right. We need people to mute themselves on Zoom. Thank you so much. So I can see there, Venkat, just looking at your updates that you've got on your screen. How much of the vote has been counted so far?
It's around 25% of votes have been counted. National is sitting on 42% of the votes so far counted they have got. Labour is quite behind with almost 26%. Greens are following with about 10.2%. ACT is 9.2%. New Zealand First is rather steady with 6%.
Okay.
And Maori Party is 2.5%.
2.5. So it's pretty much bang on to a lot of the predictions we were seeing out there.
Yeah, akin to what the opinion polls have been saying so far.
Yes, absolutely. So it looks like there might be a little bit of change in the air, Venkat.
There will be a change as counting pace quickens, and as we get more constituencies reporting the results, there will certainly be a change in the trend at some point of time. But at this point, National is on the lead.
Gotcha. Well, it is 8:10 here in the studio. I'm Monique Bradley. This is Venkat Raman. He is the editor of Indian Newslink, one of the most incredible community newspapers, which is free for all to read and to engage with. And we're really excited to have the support of so many amazing partners tonight. We've got Radio Tirana on board. We want to say a very big thank you to the Indians living in Auckland Facebook group for hosting this stream. And we are live also on Sky Channel 83 Face TV. Now, one of the things we talked about prior to this election was how people were feeling in your area, Venkat. You said there was a lot of different feelings in the lead up to this election. What did you experience?
In Pakuranga, for the last 35 years, it's been a blue seat.
Yes.
We had Maurice Williamson, who was a member of parliament representing what was at that time called the Howick constituency, was a comfortable winner because he had engaged himself well with the community. So much so that there was not even a flicker of hope for any other political party to come into that constituency.
Yes.
The constituency underwent a change of territorial redrawing. It became Pakuranga on one side, and Botany was created. This was in 2008.
Yes.
That was a test for that area. In 2008, the National Party won. The first MP there was Pansy Wong.
Oh, yes.
And she had to resign for various reasons about a year later. And then we had the famous or infamous Jamie Lee Ross, who became Member of Parliament from Botany.
Yes.
And then after him was Christopher Luxon. Christopher Luxon became Member of Parliament from Botany in 2020.
Yes.
And he, of course, had enormous mandate of the people. And he is admired and loved by not only constituents in Botany, but he has got wide following throughout the country.
Yes.
And so that area where we live in East Auckland, it is all, as we call, blue waters.
Yes, yes, of course. And I'm having a look at that constituency. You've got, and obviously Simeon Brown in there in Pakuranga, but then you've got how do you feel in the fact that you've also got, for ACT, you've got Parmjeet Palmer, you've got a really great representative there, you've got for the Labour Party, Narissa Henry, you've got some quite strong competitors.
Whether
candidates.
Parmjeet Palmer is strong or not will be known tonight.
True.
Because Parmjeet was a member of Parliament as a list candidate of National Party for 2 terms.
Yes.
And this time in the election, she's crossed over to ACT Party. And she's quite high on the list, and she's contesting for Pakuranga.
Yes, yes.
It remains to be seen. But I can tell you, it's not easy to defeat Simeon Brown.
Yes, yeah, true. Now, we do have another guest coming in. We have Manish Tanner coming in.
Oh, yes. He's a teacher by profession and a great political thinker and a very dear friend of Indian Newslink.
And
Please welcome him, Monique, on our behalf.
I absolutely will. And I believe Manish is also the Secretary of the National Party for Panmure Otahuhu electorate. Welcome to the live stream tonight.
Kia ora and good evening. Thank you for having me.
It's lovely to have you with us. Now, the first question is, tell us about what's the feeling in your electorate?
So today in the daytime, I was at Panmure Otahuhu, couple of polling booths, and there were queues unbelievably long. Some of the reasons were, of course, as Venkatji pointed out, because of the inefficiency of the paper voting system, and especially some voters not having enrolled properly. But the feeling overall is that people do want a change. And although I wear blue color, so you might think it is a biased opinion, but looking at the percentages coming all across the nation, including the Maori seats, Labour is doing badly everywhere as expected.
Wow.
Because in a country like ours, we do look forward to a government solving issues of housing, of health, education, and of course, law and order. And on all those fronts, sadly, the last 2 terms haven't been an exemplar for any other government to follow.
So obviously the seat there in your region is held by it's a Labour seat. So do you think National has the opportunity to take over that seat this time? Is it a national win?
It won't be a national win as far as the electorate is concerned, but already if you look at the percentage of votes between the current sitting MP Jenny Salesa and our candidate Navtej, the margin is very thin, and the party vote has actually gone much higher this time in Panmure Otahuhu. And I live in Takanini area, and the results here are even better for National. We are leading by 58% party vote, which is like one-sided victory for our candidate Rima Nakle. She is actually leading the now I should say ex-MP, or the current MP will be ex-MP tonight, by almost double the margin, because we have never heard from, unfortunately, from the current Labour MP who he is. Nobody knows him, whereas Rima has always been on the ground. And as I think Venkatji pointed out earlier, just like our leader Christopher Luxon, she has been very active on social media and also on the various places of community.
So early results show that we're likely to get, say, 52 national seats in government this year. Do you think, from what you're hearing now, that may increase?
Sorry, I lost you there for a second. Could you repeat the question?
In early projections and statistics that we've looked at show that it's predicted that National will probably get 51 to 52 seats. Is it likely that will increase?
I'm hopeful, not only hopeful, I actually have statistics, kind of a projection looking right now at the screen as well. So with current 42% projection, it will actually go up in the night. And I'm keeping my fingers crossed for the spatial votes and the international votes. But even internationally, I think the feeling was, because of the lockdowns and the quarantines, that the votes, unlike the previous ones, the international votes will go against Labour again, right, just like the national votes are going, the New Zealand votes are going against Labour this time. So hopefully, even after the spatial votes are counted, the percentage will go up.
Interesting. Venkat, what questions have you got for our guest tonight?
Well, we would expect Mr. Manish Tanna to speak on behalf of National Party, because he's a member of the National Party and he represents the Otago Panmure constituency. But my betting is somewhat different. We'll see as the results come in. But it is not right to say that nobody knows Nehru Leavasa of Takanini constituency, because he came in last time. He won. But of course, Rima Nakle is a very dear friend of us. She has done extremely hard work she has put in, and she deserves to win, and she deserves to be in Parliament. But let's see what happens. As the results are coming in now, Monique, we have Mangakiki constituency, where Priyanka Radhakrishnan, Minister of Ethnic Communities, is the incumbent Labour MP there. She's trailing behind Greg Fleming of National Party by about 3,000 votes so far.
Wow.
So we'll have to see how things move there. And I've always said that Mangakiki will be a difficult constituency for Labour to retain, because it has been since 2008, it has been with National. It went to Labour Party only in 2020. It may not stay with them this time, because Greg has done extremely good work, and is also a good friend of Indian Newslink. I can give a little tribute to Greg. Greg was involved with our business awards in 2008.
Great.
As the chief executive of Maxim Institute. He's done a lot of work for the National Party. Now, Chris Bishop in Hutt South is leading. He is likely to overtake Labour Party's Ginny Anderson, who is the police minister. Chris could not win in the last 2 or 3 elections. This year, he might have the luxury of having won, but it's still early time. We'll have to see. In as far as Greg O'Connor is concerned,
yes,
he is trailing behind in the Wairu constituency, with Nicola Willis leading, but the margin is very thin. At the moment, it's just 200 votes.
Oh, so tight. So I have to ask you, Manish, hearing all of those updates, how does it make you feel as a member of the National Party?
Individual constituencies do affect, but in the MMP situation, it is the final percentage that is going to be the more important figure to look at. There are people who are having their individual attraction to the local electorates, and even with this Oharu electorate, I see the margin between the Labour Party and National Party percentage-wise is around 8%, which is a telling story in itself. Maybe Mr. O'Connor has been active a little bit more than he was in the previous ones, but right now even that margin I wouldn't say is like a very comfortable one for the Labour candidate, and definitely the party vote is not at all going in favor of Labour Party, because they are trailing behind by almost 7.5 percentage points.
Wow.
In that particular constituency.
Well, that's absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much for the update. As in, it's brilliant that we've got the update from you. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Because I am apolitical. I just believe in good governance. So, and we really appreciate you being able to Zoom in tonight and join us here in the studio. And best of luck for all of the work that you're doing with the National Party as well.
Thank you for having me once again.
Thank you for joining us. We'll see you again soon.
Monique, about 24.2% of votes have been counted so far, which is about 1,034,000 votes.
Wow.
32 seats are still with Labour, and National has 52 seats as per the current voting trend. Greens have 13, ACT have 12, New Zealand First 8, and Te Pāti Māori 5.
Wow.
So this trend is more or less remaining where it is. As I have told you, it will swing at some point of time.
Does it happen every time? Does that swing happen every time, Venkat?
Yes, absolutely. But we'll have to watch and see. We'll have to wait and see the results of some of the other constituencies like Manuriva, where it's a strong Labour Party seat. But Siva Kilari of National has worked very, very hard. We have to see what kind of results he's getting, at least as far as party vote is concerned.
I have a question for you. Last year, why did it feel so much like a little bit of a Labour landslide then? Not last year, last election. It felt like, if you're talking about the fact that there's a swing, why did it feel so very much an easy Labour win?
Helen Clark had one answer for that when I asked her, as I concluded the program on Radio Tarana midnight. She said, 3 things happened why Jacinda won. COVID, COVID, she said. Because at that point of time, people felt that COVID management was very good. They gave a great mandate to Labour Party. I don't know whether that kind of history will ever repeat in New Zealand. 65 seats for a single party is not known. National, at its best, at its very, very best, got 60 seats in 2014. If you take the performance of the National Party under John Key, progressively it improved. In 2008, they got 58 seats. In 2011, they got 59 seats. In 2014, they got 60 seats. And John Key resigned in 2016. And 2017, you know what happened. Although they got large number of seats, New Zealand National Party lost in 2017 because Winston Peters decided to back Labour and bring Jacinda. And 2020, Labour took over.
So based on the fact that you believe tonight, or you preempt that there will be a swing, what will that swing be?
No, I'm very sure the way things are going, that National Party will be the single largest party in Parliament.
Yes.
But whether they would have enough number of seats to govern on their own remains to be seen. If we go by the history of the National Party or history of any political party, especially under MMP, since 1996, you have never had a majority government except in 2020. It has always been a coalition government. When Labour Party returned in 1999, December, Helen had to form with 3 political parties, with what was called at that time Alliance.
Yes. Oh,
Jim
yes.
Anderton,
Yes, that's right.
And then United Future, Peter Dunn.
Yep.
She formed the first government in 1999 with these 3 parties. And then in 2002, it was a repeat. And in 2005, it was Winston Peters who came in. He sat outside the cabinet, but he was the foreign minister. So throughout the history of MMP, New Zealand has not had, except in 2020, the luxury of a single party majority government. I do not think it would happen this time today, no matter how heavy the National Party swing is, unless there is such a swing, such a wave that National will get more than 60 seats.
Do you think, though, if National gets the majority and they don't have to govern with another, would they do it anyway?
Yeah, that's been the history of politics in New Zealand. To anyway form a coalition government, because 1, it gives a stronger mandate for the ruling party. 2, they will always look for the next term.
Yes.
That is why in 2020, when Labour was not obliged to have any partner, they went in for partnership with Green Party. They had absolute majority. They had 3 seats more than what was required, the Labour Party. They still went in for coalition with Green Party because they know that they will need them later. This year, although the chances are very remote, they will need the Green Party if they have to form the government.
Gotcha. Excellent. Thank you for the update. Now it is 8:26. I do believe we have a number of the votes coming in. What are we at now, Venkat? You've got the details there on your screen.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it.
We've got a few new updates there. And I do believe we've got another guest coming up very shortly. And we've got some data to show you on the screen here. This is how we're looking so far. At the moment, wow, check out those details. If we can just move that graphic at the bottom of the screen there so we can see all the details, the numbers at the bottom, that would be fantastic. Brilliant. So having a look here at the moment, if we can highlight that top number with the National Party, check that out. Percentage of votes, 307,214 votes for National. If we move down to Labour, we're looking at 199,560 votes for Labour.
Yep.
Wow, significant. Green Party.
Certainly showing some trends.
Yeah, Green Party, we're looking at 78,394. If we move down to ACT, we're currently looking at 68,000 votes, 760 for ACT. And New Zealand First, 46,745. How are those numbers? Or we'll just have a quick look at Te Pāti Māori as well.
Māori Party has been doing very well. They're leading in 6 of the 7 seats at the moment.
They've got 18,495 votes there. Now, one of the things I want to highlight is the increase in the smaller parties. We've got new parties that have arrived, for example, like the one led by Liz Gunn with the Freedom Party. Is it the Freedom Party? Yes, and we've got the likes of the Freedom Party with 2,194 votes there. But you've got some big independents there. You've got the Animal Justice Party, New Conservatives, of course. What is their impact?
What it means is that there is democracy at work.
Great.
What it means is that people in our country have the freedom to vote, and they have the ability to back a party, even if they know that the party may not make much of a difference, the number of votes. It shows that people are active politically, and that some parties can start making a difference. For instance, ACT Party, about 15, 16, 17 years ago, they had just 1 or 2 MPs. Today, you're talking of 2 digits.
Yes.
So there is potential for any party to grow if it starts spreading its policies properly and not just wait till the election time.
So you have to start right from the ground. See, some of the parties have left their run right till the last minute.
Helen Clark used to say that I start campaigning the day after the election. That's what she used to say.
There you go. Now, the ticker's showing us 29.4% of the votes have been counted. That's 1,187,008 votes. National are still looking at 42% of the vote there. Labour on 25.66%. Green Party there with 10.31%. Is that above average, Venkat?
I think it's continuing the trend between the race between Green and ACT is somewhat continuing in the same range as 10% and 9%.
Yes.
It's likely to continue, but if the results of a constituency like Auckland Central comes in, and depending on the number of party votes there, Green Party's fortunes can change.
Yes, of course. Now, I do believe we've got another guest coming into the studio very shortly. We'll let you know who that is. That's not far away. But one of the things we did want to highlight is to have a look at some of the bigger seats that would potentially change and impact. And you were talking about Mangakiki earlier.
As I said, Mangakiki has been with National since 2008.
Yes.
In 2008, it was called Ellerslie. It was won by Pesita Sam Lotoliga for the National Party. He went on to become a Minister for Corrections.
Yes.
And then he dropped out of cabinet in 2016 after Bill English took over. And in 2017, it was won by Dennis Lee of National Party. It was called Mangakiki by then. 2020, it went to Labour with Priyanka Radhakrishnan as the incumbent MP. She was confirmed as the winner of the electorate seat after the overseas votes came in. Now, this time, Greg Fleming, as of now, continues to lead in that constituency with 3,000 votes. As I told you, Monique, I've known Greg. He is a very hard-working man, and he stands for a lot of National Party's values. So it will be no surprise if he makes it to Parliament.
Now, I know too that a lot of the Auckland seats are quite influential, but I'd like to talk outside of Auckland. I know we're based here in Auckland. I'd like to talk outside of Auckland, and let's talk South Island. So obviously some of the Christchurch seats, or the Elam seat, is also quite an important one too.
Yeah, Elam used to be held by Jerry Brownlee. By the way, in New Zealand we have we respect the oldest member of parliament and we call him father of the house.
Yeah.
Jerry Brownlee is the father of the house.
And he is a list MP,
right now.
Yes.
He's been in parliament from 1996.
Wow.
And you know who the mother of the house is? Nanaya Mahota.
Oh, really?
She's also been a member of parliament since 1996.
Amazing.
So you have one side Labour Party, another side National Party. Father of the house is National Party. Mother of the house is the Labour Party.
Bless.
Earlier, the father of the house was Trevor Millard. When Trevor left Parliament to become the High Commissioner to Ireland, Jerry Brownlee became the oldest member of Parliament.
So interesting. So in that Elam seat, you've got Sarah Pallett from Labour, who's currently in there.
She's a sitting MP.
Yes.
It's likely that she will lose.
Okay, so she will likely lose to potentially National, Hamish Campbell?
Yes, because it's a strong National Party seat. It went to Labour in 2020.
Yes.
Because Jerry Brownlee has held that seat for a long time, but this time he requested his party that he wanted to be only a list-only candidate.
Right.
So Jerry will return to Parliament as a list MP, which means from that area, National will get 2 MPs.
Gotcha.
You got to talk about Port Waikato, which we have not talked about.
That's true, yes.
It's unfortunate that the ACT ACT candidate, Neil Chazen's son, he passed away a few days ago. That has made it imperative for a by-election in that. This is one of the few occasions when an electorate goes to a by-election without having gone in for an election.
Wow, yes, of course.
So tonight, Port Waikato will have party vote, but not the electorate vote.
Gotcha. Excellent. Thank you for the update. Now, I do believe we have another one of your dear friends and commentators coming in tonight. We have Shirish. I hope I said that correct.
Shirish Paranjapai is our correspondent in Christchurch, a man with great political acumen. He's known very well in the communities in Canterbury. Shirish, tell us what is going on in your neck of the woods.
No, thank you for having me and lovely coverage. I have been listening in from 6 o'clock.
Oh, thank you.
It's a mixed bag here. As Venki talked about ILM, the current MP Sarah Pallett is trailing to both the national candidate, Hamish Campbell, and Raf Manji. So Sarah will lose her seat to national. Elsewhere in Christchurch, Christchurch Central and Christchurch East, we have the Labour candidates leading. Christchurch Central is currently held by Dr. Duncan Webb. He is leading and most likely to return to the Parliament. Christchurch East, you might remember, was held by
Megan Wood.
Otto Williams for a while.
Yep.
And then she stepped out. So we have a new face there. Ruben Davidson is leading the Christchurch East. ILM, as we said, Sarah is trailing to Hamish Campbell. Banks Peninsula, currently the national candidate is leading. The seat was held by Tracy McLennan of Labour, but she is trailing at the moment. The surprise, one of the biggest surprise currently is Vigram, which is held by Dr. Megan Woods, who is quite high up in the Labour hierarchy. She was jokingly called Minister of Many Things. She is trailing, although not hugely, but currently she is trailing to the national candidate there. So that will be an interesting race to watch as the evening unfolds.
What about Dunedin, Shirish?
Sorry?
Dunedin.
I haven't checked Dunedin, but let me cover the constituencies just north and south of Christchurch. So, north of Christchurch, Waimakariri, the national candidate Matt Ducey, who holds the seat, is leading. And Selwyn, again, the national candidate Nicola Grigg is leading there. So you might remember Selwyn was held by Amy Adams for a while before she left the parliament. I will, if you like, check on the other South Island and come back to you a little later, if you please.
That would be fantastic.
Thank you.
I do have one more question before you head away. Obviously, being out on the ground today, talking to people who are voting, what's been the general feeling on the ground from the communities that you're part of?
Yeah, in Ireland, it was always going to be a tight race. Ralph Manji was a city councillor before. He ran a good campaign aimed primarily at youth. But like Venkatji explained, the ILM constituency was held by Jerry Brownlee for many years. So it was expected that the national candidate will do well. Sarah Pallett has been a new MP. She has only done one term of 3 years, and she fought quite a tight campaign, very active. So it was always going to be interesting to see how it unfolds. And it may have taken some people by surprise to see that Hamish Campbell has actually a significant lead over Ralph Manji. If you had asked me before 7 o'clock, I would have said it's going to be neck and neck. But I think situation has shown to be different. But, who knows? We still have many votes to be counted. People on the ground were expecting a change. So I was thinking that Labour will not retain the seat, but whether it will go to National or the top party, the Opportunities Party, remain to be seen. So let's see how it unfolds through the night.
Excellent.
I can tell you, thank you, Shirish. We'll be back with you. It looks like the ACT party is getting a second electoral seat, Monique.
Wow.
Brooke Van Velden seems to be doing very well in Tamaki.
Yes.
Simon O'Connor is trailing. And as we know, David Seymour is likely to win. He will win the Epsom seat. So ACT might have, at this point of time, 2 elected MPs.
Okay, well, this is a bit of a change then, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It
is.
will be.
Also, thank you so much, Sharish, for joining us. We really appreciate that. Do keep coming back to us with those updates.
Yeah, I will have a look at the rest of South Island and come back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, it's a big night. And look, thank you so much for joining us. I'm Monique Bradley. Welcome to Face TV, Sky Channel 83. And also a big thank you to everybody out there on our social media channels across Indians Living in Auckland, the Facebook group. Also to all the other channels, Radio Tirana. Great to have you on board with this. And also to everybody watching on the Indian Newslink Facebook page. We really appreciate you joining us. Now, we are live here in the studio with election ideas, predictions, commentary, a bit of an alternative broadcast from us, looking at not just the stats, but what's the stories on the ground. We care deeply about our communities and we want to know how your people are feeling down there on the ground, which is why we're bringing in so many experts into our studio from across the country. And of course, I am joined tonight by one of the best experts in the business because he's worked with pretty much everybody in the game. I am joined tonight by the editor of Indian Newslink, Mr. Venkat Raman, a much loved journalist, a bit of a celebrity in the media community as well.
All the adjectives are subject to question.
See, if I was a politician, I'd say, well, I don't have the information at hand, so I can't tell you. What do you think is the general consensus? We're seeing some shifts happening.
This is something which was foreseen or predicted. As we went around and started talking to people about specifically election, 3 or 4 major issues were brought up by the people, not necessarily just the Indian community, but right across the board.
Yes.
Was that their charges against the current Labour government was that they have not addressed cost of living.
Yes.
They have not addressed education. They have not addressed health. They have not addressed law and order.
Yes.
If you go around the world, Monique, countries which are now facing election this year or early next year, this will be the difficult challenges that all the incumbent governments will face. Now, if you see why Labour has not performed, there could be several reasons. One of them could be COVID. We went too long into it. We had shut down our borders for too long. We are not a country which can survive without our borders open.
That's right.
We are a trading nation. We did not allow people to come in for almost 2 years. That has had a toll. This is not Europe, where people can move within the borders, within the country, within the continent. So there was a disconnect there. I think Jacinda, the problem that she faced was that she did not connect with the people. So when we went around and asked, there was a general discontent. I'm being very honorable to the Labour Party. It was more than discontent that we saw in the communities.
Okay. I just want to qualify, when you say she didn't connect, can you give me some context around that?
The reason was that I think if she had connected with the people, she would have been told that closing the borders is not the answer. The way things were done, asking people to necessarily vaccinate was not the solution.
Yes.
There were quite a few things by hindsight which people now say went wrong during that particular time, say 2 years after 2020 election. There is no question, as far as people are concerned, that the management of COVID in the first section was excellent. In fact, I was with Jacinda in Australia the day we got the information. The first COVID case was reported in Auckland on 28th of February 2020.
Yes.
I had gone with Jacinda to Fiji and then to Australia. She came out extremely well in a meeting with Scott Morrison, the Prime Minister at that time, about 501 Act. But it was completely damped because of the COVID, the first case reported in COVID in New Zealand. And then, of course, events took over. So that was the first problem. The second was the increasing violence in the dairy industry, which affected mostly the Indian community.
Right.
Because most of the dairies are owned by people from this community. That's the second. The third one, of course, is the situation that we have in hospitals, where the reports coming in say that there's a long waiting time. It's not because people are neglecting. It's simply because we do not have sufficient manpower. We do not have the human resources to address this issue. What can doctors and nurses do if they are equipped to serve 10 patients and 100 people come in? It's just not possible.
So true.
So we have not prepared our country for growing demand.
Gotcha.
I'm not saying that it will be done by national immediately, but they've got something to work on.
Well, so if we think about the fact that cost of living is worse than ever, we've got so many issues with crime, there's a lot of problems. Are we likely to face a challenge similar to what our new Auckland Mayor is facing, of having to pick up a broken country?
Yes and no. I'm not hoping that it would be the case. New Zealand has the resilience to come through any difficult time. We came through a recession in 2008 when National Party came to power. We did not have the brunt of recession that the rest of the world faced. Similarly, we did not face the brunt of COVID like the other countries in terms of fatalities and so on. But we became a fragmented society for a number of reasons. I think the turnaround has come and it will start tonight.
Excellent. That's what we love to hear. Now, we do have another guest about to join us here in the studio. She is, in fact, the principal lawyer for Edezi, I hope I said that correctly, legal, a specialist in immigration and refugee law. Kamil Lakshman, are you there? Hopefully, yes. Jumping across in the Zoom, hopefully. The joys of live television. Fantastic. Oh, yes, we can see you. I was looking at the wrong screen. Hi, Kamil. How are you doing? Can she hear us? Perhaps she needs to turn up her volume. Well, she is there. And before we get her onto the call, tell us about Kamil.
Kamil Lakshman is an enormously successful lawyer. She does immigration services and other legal issues. And she's a very dear friend of Indian Newslink. She's been writing for us for a very long time.
Yes.
And she takes part in all public discussions with a lot of passion, knowledge, and expectation. So one of the reasons why we requested her to join us tonight is that we can have her expertise. And she lives in Wellington.
Yes.
And she's quite capable. She's very knowledgeable.
Beautiful,
I hope we can get. Meanwhile, I can tell you that Melissa Lee in Mount Albert is leading.
Wow.
Helen White is trailing, but again, it's early days, but
yes.
It remains to be seen.
So interesting. Things are changing. And I believe we've got some more updates coming through very shortly on the South Island as well. But I think for now, if we can get Kamil into the chat, is she there ready to Zoom into the studio? Hello, Kamil, can you hear us? No, she cannot.
No, I think we're only seeing her photograph. We're not able to connect with her. Maybe our technical team can try and connect meanwhile.
Hopefully. I do understand that Suresh has some new updates as well from some of the South Island constituencies and breaking news on Wigram. So hopefully we can get Suresh. Is Suresh on the Zoom? Excellent. Excellent. Suresh, let's jump to a quick chat with you with those updates. We'll just get you to Zoom into the studio right now. Thank you. Here we go. Hello, Suresh. Welcome back. Tell us about those updates.
Thank you. In the few minutes between the updates, the Wigram lead has swung in favor of Dr. Megan Woods.
Okay.
Wow.
So like you said, it's a long night and things could change different ways.
Absolutely.
Other than that, Dunedin, the Labour candidate is leading. 33% votes have been counted there. In Invercargill, further south, 25% votes counted, and national candidate is leading there.
Wow.
North of Christchurch, Kaikoura, 28% counted, national leading. Further north, Nelson, 49% counted. Extremely tight race, but currently national is leading, and by difference of less than 30 votes in 10,000.
Oh, gosh.
Also promises to be a very tight race, which I'll keep an eye on.
Excellent.
And come back to you as things move.
Thank you so much, Suresh. It's great. Thank you for that update. Do keep us posted as well with any further updates, and if you hear anything on the ground, we really appreciate it.
Monique in East
Some
Suresh.
more quick ones. Rangitata, national, 40% counted. Southland, also national. But Thyri, which is part of Dunedin, larger part of Dunedin, is Labour and 28% counted. Oh. And on the West Coast, again, there is a close contest with just a gap of 10 odd votes between the two. So again, let's watch that race.
Wow, that's amazing. Thank you so much, Suresh. We'll see you again back in the studio very soon. Thank you for the update.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, Venkat, you said you've got some updates too.
Pakuranga, Simeon Brown is leading. He's got 43% of the votes, trailed only by Labour. Performance of ACT Party is very, very dull in Pakuranga. So far, Paramjit Parma of the ACT Party has been able to get only about 683 votes.
Oh, wow.
So it's still early days, but I can't see anything swinging against Simeon Brown in Pakuranga. It is a National Party seat.
Okay.
Mount Albert, it is still, the votes are being counted. Melissa Lee is on the lead on the National Party.
Yes.
And Helen White of Labour is trailing, but close behind.
So let's talk Melissa Lee, Mount Albert. Now, I believe she was previously the Member of Parliament for that seat. Is that
She's
correct?
been a Member of Parliament from 2008.
Yes.
Earlier on, she was a media person.
That's right.
She was running what was called at that time the Asia Down Under television
I loved
program.
that show. I was a huge fan of that show.
Yes. And Melissa herself was brought up in Malaysia. She's of South Korean origin.
Oh.
And she came to New Zealand many, many years ago. And she evinced interest in politics. And in 2007, she joined National Party.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember she came for our Election Link launch in 2007. And I told her, I said, one day you should become an MP. Little did I know that a year later, she would be National Party MP.
Fantastic.
And in the 2008 wave that National swept, she became a Member of Parliament. She was allocated Mount Albert. From 2008, she has been an MP. And this time, if the trend continues, she would have the honor of winning Mount Albert, which has never been won by anyone other than Labour.
Interesting. Yes, I'm just looking here, and currently Michael Wood is in the seat.
Michael Wood is Mount Roskill.
Oh, he is too. I'm looking at the wrong piece of
Mount
paper.
Albert is... Currently, it was Jacinda Ardern.
Jacinda, of course.
After
What was I
she
thinking?
remitted her seat, there was no by-election. But Helen White was in Auckland Central. She went over to Mount Albert to what was called caretaker MP she was in Mount Albert for the last less than 6 months. But she's a list MP from Auckland Central.
Gotcha.
So it remains to be seen how the electorate will move. Still another 40-45% of votes are to be counted.
That's true. Now, I do believe I can hear in my ear that we actually have another guest coming into the studio. We have Pranita Mahajan.
Pranita is our reporter in Hamilton.
Yes,
She's
fantastic.
a very active person, as you will see in a moment. Pranita, welcome to the program.
So we can hear you, but we're just trying to get that technology to work. Technology is a wonderful thing, and then we'll be able to jump across to you in the studio. While we can hear you, how are things feeling down on the ground where you are?
Can't hear it. Let's jump too soon. Don't jump until I tell you.
East and West. So that's exciting. I can see Venkat is a perfect combination of both red and blue because it can go either ways.
Hello, Pranita. Good to see you. We had the pleasure of talking to Himanshu Palmer, courtesy you. He's in Auckland. How is his constituency tracking? Who is there at his constituency?
So far for Hamilton East, that's where Himanshu Parmar is. We've counted almost 38% votes.
Oh, sorry. Can you just...
Ryan Hamilton leading, actually. We've got Nationals, Ryan Hamilton leading by 7,600 votes.
I'm just going to have to pause you for a moment. I think somebody who's on the Zoom call hasn't muted their microphone.
Can we request everyone on the Zoom call to please mute their phones?
I should only be picking up only her.
Please mute your computers. We are hearing Navtej, Papatoi Toi, and all kinds of things. Thank you. Yeah, Pranita, please.
It's a busy evening with a lot of discussions, I'm sure.
Yeah.
That's so true.
Everyone has an opinion tonight.
Yeah. Carry on, Pranita. You were mentioning about Hamilton East and West.
So a funny thing about Hamilton West, it is what is called a bellwether seat. So Hamilton West has a proud history of predicting who the national level winner is going to be, because anybody who wins the constituency wins the national seats. That has been the trend, just barring the 93 elections. So we hope we continue that tradition and so far we've got national leading in both Hamilton East and Hamilton West. We got roughly about 40% of the votes counted.
Yeah.
And it's a national wave so far, yeah.
I think both the constituencies have been with National Party in the last 2 or 3 elections, Pranita.
We have Jamie Strange for Hamilton East for the last one. And he was one of the favorite candidates, but he chose not to contest this time. Yeah. So that did open a huge window of opportunity for National to come in and claim the seat.
What I meant was
Ryan
that
Hamilton, he's already been on the council. He's not really new to the job. So I think people are showing their confidence in him.
Yeah, what I meant was it was only in 2020 that both the constituencies went to Labour. Prior to that, both the constituencies were with National. You had Tim McKendoe in Hamilton West, and you had David Bennett on Hamilton East. Yes. And this time again, it looks like both. Do you know? I think Ash Palmer might win if ACT does well as a list MP.
I think so, because now with Ash Parmar, he has the support of the retailers and the community right behind him, because he has been very vocal about all the challenges that the retailers have been facing even before he entered politics. So I'm sure that will reflect on the numbers that he achieves tonight, and he would definitely have some support behind him.
But do you think he will be able to win in the electorate? Because National is quite strong.
Too early to say. But I think Hamilton definitely goes either blue or red. So I think National definitely would have an edge over everyone else. But it'll be great to see how Himanshu Parmar does, because he has been very active. His campaigning has been very, very, very assertive. And he has made some very good points, which the community has responded to. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
Great updates. Thank you so much. And I do believe we'll be hearing more from you throughout the evening as well, because we're nearly at 9 o'clock. We've got 3 more hours of the broadcast tonight.
Yes,
absolutely. I hope you're hanging in there. Look, thank you so much for joining us, and thanks for the update of what's happening in your electorates.
Thank you for having me. And
Oh, it certainly is a very long night, isn't it, Venkat?
Absolutely.
Very long night. Now, I am aware too that we have to thank some incredible people very shortly. I'll do that. But in the meantime, I believe we've got some updated details of how the race is going. Let's have a wee look. We've got a screen graphic to share with you. This is how things are looking. Check out all the blue, Venkat.
Yes, 53 seats for National. I can tell you at this point of time that Mount Roskill, unfortunately, Michael Wood is trailing.
Okay.
Unfortunately for Labour Party, we still do not know how it will move, but it might take a little more time for us to know. Similarly, in Mount Albert, National Party, Melissa Lee is leading.
Yes.
Some more votes have to be counted. Now, if these 2 seats go to National, then Labour is having bloodbath.
Wow, that's a big call. Good turnout there for Green, good turnout for the ACT.
Yep.
And is that an increase in seats for Te Pāti Māori as well?
Yes, correct, yeah.
Yep.
I think the way in which things are going, National Party will come with a little more than 55 seats. ACT, meanwhile, also seems to be doing quite well. And don't forget, Monique, the Greens are doing very well at this point of time. And Winston is swinging between 7 and 8 seats.
Great. Okay. Those are some good live updates. And I think we will be coming back to the studio as well now. Fantastic. So general consensus, Venkat, how are you feeling about it?
I think the way the results are coming in, people are gone in for a major voting in favor of National Party, which is something that we predicted would happen because there has been a lot of outrage among the people against Labour Party for the way they handle the economy, the way they handle law and order. So, and let us be very honest about it. Christopher Luxon ran an extremely good campaign.
Yes. Yep.
He must be one of the few leaders to have visited almost every constituency in New Zealand, and he has connected with people. I think today he will yield the results.
Totally agree. Well, I don't know about you. It's 9 o'clock. I think we're due for a quick hydration break as well.
Okay.
And we do have to obviously acknowledge all of our amazing advertisers, Venkat, as well. So
absolutely.
We're going to cut to a very quick ad break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Thank you.
Kia ora and welcome to the Link2 Group. We're made up of 3 entities that enable us to be the link between customer demand and personnel. We provide you with the means to help you reach your goals, be that finding the right person for your team, providing manpower where needed, or bringing your operations into our spacious warehouse. With pricing and location flexibility, over 400 staff, and a dedicated Link2 team leader assigned to your project, it's no wonder that 98% of our customers have stayed with us. Let us be the link to your business services. We are flexible, we are customer driven, we are unique. We are the Link2 Group.
Hi, I'm Saif Sheikh, Director of Immigration Advice New Zealand Limited. Come along, get to know us. Immigration Advice New Zealand Limited is an award-winning immigration practice for more than 14 years. Over the years, we have assisted more than 5,000 migrants achieve their goals. We look forward to welcoming you and meeting you in person.
Hi, I'm Rachna Dave, known as 0800 Rachna, your award-winning mortgage advisor. 0800 Rachna has always been about providing quality services and making a difference in the community. We are ethical and we are influential. We actually educate our clients so that they can have a secured and a better financial future. What are you guys waiting for? Just call me today on 0800 Rachna and let's start our journey together. 0800 Rachna.
Bank of India, going beyond banking relationship. Bank of India New Zealand provides retail and commercial banking services including savings, current, term deposits and loan products such as personal, mortgage, home and various business and commercial loans. Our special services are zero balance saving account, free remittance to India with an attractive exchange rate, same-day credit to any bank in India. Please visit our branches and meet our friendly staff.
Welcome to Shivani's Restaurants and Bakeries, a heaven of delicious vegetarian food, sweets, snacks, pastries and cakes. Made locally with heart because we believe you deserve the best and we'd love to be part of your celebrations. Serving fresh desi ghee sweets, cakes that melt away in your mouth and chatpata snacks that keep you coming back for more. Let's celebrate this festive season together. Come into one of our stores or shop online at shivani.co.nz. Shivani's, delivering you happiness since 2015.
We are serving the Indian community and the Kiwi community at large through our 2 branches, one in Auckland and one in Wellington. So we accept deposits at attractive rates and provide loans and loans to homes and loans to businesses as well. We also provide a very competitive remittance service. So I just hope that you walk in one of our branches and talk to us. Thank you.
Kia ora and welcome to the Link2 Group. We're made up of 3 entities that enable us to be the link between customer demand and personnel. We provide you with the means to help you reach your goals, be that finding the right person for your team, providing manpower where needed, or bringing your operations into our spacious warehouse. With pricing and location flexibility, over 400 staff, and a dedicated Link2 team leader assigned to your project, it's no wonder that 98% of our customers have stayed with us. Let us be the link to your business services. We are flexible, we are customer driven, we are unique. We are the Link2 Group.
Hi, I'm Saif Sheikh, Director of Immigration Advice New Zealand Limited. Come along, get to know us. Immigration Advice New Zealand Limited is an award-winning immigration practice for more than 14 years. Over the years, we have assisted more than 5,000 migrants achieve their goals. We look forward to welcoming you and meeting you in person.
Hi, I'm Rachna Dave, known as 0800 Rachna, your award-winning mortgage advisor. 0800 Rachna has always been about providing quality services and making a difference in the community. We are ethical and we are influential. We actually educate our clients so that they can have a secured and a better financial future. What are you guys waiting for? Just call me today on 0800 Rachna and let's start our journey together. 0800 Rachna.
Bank of India, going beyond banking relationship. Bank of India New Zealand provides retail and commercial banking services including savings, current, term deposits and loan products such as personal, mortgage, home and various business and commercial loans. Our special services are zero balance saving account, free remittance to India with an attractive exchange rate, same-day credit to any bank in India. Please visit our branches and meet our friendly staff.
Welcome to Shivani's Restaurants and Bakeries, a heaven of delicious vegetarian food, sweets, snacks, pastries and cakes. Made locally with heart because we believe you deserve the best and we'd love to be part of your celebrations. Serving fresh desi ghee sweets, cakes that melt away in your mouth and chatpata snacks that keep you coming back for more. Let's celebrate this festive season together. Come into one of our stores or shop online at shivani.co.nz. Shivani's, delivering you happiness since 2015.
We are serving the Indian community and the Kiwi community at large through our 2 branches, one in Auckland and one in Wellington. So we accept deposits at attractive rates and provide loans and loans to homes and loans to businesses as well. We also provide a very competitive remittance service. So I just hope that you walk in one of our branches and talk to us. Thank you.
Kia ora and welcome to the Link2 Group.
Welcome back to tonight's broadcast. Call Monique Bradley Toka Whengawa. I'm Monique Bradley, and this is the Indian Newslink and Face TV live election night coverage. Just had some updates come through that have just been sent. Apparently, Wellington Central update: Green is leading by a big margin, only 200 votes difference between Labour and National in that electorate. And then we've got a Rongotai update as well. Green candidate is leading and only 1 vote difference between Labour and National. That's a tight race. Thank you to Pushpa for those updates there. Now, we do have a number of guests who are coming in from around Aotearoa, New Zealand, who are down on the ground. But in the studio with me is my very special guest. He is the editor of Indian Newslink and a very well-respected journalist in his own right. He is Mr. Venkat Raman. How are you doing, Venkat?
Good, thank you, Monique. It's always a pleasure to be with you.
Oh, it's very exciting, and we are now 3 hours and 11 minutes in.
Yep.
3 hours to go.
At this point of time, the number of votes that have been counted are 1,277,063 votes, or 35.2%. Of that, Labour has 32 seats, National has 53 seats, Greens have 13, ACT has 12, New Zealand First has 7, and Te Pāti Maori is 5 seats. The trend is more or less continuing. But what's of interest are 2 constituencies in Auckland. One is Mount Roskill, and Mount Roskill, Carlos of National Party is leading with against Michael Wood by about 2,000 votes at the moment.
Interesting.
And in Mount Albert, Melissa Lee is leading, not with a very high majority, but she's certainly leading at this point of time. But a lot more votes have to be counted. If these 2 seats go to national, then we can be sure of what is called a Labour bloodbath.
Wow, those are big words.
The trends that are emerging from various constituencies are telling us that Labour is in for serious trouble tonight.
Wow.
Whether National will make it with full majority is yet to be seen. But it's now more or less a certainty that Labour will have a stunning, humiliating defeat.
Wow. Big words. Now, I do believe we have a guest coming into the studio. I believe we've got Carmel Lakshman on the Zoom call. Hopefully you can hear us now, Carmel.
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, absolutely.
I can. Yay, we got there.
Well, I'm in windy Wellington, sitting in a car. There's a Fiji day happening, so I've just come out. What's really interesting about the polls in Wellington is that it's not outrightly red. Have you noticed that?
Yes.
It's an outlier. It seems that, and we are sitting at the edge of our seat trying to work out who is going to actually win at the end of the day.
Very, very interesting. Now, in the lead up to today, what has the vibe been like on the ground?
Well, I was in Pororua, and everyone I spoke to was going to give a vote to Labour. And I found that quite interesting. And even if you look at the voting that has happened, it's not outrightly blue. It's green, red with not. The voters seem to be unsure whether it's going to be blue or red. So the trend in the capital seems to be a little bit different, which I find quite interesting, given this is the house of the place of power. So that's quite an interesting trend, I think.
Now, Carmel, as well, we've spoken with a bunch of different people this evening, and there seems to be, and this is what I've noticed in my experience, there seems to be a real difference between those candidates who are the personalities, who are marketing machines, who get themselves out there, and then, of course, that whole other side, which is the party vote, where people are voting on policies. And there seems to be 2 separate mindsets coming into play when people are making their voting decision. Is it what you've experienced in that area as well?
Yes, well, there's definitely the ideology battle going on. And it's very, very... people aren't sitting on the fence. They are either this or that. But at the moment, the rest of the country seems to be going blue. But Wellington is not like that. Wellington seems to be quite different mentality, different way of thinking about everything. So I'm finding that really interesting. Why Wellington is like that?
Do you? I'm thinking, Carmel, is that because Wellington is the home of your emergency services, your government departments, who have always, they've just gone through COVID with Labour. Do you think it could be a follow-on from that loyalty? Yeah.
Yeah, most of the government department, is based in Wellington, and there's this prospect of job cuts. And I think the population in Wellington tend to be very aware of the environment and all that kind of stuff, given that everyone talks about earthquake being in Wellington. Hasn't happened, but it's those kinds of things that people are very, very aware of, and it's in the forefront of their mind. But Ohio Valley, that's where I'm from, and it's Greg must be sitting at the edge of his seat because it's sort of so close that really we don't know which way it's going to go, and I don't even think we will know by the end of today which way it's going to go. We'll still have to wait for another 2 weeks.
Yes, totally agree.
All the votes are counted.
Totally agree. As a former Wellingtonian myself, I was always very politically aware. I grew up in quite a political household, and so was always quite aware of what was going on. I grew up in the era of the Peter Dunn heydays in Ohio as well, always very strongly a Peter Dunn seat, even though he was with a party, obviously. We always knew it was the Peter Dunn seat. And really interesting to see that is now a Labour seat, is that correct?
That's right. So when Peter decided not to stand, Labour won the seat. Greg O'Connor did.
Yeah.
And he's been a very, very active local member of parliament in Johnsonville and the outer areas. He's well known. He's done a lot of work. He's been very forward thinking about what the suburbs needed.
Yes.
And so he's popular in that way. But there is this blue and sea that is in front of us at the moment. So that I think, he's a very, very strong candidate, but you do also have a very strong candidate standing against him.
Totally agree. So in Wellington, you've obviously got Ohio, you've got Wellington Central, you've got Mana, of course, as well. You've got Rongotai, you've got the Hutt seats as well. So what are you thinking across all those seats? Is it strongly red?
Green is very, very strong here, isn't it? If you look if you look at the numbers, Green is really coming up in front. So that again is quite an interesting. So the Labour had a very strong seat in Wellington Central with Omar there.
Yes.
But now he's really not making it there, making the cut.
So interesting. Well, look, thank you so much for the updates. Do you have anything to add, Venkat?
Kamal, why do you think in Wellington Central it's not getting decisive? Why do you think Green Party is doing so well in Wellington?
Well, that's what this is just my hunch. This is not a researched opinion, but I'm thinking that Wellingtonians are very aware of the climate issues. They are very, very much concerned and worried about what's happening in New Zealand with all the weather changes and the natural disasters we've had, and we've had many. And as was rightly pointed out just now, this is the heart of where things happened and decisions are made, and government department officials live here and are very much part of that decision making. And I don't think they get caught into the marketing hype that has happened over the country. There's been a certain narrative that has been put out. And people have bought that narrative. It's been a very successful marketing and branding strategy that has been put in place by the blue side, and that has worked successfully. But you can't fool people that are decision makers.
Thank you, Kamal.
People that have been in the seat where they've actually had to do things. They're the active players.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Kamil. Something else is coming in
now. Thank you, Kamil. We will have to go. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We've got Monique. It looks like in Tamaki constituency, Brooke is leading by 3,000 votes.
Yes.
It looks like she will win. And Takanini, we can be very sure that Rima Nakle will win. She's leading already by 6,000 votes.
Oh, wow.
That is against Nehru Leyavasa, the sitting Labour Party candidate. So we will take Manish Tanna shortly after we've got... who do we have now next to come up?
I believe we've got Rashna Dave
Yeah.
coming up very shortly on Zoom call as well. I'll
And
just
I can also
double-check.
tell you that in Auckland Central, Chloe is leading by 1,400 votes. So it can
Is
go...
that a surprise, Venkat?
Pardon?
Is that a surprise?
It is somewhat a surprise because Mahesh has been campaigning very well.
He has been doing well.
So it may not be a surprise for many people because Chloe has held the constituencies very well, as a Green
But then
Party.
could he get in under the party vote?
He's on 43. His list number is 43.
Okay.
It remains to be seen how the party does.
Yes, so true. All right, I do believe we've got Rashna Dave on the chat as well. Hello, Rashna. Is she there? I think maybe she has frozen. The joys of live TV, Venkat. And we're back to the studio again. So we were just talking about some of those changes that we're seeing starting to happen.
Yes.
Is it as you thought?
What is surprising is Labour strongholds look to be shaking. And that is something which is a narrative of the public mood in New Zealand.
Yes.
Or if you like, the national mood.
Yes. Yep.
And again, looking at the performance of ACT Party, they're continuing to remain consistent with 11 or 12 seats. So which means National may not have the luxury of ruling alone.
Right. Gotcha. Excellent. Yep. I can understand that.
That's the only sad part of it for National. As far as ACT is concerned, they will be quite happy to note that they have almost won the second seat in Tamaki.
Yes. All right, I do believe we've got another guest coming in on Zoom right now. I believe, is it Rashna Dave? I do believe. Now, Rashna is, of course, one of our supporters here tonight and is a financial advisor with over 17 years of experience in the finance industry and has been a financial advisor for over 9 years, specialising in home lending and construction loans, business loans, and is on the board of directors for New Park Home Loans as well. So I believe we have Rashna coming into the studio, hopefully.
Hello, Rashna.
I think we're just waiting for Rashna to hop on the stream now. No, not quite there yet.
Okay.
Rashna hopefully will be there with us very soon. So it looks like there's lots of changes going on, Venkat.
I think there are lots of changes going on, but frankly, these changes are expected. As we went into the campaign and then as the campaign progressed and as we saw in our own opinion polls, as I said, Indian Newslink's opinion polls have singularly favored National Party. The tally was, as I said, 60.3% for National Party.
Yes.
Let's see what the real results are tonight. But in the interests of New Zealand, in the interests of our democracy, and in the interests of progress, I think there should be a strong government. That is what is important.
Yes.
I think Rashna has come back to the stage, to the studio. Hello, Rashna, can you hear us?
Yes. Hello, everyone. Hello, Venkat. Hello, Monique.
Hello. Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you.
Tell us, what is your observation so far, Rashna? You live in Mount Wellington, which comes under Mangakiki. Looks like Greg Fleming of National Party is winning there.
I hope so too, because when we went to do the voting, I think there was quite a bit of, the crowd who was waiting. And I think all my circle is kind of favoring National. So looking forward to the change personally.
Very good. Yeah.
Rashna, what's been the general consensus when you say looking forward to the change? What's been the feeling on the ground of everybody in your constituency, particularly over the last 6 months? We've had lots of changes, lots of challenges with cost of living. How are people feeling?
it's mainly people are feeling the pain point around the inflation side of it. And me coming from the financial industry and from the mortgage background, as a financial advisor, points around not only the interest rates, but also the tax deductibility side of it. So if it's not my feelings are not just restricted to the constituency side of it, but on a much more broader perspective of it.
Gotcha. Venkat, what sort of changes are you feeling for that constituency as well?
In Mangakiki? Mangakiki is not a surprise, as Rachna has been telling us. It has been a National Party seat since 2008. It so happened in 2020, it was swept away by the Labour wave that came in that particular year. Now we are seeing most of the National Party constituencies going back to the party. But what we are not expecting was some of the constituencies which are stronghold of Labour getting shaky. That is what is happening. As far as Mangakiki was concerned, it is no surprise that it is likely to go back to national because Greg Fleming is doing well there. Now we've got to see what's happening in Kelston, because Kelston is a strong Labour constituency where Carmel Sepuloni is contesting.
Yes.
We'll have to see there. And we'll also track what is happening in Mount Albert and in Mount Roskill.
Of course.
And Rachna, obviously you would favour a National Party government because you believe that National Party is business friendly. Is that right?
Yes, I would definitely, yes, absolutely. And I think it's more of a thing that not national may be able to make immediate changes, but I think the country needs the change, and it needs a different and a fresher perspective to restart again and then bring things back on track.
So, Rachna, I have a bit of a leading question for you then. Do you think National and Luxon can do that?
Sure.
She has met Christopher Luxon.
The time will say, but the time will say that. Look, I'm personally a national fan, but the time will say how things will shape up. But definitely, the fresh eye will make a big difference, and things will come back on track. Hopefully.
Wonderful.
Great.
Yeah, we're sure that's what all of us want. We want the country to do well, Rachna. We want the economy to prosper. We want all our businesses to do well. And if it can be delivered by National Party, National Act, or National Act in Winston, why not? But from where we are, we can tell you, Rachna, that Chris Hipkins is heading towards a crushing defeat. And the predictions are that he will quit tomorrow as the leader of the party, as it stands now.
Wow.
It's quite bad. Even in the Maori constituency, Nanaya is trailing behind.
Oh, wow. Sorry, Rachna, you were just sharing something?
Yes. No, so I was just sharing on the debate side of it as well. So, we would clearly see that because there were no certain answers, and that's why there was a lot of unprofessional behavior as well. And I think that is kind of also one of the points where people are not that confident with what Hopkinson is saying, that is he going to be even able to deliver what he's saying just by, and maybe with the new government, people may at least have some kind of a hope where they have lost the confidence from the existing government. So I completely agree with what you guys have got to say.
Well, Rachna, thank you so much for joining us here in the studio. Hopefully we have some time to chat with you again later on in the evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Rachna.
Thank you very much.
Right.
All right, so we're back in the studio. It is 9:30. We have 2.5 hours more of broadcast time. Venkat, I can see you've got some details up on your screen there. By the way, if you're just joining us, welcome. This is Face TV Sky Channel 83's broadcast in association with Indian Newslink. We also want to say a very big thank you to the team at Radio Tirana who are also broadcasting out our show tonight. Also to our wonderful sponsors and partners. We want to thank the Facebook group of Indians living in Auckland. Amazing. There's 50,000 people in that group, and it's great to be broadcasting through your channel. And also to, of course, the people following the Face TV Facebook page as well. Great to have you with us, and YouTube as well. Venkat, you're seeing lots of updates starting to come in. Are we getting a clear idea already of who our next government is?
Not yet, Monique, but it's getting more and more clearer and clearer, rather, that Labour is in for a major defeat. It looks that way. The way the votes are going, most of them are going to National, ACT, Green, and New Zealand First. As of now, New Zealand First is looking at 8 seats.
Wow.
And with the votes counted, 45% of votes counted, they've got about 6.1% of the votes, which will translate to 8 parliamentary seats.
That's incredible.
This is what Winston has always said, that never count me out. You can't bury me. That's what he used to tell me. And we've got a very good friend of ours with one of our reporters with Winston at the moment in Russell. When Winston is ready to speak, he will come on. He'll come to our studio
fantastic.
Through Zoom, and then he'll talk to us. But meanwhile, we need to see how the other constituencies are performing. I'm just trying to track what is going on in Kelston constituency, but nothing much has come from some constituencies where it is critical for us to know the performance of Labour and National.
Yes, I totally agree. So if we have a look in Kelston who you were just mentioning, so that's a Labour seat with Carmel Sepuloni.
Kelston is a Labour seat. We'll see whether you got any update on Kelston. I haven't seen anything so far.
But if we have a look there, we've got Ruby Schmoker.
Yeah, she's from the National Party.
Yes, or your other. It could be ACT, it could be Green. Labour, you've got Guy Wishart there as well. Are they strong competitors to the likes of Carmel Sepuloni?
She's a new candidate. Carmel has been in the political game for 15 years, and as you know, she rose quite high in the Labour Party echelons. And she's, although she was born in New Zealand, she's of Pacific origin. And we always say that she's born into a Samoan family and now married into a Fijian family. So she's a darling of the Pacific Island community. And she's done quite well as a Minister for Social Development. But as you and I know, Monique, a party's victory is not dependent on one or two people. It has to be a collective effort.
Yes.
And at this point of time, it looks like many places where currently the Labour Party is holding a seat, many places they are shaky. And one of them, as I said, is Takanini. It's really good that we will try and get Rima Nakle on the line. She's a very dear friend of Indian Newslink. She belongs to the Lebanese community.
Oh, right.
And she was born and raised in Sydney. And she married Roger Nakle in Manuriva in Auckland. And if you go to Manuriva, you'll find a road dedicated to the Nakle family. It is known as the Nakle Way because they have been in New Zealand since 1967. They have contributed hugely to the development of the Manuriva area. You might have heard of the Gardens. Gardens is a very important area in Manuriva.
Yes.
That was developed by
yes, I do know of the Gardens.
That was developed by the Nakle family.
Oh, wow.
And Rima worked really hard. And in 2020, she came in for the first time as a candidate of National Party. She could not get. But now, looking at the results, with the leads that she has established of 6,000 votes, I believe she will get it. And I promised her that I will give her a call when the results get more and more apparent that she's winning. She's one of those who will be very delighted, of course, that Takanini is a constituency which has not been tested properly. It was a new constituency introduced in 2020. If you remember, it was carved out of one side Botany, on
Yes.
another side Takanini.
Mm-hmm.
Takanini is a stronghold, Papakura. Papakura is a stronghold of National Party where Judith Collins is the MP.
Yes.
A section of that was taken and a section of Botany was taken and formed as Takanini. It is important because about 14% of that constituency has Indian community. And it has got a sizable Pacifica community. 2020, Nehru won for the first time. He contested and won. And now it looks like it is going to national.
Wow, so big changes happening there. Changes all night. Well, it's great to have you with us. I'm Monique Bradley, and it's a real delight to have you here with us in the Brown Street studios here for Face TV in association with Indian Newslink with some live updates. Now, these are live interactive broadcasts. We're a little bit different from some of the other channels in the fact that you can be part of the conversation as well. We are live on social media as well as on Sky TV channel 83, and we'd love to hear your comments, your thoughts. We'd love to know what's the feeling down on the ground where you are. What are people in your electorate, in your family, in your home saying about how they're feeling? Will we see a change in the government? It's actually looking likely tonight. Now, I believe we may have another guest coming into the studio in just a moment too, which is fantastic. We have guests coming in from all around New Zealand who are all commentators, experts, thought leaders as well, and it's a real delight to have them with us. We've even spoken to upcoming potential members of Parliament tonight as well, hopefully,
yes.
Which is fantastic. And I do believe we've got another guest just on the line who will be hopping into the broadcast. But if you are watching one of these social media channels, we would love to hear from you. Please feel free to leave your comments. I can see there's quite a few of you on Radio Tirana as well at the moment. So do feel free to let us know your thoughts, your comments on what's happening. And I do believe we have a bit of an update coming on with regards to Kelston. We do have a live update for you right now. Let's take a look at that. Currently now, if we have a look, in Kelston, Labour is just ahead. Let's take a look at the number of what the votes are like there. The number, we've got 5,435 votes for Labour. National is currently polling at 5,070. Okay, so there's 400 votes in it.
Yep.
Green Party, we're looking at 2,114 votes, and ACT is currently sitting on 1,010.
Monique, this is very unique. Where National and Labour are neck to neck, we are seeing smaller parties trying to split the votes.
Yes.
As you can see in Kelston, it is Green and ACT which is taking away some of the votes. It'll be interesting to see how this progresses. We'll keep a track on from Kelston, and see how it goes in the next half an hour or so.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that update. And I just have to thank our team who are doing an incredible job of bringing in all the graphics and then bringing in callers from around New Zealand and then doing all the live switching. Thank you to our team who are helping us make this possible. We do have another guest coming into the studio. Manish Tanna is coming in.
Now, Manish is going
Zoom.
to be very happy to report to us that Manishji, Takanini, I think, is going to national.
As I mentioned before, when I crossed over, that Takanini, the lead was so fantastic right at the beginning, and it has gone better. Also, the other Labour electorates where the people have now awoken to the fact that supporting red every time has actually seen them going more into red and not turning them into a better life. So I feel that's the story repeated in Mount Roskill, in Newland, and also in Mount Albert, where our friend Melissa is going to be the next MP.
Wow.
I was slightly surprised at one of our contributors saying that it was a good marketing campaign, because actually it was not needed at all, because everybody was already totally disappointed and frustrated, and also angry at the state of the nation, also the state of education and health. So I think people have replied back, and they have said that coming on the TV every day for COVID and asking people to be kind does not translate into votes every time. So this is basically people going back to their senses.
Wow.
That's a very heavy statement.
Big call. Yeah, big call back to the senses. That could be one of the quotes of the night, Manish.
Well, I hope that people remain sensible.
Big call. Now, I can see you're in the car and off to somewhere. Are you off to a National Party celebration?
I am just with family at the moment, and we are trying to gauge the mood of the city. Right now, I am in Viaduct, and we find that quite a lot of enthusiastic people are going around. If I see some gathering or if I join some gathering, I'll definitely that time request Daryl to keep me back in. But at this point, I'm not going to any formal gathering as such. It's just family time.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for the update.
You can see my good young fellow here.
How fantastic. Well, look, thank you so much for that update. And if you do happen to gate crash the ACT party happening down the Viaduct, do make sure you Zoom us in and get in touch. Thank you so much once again. Thank you.
You keep on having a wonderful night. Thank you.
Thanks.
Right.
What a delight having Manish there and his furry companion in the car, down on the ground, finding out what's happening with voters out on the streets tonight. See, we've got real people. This is what our channel is all about, real people, real stories, and connecting with our communities. And I'm joined here in the studio tonight with a very lovely Mr. Venkat Raman from Indian Newslink. Venkat, you've got some updates for us.
Sure. Not really. The trend is continuing. I'm trying to see what's happening in Mount Albert, in Auckland, Mount Roskill, and Kelston. Kelston, we have just seen that Labour and National are very close to each other. In Mount Roskill, the results are still coming in. Michael Wood seems to be trailing behind Carlos of National Party. And in Mount Albert, Helen White is trailing behind Melissa. So we'll have to see. Now we hope to get Monique, Rajen Prasad, Dr. Rajen Prasad, who's an expert. He's a great political commentator. We need to speak to him at some stage.
Well, I believe he's actually waiting on the Zoom call right now.
Be fantastic.
So let's see if we can get him into the studio in just a moment. Very exciting. Apparently we have to keep talking until he's there, but apparently he's not too far away, which is fantastic. Tell us about Rajen Prasad.
Rajen Prasad is one of our most distinguished public servants. He has been Race Relations Conciliator. That was the title given those days to the Race Relations Commissioner. Thereafter, he was the Chief Families Commissioner when it was established. And then he became Member of Parliament representing the Labour Party. In 2007 and in 2011, he did 2 terms as the Member of Parliament, and he has counselled for many governments around the world on MMP.
Amazing.
And we are really lucky that we have Rajen with us today.
We really are. Welcome to the studio, Rajen. Lovely to have you with us.
Thanks, Monique, and good evening to you, and good evening, Venkat. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks, Rajen. Thanks for joining us. Tell us what's happening. What's your take on the results so far?
Well, I think it has all been said. I mean, it's devastating, really. From a personal perspective, it's a reversal, almost mirror reversal of 2020. When the country just voted for one party and the then government lost, blue seats went red. And it looks as if that has turned quite dramatically this time. But for Labour, the result is disastrous. It will call on the party to do lots of things differently. And I guess that process would be in people's minds right now. If you ask me what went wrong, I think just too many things went wrong, and probably for 2 years, and the party was not nimble enough to really identify those and rectify those issues, and I think that's a strategic failing of the government. What it gave the public, the antagonists, if you like, the opportunity to do was to pick on every itch pick on every failing, and they gave many opportunities to be attacked. So I think when they begin to review, which will happen, no doubt, it will happen, really a brutal review of what happened this year and why did it happen. There has to go back to 2017, the COVID period, post-COVID, and then the last 2 years was really the period in which the party began to lose quite significant support. At the same time, I think the rhetoric, the framing of New Zealand's issues from the opposition was quite novel, and I think quite different from what we've heard in the past. And I think so, and that leads to that could be a real strength in what they will be doing, the new government will be doing. But I just hope they haven't overpromised that we will now fix everything up and everything will be back on track. Because you and I will be having this conversation 3 years from now, saying, "What have you achieved?
Interesting.
Have you fixed all those problems that you gave promise that you would fix?" And I think that's where we are. Those are the implications for the party. I still support.
But Rajan, don't you think that, in a sense, it shows that we've got a very sound democracy, and people are expressing their satisfaction or disappointment in no uncertain terms? It's a good strength. It's a good indication. It might be a learning process for a particular political party, but then it strengthens our belief in democracy, doesn't it? From a larger point of view.
Oh, look, New Zealand is the country that has the longest democratic parliament in the Westminster system. So it's the longest period that any country has had a democratically elected government. And on the night or soon after, when the results are announced, people accept it. That's a strength of our democracy. And all of us who are believers in the democratic process, of course, as you say, Venkat, we're very proud of where we are today, that a country can determine with such clarity that it is time for a change. It's happened 3 years sooner than normal.
Yeah, that is a fact.
Yeah.
But I think, Rajan, this also is a lesson for all political parties, that people will speak out if they feel that a particular government has betrayed them or not done well enough, isn't it?
Yes, it is, Venkat, but as you and I both know, that governments are not very good at learning that lesson. Governments very quickly, it'll happen to this government, the next government, very quickly become very arrogant. And you've got to work very, very hard to keep, particularly the larger your caucus, the bigger their challenge, to keep them from harvesting that odium that inevitably in a country like New Zealand follows politicians and politics. No matter how good you are, in the end.
So would you say that there is no pun on this word? Peter's principle worked for Labour, not Winston Peters, of course.
We reach our level of incompetence?
Absolutely.
Yes, we do. Inevitably we do. And it's these cycles have gone on before, and we will reflect on them. And I think this one is nuanced. I mean, look what's happened to the Māori seats. Now, at a time when a government has had the largest Māori caucus, huge amount of focus on Māori policy and Māori advancement, the government loses those, most likely will lose those Māori seats. So there are some kind of other things at play. And Māori have done this before, where they've gone with a particular party, moved again and come back.
Rajan, sorry to interrupt you. It looks like Michael Wood is losing. He is almost 2,000 votes behind Carlos of National in Mount Roskill.
Interesting.
I think this election has paid no service or has not respected those who have served their communities.
Yeah.
This is a tsunami. This is a real. Let's clean this out, and people have got in the way. Some good people have got in the way, and I don't think it's Michael's indiscretion that gets into this point. It's just that.
I mean, it is still not final, Rajan, because
no. But
he's 2,000 votes behind. That's the thing.
What's about half the votes been counted?
About.
Yeah.
So
it gets harder to make that up as the night goes on.
Yes.
51%.
It'll become a very at best it'll become a very marginal Labour seat.
Yeah.
These were safe Labour seats. And Mount Albert, Mount Roskill, I think Carmel is doing all right. I think Tieritu is in doubt. Hobsonville is most likely will go. Mangakeke will change.
Yeah, I think Mangakeke is already going. Mount Roskill is getting to be very doubtful, extremely doubtful.
Mount Roskill is very clearly national, as we can see on the screen there. I think it will be hard to catch
Botany, Labour has got a real drubbing. Botany, Christopher Luxon has got about 16,000 votes, and Labour is less than 5,000.
We used the same adjectives in 2020. I mean,
2020 was abnormal, I think, Rajan.
No, but of course it was. So is this one. What I'm saying is that this is a reversal, almost a mirror image.
Yeah,
from my perspective of those things happening. There are different reasons behind the shift, but it is a shift nonetheless. I was listening to my good friend Manish Tanna's commentary, and let's not gloat. Let's simply accept. And I say this to Manish as a friend. Yes, the people have decided. And as somebody else said, the people are always right. So you accept that.
Yeah.
And you live from it. And parties will do what they have to do.
So I have a couple of questions. So this is that I want to know from your perspective. Obviously, COVID was something that we never expected. It changed everything. It was something that the Labour Party during their time had to endure and deal with. In a time that we've never had to experience anything like that before. Of course, that's going to affect the reputation, the way we dealt with it. Do you think it was the way that it was dealt with that is now the reason why everybody is potentially changing the way they voted previously?
Monique, I think there are 3 or 4 things. It's not just one. It did go on, the second half. The initial response to COVID resulted in a one-party government.
Yeah.
So they must have done something right. But at some point, they lost the confidence of the people.
Yes.
Either because it went on too long, or because of the kind of information that was being provided, or because we relied on experts rather than take our citizens into account. I mean, for a number of reasons, they lost the confidence of the people. Probably the most powerful of that was the policy to lock New Zealanders out of the country. That was brutal. And while we could justify it in medical terms, etc., we needed, as I said, the government needed to be more nimble and really realize what our citizens, and I have a son and daughter-in-law, the same point living in same experience living in New York. They need to be more nimble to try to appreciate their perspectives and take them on board, and we didn't do that. But there were 2 or 3 other things. I don't know why. Well, when New Zealand signed the Convention on the Rights of Indigenous People, that was John Key's government signed that, there's a process that the country has to go through to see how they're going to bring that into New Zealand law, and a committee was appointed. That committee was, in quotes, a radical committee. it came up with a report called Hepopo, not a government report. If I was the minister, I would have released the report on the day it came out and said, some of this is out of the ballpark, we're not going to follow it.
Yep.
And instead, they did not do that. What that gave opportunity for was people to begin to say, look, something's happening with Maori representation in the Three Waters reform. And this is the Hepuapu agenda. Some people have been writing that the agenda of this government was by 2040 to return the government of New Zealand to Maori, which is just the craziest thing you've ever heard. But the government, as I said earlier in my introduction, the government was just not nimble enough to realize what was happening here. What were citizens feeling? Why don't we take them into our confidence? We didn't do any of that. Now, that was quite serious. Then, as every government post-COVID will have to face up to, is inflation and the cost of living. And most governments that manage COVID will be voted out. Happened to Trump.
Yep.
Happened in New Zealand. Most likely Canada came very close. The UK most likely as well. And so other countries as well will go through this now, depending on where they are in the electoral cycle. So I think, Monique, a very good question. I don't have an answer. I think holistically. So when I look at all of these things together, I say that it gave rise to a particular mindset that was very hard to shake.
Yes.
Election campaign.
Yes.
They couldn't shake it. The other commentary gained precedence and was very well conducted.
Yes.
The problems of New Zealand haven't gone away. The government's got to deal with it.
Yes. Yes. My final question to you on this trajectory of chat would be around the question of and this is, you don't have to answer, but I've got to ask the question because it's been sitting in the back of my mind. Was Hipkins the right person to follow on from Jacinda?
Look,
I had to ask.
No, it's a good question. The right person is the person who's willing to take it on.
Good answer.
And he was the person willing to take it on. Now, I went into Parliament with this group of cabinet people who are in cabinet now. So we were the class of 08, we say. Now, and so, and they were well schooled. Most of them were trained by Helen Clark in her time as Prime Minister. That they were part of the Wellington Brigade. They were clever people. They're not silly people by any means. So and when change occurs, you find the next person who's willing to take it up. When Helen Clark left, was Phil Goff the right person? When every government now will go through, every government that loses goes through a period of different leaders. It happened to us in Labour about 4 or 5 times. It happened to National in this last 6 years, several times. So it'd be interesting to see what Chippy does now, and how the party comes back together. I mean, that's the challenge.
Yes.
The party will accept this. The party will accept this as a drubbing. The people have decided they will determine to be a strong opposition, and of course they will have plenty of information to critique the government. So they'll have all of that. But then the review and how to reposition the party to get into the next cycle will be its challenge. I hope I've dodged your question.
You did. I was listening to you going,
it was a fair answer.
Is he actually going to answer? Spoken like a true politician. Thank you so much.
No, don't say that to me. I answered probably as a true academic.
Yeah, okay. I'll take that.
I my way through it. I remember when I went into politics, my niece was saying to me, "Oh, you're just only saying that because you're a politician."
Yeah.
I said, yesterday I was your uncle, and last week I was your uncle, and I was right. How come I'm wrong today? You can't tar us all with the same brush. But I'll take your point. I'll take it on the chin.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for answering
Thank you, Rajan.
For talking your way around it. I really appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us in the studio. I hope to hear more from you later on tonight.
Thank you, Rajan.
I think that was extremely well handled, Venkat. What did you think?
Rajan is not just an academic.
Oh, he's
an
smart
intellectual.
and fun. He's
an
very
intellectual.
clever.
And he doesn't have those kind of hang-ups of a politician. He went to Parliament after, he was really, really rich with experience.
Yes.
As a bureaucrat, as someone who sat in a totally impartial position as a race relations conciliator. So he went rich with knowledge and experience. And it was unfortunate that he went into Parliament when Labour was in opposition. He was not there at the best of the Labour's time, but he did the best of what a parliamentarian should do.
Yes.
And he did extremely well as a member of Parliament.
Yes. And when we were chatting with him the other night, I thought, he's somebody I want to see if I can push the boundary a little bit. So I'm glad he was open to my questions. Now, have you got some updates from your end?
Yeah, it looks like in Mount Roskill, National Party is leading. Mangakiki, National Party is leading. Mount Albert, National Party is leading. Epsom, of course, David Seymour has won.
Yes.
In Tamaki, it looks like Brooke will be winning. Takanini, again, it looks like Rima Nakle of National Party will win. I've sent her a text message. I'm hoping that Rima will come on our program so that we can greet her and find out what her feelings are.
Great stuff.
Right now, the Green Party is not doing badly at all. They're looking at 13 seats.
Oh, fantastic news. Wow. Congratulations to them. I do believe we've got a screen graphic as well to show what's going on in Auckland Central right now as well. Let's see if we can get that.
Yeah. What's
Look at that.
Auckland Central?
National.
Is it Auckland Central?
That is Auckland Central.
Excellent.
Wow.
How many votes have been?
5,420 for National. Green Party, 3,805.
Oh, that's quite a leap.
It is. And then we've got Labour there, 3,403, followed by ACT with 1,536. And then you've got New Zealand First, 556 votes. So how's that for Auckland Central, Venkat?
This is excellent. Mahesh has done very well. The party has done very well. Because just about 40 minutes ago, Green was leading in Auckland Central.
Let me just double check and make sure that those results are correct.
Yes.
And is that the party vote or is that the candidate vote? We just need to get some clarity on that.
It's
That's the party vote.
It's party votes.
Party
yeah,
vote.
Okay.
Just as well, we had that clear. We don't want to give anybody the wrong idea, of course.
Sorry. What we just now saw was the party vote position in Auckland Central, where National is leading, trailed by Green Party in the party vote. Candidate vote, electoral vote, we've still got to get some more figures, which are later ones in Auckland Central.
And I believe we've got Rashna coming back very shortly as well. It's 10:04, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 2 more hours of broadcast and we've got loads of updates happening right now. Venkat, I can see you've got some more updates that you can see there.
In Ramutaka, that is the constituency of Chris Hipkins.
That's right.
He's leading with a very comfortable majority. He has polled 12,733 votes so far, trailed by Chatterton of National Party by 7. His count is 7,964 votes. So there's a clear majority for Chris Hipkins there. The Labour Party is now sitting at 26.2%, Monique, with 15 candidate seats leading and projected 33 seats.
Okay, how does that fare with what you were originally thinking?
My original position for Labour was 35. So it may be close. I mean, I always say give or take 1 seat.
The rule of era.
Kaikoura of Stuart Smith, as expected, National Party is leading very comfortably. He's leading with almost 6,000 votes in lead. So he will get elected as because he's a very strong National Party candidate.
Yes.
And going further on, as I've told you, Nanaya was trailing behind, and we'll have to see how what is happening in a few other constituencies. I'm just checking, trying to track Kelston if we can get Kelston constituency in Auckland.
Yes.
Kelston is, Labour is leading. Carmel Sepuloni has so far got 6,768 votes.
Wow.
To something like 5,000 and odd of National Party. Party vote also, Labour is leading with 35.8% in Kelston. In Mana, Barbara Edmonds of Labour has got 10,000 and odd votes.
And we heard that from Carmel before, that a lot of the Wellington seats were tending to go Labour.
Yep, correct. I think that trend is going on. In Mangere, Labour is leading as expected, 6,803 votes, followed by Nationals 2,475 votes.
So that's pretty clear there.
Very clear. 60% of votes have gone to Labour.
Okay, interesting. And I do believe we've got another guest coming into the
Nanuriva
studio.
is another important constituency.
Yes.
8,353 votes for Arena Williams and 4,782 votes for Siva Kilari, who campaigned very, very well for National Party in Nanuriva.
Great stuff. All right, we do have another a person coming into the studio, another guest. We've got Rachna Tata. She joined us earlier in the evening. She's the admin and moderator for Indians living in Auckland in their Facebook group there, and has worked in the media industry and at the New Zealand Herald for some time. So I believe she is coming in via Zoom into the studio. Come on through, Rachna. Hello, how are you going?
Thank you, Monique. Just,
No, you're muted. Can't hear you.
Oh, we're just working on that. We've just lost the sound again. No
I'm
worries. I'm not sure that we can hear her. Hello?
Hello.
We've got you.
Excellent. Just going a little further from what, Dr. Rajan Prasad just said. And I personally think that, COVID's come and gone. But a lot of the pent-up emotions, the anger, the resentment still goes on. It affected people's lives a lot more than we thought. Yes, everybody said we were being kept safe. Friends in India would say, aren't you lucky living in New Zealand? You have such excellent care where everybody else is dying. But, there were families kept apart for years and years. And the reality of COVID coming back is still not lost. So, are we going to go back to that same situation again? Is that the way any of us want to, ever live again? The second thing that I actually did put in words yesterday, and I said, I really, really feel sorry in some ways for Christopher Luxon. He will win. He's put in the hard slog. He's done everything. New Zealanders are going to expect urgent results. And he does not have a magic wand. Will disillusionment sort of set in really early? Or are we going to give him a fair enough chance?
Great questions. And I've been sitting here for the last week going, are we going to see a national takeover? And is that the result of a COVID casualty for Labour? Was it the fact that COVID just was so tough for everyone, or is it what we saw from the way they handled COVID? Did they do the best with their intentions? And are we now, having suffered those effects, like you said, people were locked down, we couldn't see our families, are we responding because of that anger and that resentment because of that time? But were they doing what was best practice? There's so many unanswered questions. I think it's such a hard one, but all we're seeing is change. So, it's a hard one to gauge, isn't it?
Absolutely. And it's something that, in your own personal life, you never thought, you'd have to see a day where you couldn't fly if you had a dead parent somewhere else in the world. It happened to me, and I still live with that guilt every single day.
Yes, and I know, and firstly, I'm sorry for your loss, and secondly, I know so many people with that same story, even stuck in the same country and couldn't get through, stuck here in New Zealand and couldn't get to a family bereavement and things like that. it was a tough time, and they kept saying it was an unprecedented time, and I still agree. Could there have been a better way to handle it?
Exactly. And could there have been more compassion, more empathy? You had a Russian roulette where, you were picking up numbers out of a lottery system. There was no sense of urgency for, who had to be here first? What were their reasons? Was it challenging to, go through all that? You could have had a better system. And in some ways, this anger and resentment is now coming out.
Interesting. And we're seeing that change. So question for you in your area, your constituency. Tell us about what's happening for you and for the people around you.
Well, in our area, there was going to be no other result. I mean, we knew that these two people, one of them was, of course, Christopher Luxon, and one of them was Simeon Brown. They both have done excellent work in the community. Yes, they were going to win. We haven't, of course, Christopher Luxon has, had to go right through the country. So, obviously he wasn't going to be in Botany all the time. But at the same time, we were really proud, that he was representing Botany to the best of his abilities. So, having said that, Botany was right behind him from day one.
Gotcha. Great feedback there. Thank you so much for your comments. Now, Venkat, I'm sure you're a man of many words. I'm sure you've got something to add to the conversation there.
Yes, there in many ways it was the anger of the people that is being displayed here. People who are affected during COVID, but that's not entirely the picture. It's not just COVID affected many countries. I know people in America who were not able to travel. I know people in Britain who are not able to. That's a part of the pandemic situation. But I think more than that, what the results coming out here are showing is that people have come out of COVID, but they're looking at other aspects, which they feel betrayed about is the way Labour Party handled some of the major issues that confront New Zealanders. I think at this stage, Monique, I can give you some updates which will give you the trend of what is happening. Thank you, Rachna.
Yes, thank you so much for joining us, Rachna. We really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Upper Harbour, Cameron Brewer, with 61% of votes polled. He has got 13,398 votes.
If you're just joining us, we're just having a new update. Come back to us, Venkat, with Cameron Brewer's update.
Upper Harbour looks like it is going to National Party. Cameron Brewer is far ahead with 13,398 votes, trailed by Vanishi Walters of Labour Party at 5,687 votes. So that's Upper Harbour for you. North Court, Don Bidwa of National Party has 13,159 votes, and the current incumbent Shannon Halbert is 7,266 votes.
Clearly national.
Yes, and the next one is North Shore. Simon Watts, who already held the seat, he's 18,377 votes, followed by George Hampton, 6,264 votes. So there's no chance of him winning. Then you go to, let's go across to Newland, which is a shocker. Paulo Garcia, a dear friend who's a representative of the Filipino community in National Party, has established the lead. 8,144 votes. Deborah Russell, a minister, and who has held the seat from 2017. She's got 7,102 votes.
Wow.
So, but it's a little close, so we'll wait and see. Tiatutu, Nicholas Angie Nicholas, 9,277 votes. Phil Tyford of Labour trailing, 8,885 votes.
Wow.
That's going to be an upset. And then we have Mount Albert. What a disaster. Mount Albert is Melissa Lee, 7,618 votes. Helen White is 7,429 votes.
Wow.
Very close.
Very close. So 200 votes, that, special votes or international votes can affect a possible outcome?
Can up to 100,000, 1,500 votes.
Yes.
Auckland Central, Chloe is 7,541 votes for the Green Party. Mahesh of National has so far got 6,199. I would say it's still early days because only 54% of the votes have been counted. Then you go across to some of the red areas in Auckland. Kelston. Carmel Sepuloni is in the lead. It's only 46% of votes have been polled so far, counted rather. She's in the lead with 6,810 votes. And Ruby Shamikal is 5,170. Then Epsom, it is a no-brainer. David Seymour has got 10,721 votes. Paul Goldsmith, just about half of that. Then what do you now? You go to Tamaki. Very clear lead for Brooke Van Welden. 14,149 votes. Followed by Simon O'Connor of National, 9,897.
Wow,
very good lead for her. It looks like it's going to ACT Party. Then you have Pakuranga. Again, no guesses there. Simeon Brown of National, 18,170 votes. Just listen to this, Monique. Followed by Nerissa Henry, who really did very poor campaigning. She got 4,739 votes. Very dismal performance by Paramjit Pama, 829
Wow,
votes.
not what I expected.
She has not even got 1,000 votes in Pakuranga. Then Mount Roskill, Carlos is leading, 10,121 votes. Michael Wood, 8,408 votes. 69% counted.
Okay.
Dangerous.
Okay, that's clearly...
Mangakiki, Priyanka seems to be losing. Greg Fleming is 10,542 votes. Priyanka Radhakrishnan is 7,072 votes. 72% of votes counted. Then you have Panmure Rotahuhu. I think it's very safe for Jenny Salesa of Labour Party. 8,417 votes. Navtej Randhawa of National trailing with less than half. 4,069
And we've just got a graphic up there on the screen for Mangakiki as well, as you were just mentioning before. Greg Fleming looking pretty comfortable out the front, 10,424 votes. And then, of course, we're moving into Priyanka. I struggle with that surname, Radhakrishnan.
Radhakrishnan, yeah.
I hope I said that correctly. With 6,000, I believe, 6,900. I can't even read those details from here. 964, is it? And then following in by 1378 there from Sapna. It's really interesting seeing the results tonight.
Mangakiki, as I have mentioned a couple of times before, is either Labour or National.
Yes.
And it has been under National from 2008. Except for 2020. So I'm not surprised that it has gone back to National Party.
Right, yes. Now, I do believe we've got Dr. Pushpa Wood coming in very shortly. I just had a look in the feed there. Dr. Pushpa Wood is the director of the New Zealand Financial Education and Research Centre at Massey University. Is that correct, Daryl? Have we got Pushpa on the line? Yes, I do believe we have. We're just going to bring Pushpa in through the live stream feed and Zoom as well. And do remember too, you are part of the commentary as well, ladies and gentlemen. Whoever is watching tonight, remember too, you can hop on in social media and add your comments into the feed as well. So we're just going to cut to Zoom to welcome to the broadcast Dr. Pushpa Wood.
Hi Monique, hello Venkat.
Hello Pushpa.
Wellington is being very interesting. The two seats that I have been watching with great interest were supposedly two very, very safe Labour seats, Rongotai and Wellington Central.
Yes.
Now, Rongotai, 45.6% votes counted. Green has got 5509 and Labour has got 5094. So there's a 400 around that. But Karuna, the national person, hasn't done too bad as a first timer, 3696. And considering it's more than 50% votes still to come in, and plus the special votes. slightly more worrying is Wellington Central, which is now 60% votes counted. And there, the Green has got 9326. And National has got 6594. So there's a big gap between the two. The close gap is between National and Labour. So the Labour is 6551. So that could still be that Abraham might still end up in a second position, but it looks like that Green is getting quite ahead in a lot of ways. So in those two seats, you can see the Green taking over, more or less, but the other seats are comparatively safer still with Labour. And I'm saying with great sort of reservation, comparatively safer, as comparatively as you can get at this point in time. But that will be a huge shock to Labour if they lose those two safe seats that have been there for God knows how long.
Pushpa, was that a surprise for you, these results?
Wellington Central wasn't that much surprise, but Rongotai was a bit surprised. Wellington Central, because I think it is still a very much, whether people like to admit it or not, it is still very white middle class Pakeha constituency. They are not. And if the candidate is not well connected with the whole community rather than only the ethnic community, then you do run the major risk. And I think that's what I am seeing in that particular area. He was well connected with his ethnic communities, but I don't think he made very much ground with the rest of the electorate.
Gotcha.
But
okay.
That was my observation from seeing it. So I think there will be very sleepless night tonight. I mean, although he's on a safe number, high enough on the list, so he will still be in Parliament, but it will be a great embarrassment because, Grant has had considerable amount of lead on that. So not only to lose all of that lead, but also not to retain the seat is kind
Pushpa,
of...
my observation is that the 4 seats in Wellington, all the 4 have gone far left or left. That means it tells you a story that people are more willing to bet on a leftist-leaning party because out of 4 seats, you have got 3 of them are Green, and 1 is Labour.
Yeah. And that's why, and I think the Wellington being again especially the Wellington Central seat is very much what I call the public servant and the, to use your term, Venkat, intellectual group who is very much thinking on their feet and seeing. And I think the other thing earlier we were talking about COVID. Well, I think the last election was very much, I would say, exposure plus sympathy vote to Labour.
I've got a question on that to you, Pushpa. Yeah. The bureaucracy, a majority of them, I would suggest, are migrants to Wellington. So they may not be voting from Wellington at all.
Some may not be, but majority of the migrants, if they are registered, they are voting within Wellington, unless they are living in a different constituency. But majority of them, those who are living in Wellington, are voting in Wellington. But whether they are voting for Labour or whether they are voting for National, my observation is that they would rather not vote than vote for National, especially the migrants, non-Indian migrants I'm talking about.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Indian migrants are still very much, and especially the business migrants. I jokingly say the wannabe rich group wants to be associated with National, not with Labour.
Yeah, okay. The Ohio state seat is still uncertain because Greg O'Connor and Nicola are almost neck to neck, I would suggest, Pushpa.
Yes, it is. It's 80% votes counted, and it's Greg has got 12,464, and Nicola has got 11,534. So it's still, she
It
might
could go
still
either
edge
way.
her way in. Yeah,
Yeah.
she can still edge her way in because, again, she has been very hardworking. Same like Greg. They both have been out and about and being seen in public, talking to people, attending the events and that. Every event I've been to, I've seen her there. She's always at the forefront when it comes to any volunteering for any events, especially with ethnic groups. So it is quite interesting because both of them are very well known in the community. It's just she hasn't ever stood from that particular area, and yet she has managed to, as a newcomer in that area, she has managed to get very high votes.
So after all, Karuna will not make it to Parliament because he's number 3 at the moment, although only 51% of votes have been counted.
Yes. I think what will be interesting, Venkat, tomorrow to do analysis to see whether or what percentage or proportion or number of actually ethnic candidates have gotten.
Okay.
Good, a very good point.
That would be the interesting thing to look at overall, regardless of which party they've come from. I'm not interested in the party. I'm looking at, is New Zealand ready to have, is ready to elect ethnic people, not by coming through, the party vote, but are they ready as a nation to actually bring in ethnic people, elect them? And what
well, it will be proved. It will be proved in Mount Roskill if Carlos wins.
Yeah.
Carlos is a Chinese.
But looking at our overall population as an ethnic group in this country, 1 or 2 seats are nothing.
I know, but then it's a beginning. You see, if Rima Nakle, she's likely to win in Takanini. She's an ethnic candidate. She's a Lebanese.
And that will be really exciting if we can get 4 or 5 people. That would.
I think we'll have more than that this time, Pushpa. It looks like we'll have more. Melissa Lee, if she wins in Mount Albert.
Yeah, but she's well known.
Yeah, but she's an ethnic candidate,
Yeah, so it will be quite a good message for our young people within ethnic communities that they do
Paulo
have,
Garcia from Newslink. He's leading in. He's against Deborah Russell.
Yeah, I think we are making a mark as ethnic communities.
Yeah. Thank you.
Fantastic. Look, Dr. Pushpa, thank you so much for joining us once again, and do keep us up to date with what's going on in your constituencies. Thank you so much.
We'll do that. Thank you.
Well, it's a very exciting time here in the studio. There's so much going on. It is 10:28, and I do want to thank you all for watching us on social media, whether you're watching on YouTube, Facebook channels, in the Facebook group of Indians living in Auckland, or if you are watching on Sky Channel 83 Face TV. Kia ora and welcome. I'm Monique Bradley here in the Brown Street studios, joined by the editor of Indian Newslink, Mr. Venkat Raman. Venkat, how are you feeling? It's been a long night so far, but you're still going.
Yes, it's quite usual for people like us because we are used to long waits, either for an election result or waiting to interview somebody or waiting at a press conference. We are used to waiting, but the way things are going, as I have been mentioning in the past couple of hours, things are very bad for Labour.
Yes.
At this point of time, I'm seeing a lot of blues, and unexpectedly in some areas the Green Party is doing well.
Yeah, it is quite a surprise.
In Northland, we've got both the seats, I think, are going to, although it's still early days, both seats are likely to go to National Party. We'll see. We keep tracking the numbers. I think we've got one of our people coming from the panel.
We do, actually. Your friend Sharish.
Oh, our correspondent in Christchurch. Hello, yes. Sharish. Are you there?
Yes, I am here, and I think interesting Venkat talking about waiting. Monique, you might be surprised that the waiting time for a telephone connection in India some time back used to be 8 to 10 years. For a scooter, something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Wow.
very true.
So
We are
you,
used to waiting and therefore being very patient for everything.
well, thank you for waiting to hop on the call tonight. I know that you've
No,
been
I
waiting for a little
admire
while.
how you have been conducting this program all the way and, still energetic and smiling.
I try.
In good company.
So you've got some updates for us. What's happening on the ground where you are?
Yes, so I'll start with Banks Peninsula, where Nationals Vanessa Nink is leading. 75% of the votes counted. So we may have a new member of parliament from
Yes.
there in Vanessa.
Yes.
Christchurch Central, 77% counted. Dr. Duncan Webb looks to retain his seat. He
Right.
has a comfortable lead over Nationals Dale Stephens.
So that's definitely a Labour seat by the looks of it.
Yes. Christchurch East, again, 81% counted. And
Wow.
Ruben Davidson of Labour is likely to win it. So
Wow.
we will have a new member of parliament from Christchurch East. If I complete the Christchurch story, Ireland, Hamish Campbell is in comfortable lead. National, a new member of parliament. Vigram, if you remember, we started with Dr. Megan Woods
Yes,
training,
yes.
but she has recovered and she has now a comfortable lead of
Oh,
about
wow.
900 with 75% votes counted.
Oh, wow. Because I think last
So-
time we chatted, it was Tracy Summerfield that was doing quite well.
That's right. And then, things have changed. So in Christchurch, we will have Dr. Duncan Webb and Dr. Megan Woods retaining their seats, and others we will have new member of parliaments.
So interesting. Now, did you expect this to happen?
Yeah, the central was always going to be tight for me. And I am surprised by the lead Dr. Duncan Webb has over his opponent. On the other hand, with Dr. Megan Woods, I would have thought it's a safe seat. She will basically fly through. But like when it opened, she was trailing. So, elections can create surprise and you never know.
So, Venkat, what are your thoughts on all of that?
As Shirish says, I'm quite surprised that I'm not surprised that Webb has kept his seat, but Megan Woods finding it difficult because she's an extremely popular member of parliament, a popular politician in at least her constituency. For her to be challenged the way in which she has been challenged, it only shows that there is a growing dissent towards Labour. That's what is coming through. Are people generally happy with what is emerging, Shirish, there in Canterbury?
Well, I have been on this call more or less and analyzing numbers. So only earlier in the evening I went out to have a check, but that was before the results have started coming in. So I think we'll know more of reactions tomorrow.
Oh yeah,
I
correct.
think in general, people were thinking that National will lead, but which specific seat and how much always remains to be seen.
Yes.
So if I keep going through my other constituencies, Waimakariri is being retained by Matt Ducey. He has a comfortable lead over Labour, more than
Right.
10,000 votes.
Oh,
and
wow.
77% counted. What's interesting for me. I think we talked briefly before. Dunedin, Labour's Rachel Brooking is leading, 78% counted, and Michael Woodhouse, who was immigration minister in the national government a couple of terms back, he is trailing badly. So, which was quite a surprise for me.
Yes. Interesting.
Invercargill, National's Penny Simmons has a comfortable lead. So, I think that seat will go to National for sure, as will Kaikoura. Stuart Smith leading with 16,900. Labour has 7,600. 90% votes have been counted. So I think it's as good as done there. What else?
Yeah, we'll come back to you again.
Rangitata. Again, National has a comfortable lead there,
Yes.
19,000 against Labour's Joe Luxton, 10,000. I think the closest is Nelson.
Yep.
Still, it can go either way. Labour is back in the lead, but only just 14,425, and National is 14,306. And just under 90% vote counted. And if I look at my notes through the evening, the lead has swung between Labour to National and back. So we don't know what we will see in the newspapers tomorrow morning.
Yes. Very good point. Very good point.
Yes.
Well, thank you once again for the update. And actually, Venkat said there will be a few swings tonight, so it's really interesting to hear that happening. Thank you for the update. Keep us posted. Let us know in our chat group when you've got some more updates, and hopefully we get to hear from you again before the end of tonight's broadcast. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shirish.
Have a good night.
Oh, goodness. Such a big change. And Venkat, I do believe you've got something for us to
Mount
announce
Albert,
here.
Helen White has regained the lead.
Wow.
Melissa is trailing. Then in Epsom, of course, David has won. In Pakuranga, that's all gone. In Mount Roskill, Carlos Cheong of National Party is on the lead.
Yes.
With 72% of votes counted, Michael Wood is trailing.
Oh, interesting. So things have changed quite a lot, and you said that would happen.
Yes, but Mount Albert is quite interesting. We'll see what happens there.
Yes, can you go back to that seat? What were the numbers with? Because Melissa was out in front quite significantly, and it's just flipped, and Helen White is just
the lead is not
a couple
much.
of hundred.
Yeah. Helen has got 9,027 votes, and Melissa has got 8,886 votes. The difference is less than 200.
And you were talking before about Tamaki. There's the Tamaki results there with Brooke Van Velden out the front there for ACT, 14,187 votes. Then moving down to Simon O'Connor there with 9,946.
Now I've got the update is 9,987 for him.
987.
And for Brooke, it is 14,229.
Oh, goodness.
So it could be an ACT seat. There's almost 4,000 plus votes difference. 83% counted.
Amazing, amazing. Well, I do know that it has been an incredible night so far. It is 10:39. We've still got a few more interviews to come up, but in the meantime, we need to say a very big thank you to all those who have been supporting our broadcast as well. A big thank you to our sponsors, and let's hear from them in just a second too with a couple of adverts. See you soon.
Kia ora and welcome to the Link 2 Group. We're made up of 3 entities that enable us to be the link between customer demand and personnel. We provide you with the means to help you reach your goals, be that finding the right person for your team, providing manpower where needed, or bringing your operations into our spacious warehouse. With pricing and location flexibility, over 400 staff, and a dedicated Link 2 team leader assigned to your project, It's no wonder that 98% of our customers have stayed with us. Let us be the link to your business services. We are flexible, we are customer driven, we are unique. We are the Link2 Group.
Hi, I'm Saif Sheikh, Director of Immigration Advice New Zealand Limited. Come along, get to know us. Immigration Advice New Zealand Limited is an award-winning immigration practice for more than 14 years. Over the years, we have assisted more than 5,000 migrants achieve their goals. We look forward to welcoming you and meeting you in person.
Bank of India, going beyond banking relationship. Bank of India New Zealand provides retail and commercial banking services including savings, current, term deposits and loan products such as personal, mortgage, home and various business and commercial loans. Our special services are zero balance saving account, free remittance to India with an attractive exchange rate, same-day credit to any bank in India. Please visit our branches and meet our friendly staff.
Welcome to Shivani's Restaurants and Bakeries, a heaven of delicious vegetarian food, sweets, snacks, pastries and cakes. Made locally with heart because we believe you deserve the best and we'd love to be part of your celebrations. Serving fresh desi ghee sweets, cakes that melt away in your mouth and chatpata snacks that keep you coming back for more. Let's celebrate this festive season together. Come into one of our stores or shop online at shivani.co.nz. Shivani's, delivering you happiness since 2015.
We are serving the Indian community and the Kiwi community at large through our two branches, one in Auckland and one in Wellington. So we accept deposits at attractive rates and provide loans and loans to homes and loans to businesses as well. We also provide a very competitive remittance service. So I just hope that you walk in one of our branches and talk to us. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rachna Dave, known as 0800 Rachna, your award-winning mortgage advisor. 0800 Rachna has always been about providing quality services and making a difference in the community. We have mastered in 6-step cycle for the first home buyer, and we are expert in the industry for the developer and construction loan. What are you guys waiting for? Just call me today on 0800 Rachna and let's start our journey together. 0800 Rachna.
Kia ora and welcome to the Link2 Group. We're made up of 3 entities that enable us to be the link between customer demand and personnel. We provide you with the means to help you reach your goals, be that finding the right person for your team, providing manpower where needed, or bringing your operations into our spacious warehouse. With pricing and location flexibility, over 400 staff and a dedicated Link2 team leader assigned to your project, it's no wonder that 98% of our customers have stayed with us. Let us be the link to your business services. We are flexible, we are customer driven, we are unique. We are the Link2 Group.
Hi, I'm Saif Sheikh, Director of Immigration Advice New Zealand Limited. Come along, get to know us. Immigration Advice New Zealand Limited is an award-winning immigration practice for more than 14 years. Over the years, we have assisted more than 5,000 migrants achieve their goals. We look forward to welcoming you and meeting you in person.
Bank of India, going beyond banking relationship. Bank of India New Zealand provides retail and commercial banking services including savings, current, term deposits and loan products such as personal, mortgage, home and various business and commercial loans. Our special services are zero balance saving account, free remittance to India with an attractive exchange rate, same-day credit to any bank in India. Please visit our branches and meet our friendly staff.
Welcome to Shivani's Restaurants and Bakeries, a heaven of delicious vegetarian food, sweets, snacks, pastries and cakes. Made locally with heart because we believe you deserve the best and we'd love to be part of your celebrations. Serving fresh desi ghee sweets, cakes that melt away in your mouth and chatpata snacks that keep you coming back for more. Let's celebrate this festive season together. Come into one of our stores or shop online at shivani.co.nz. Shivani's, delivering you happiness since 2015.
We are serving the Indian community and the Kiwi community at large through our two branches, one in Auckland and one in Wellington. So we accept deposits at attractive rates and provide loans and loans to homes and loans to businesses as well. We also provide a very competitive remittance service. So I just hope that you walk in one of our branches and talk to us. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rachna Dave, known as 0800 Rachna, your award-winning mortgage advisor. 0800 Rachna has always been about providing quality services and making a difference in the community. We have mastered in 6-step cycle for the first home buyer and we are expert in the industry for the developer and construction loan. What are you guys waiting for? Just call me today on 0800 Rachna and let's start our journey together. 0800 Rachna.
Kia ora and welcome to the Link 2 Group. We're made up of 3 entities that enable us to be the link.
Welcome back to the studio. I'm Monique Bradley here in the Brown Street Studios. This is Election Night 2023 and I am live on Face TV Sky Channel 83 alongside the amazing Venkat Raman, who is the editor of Indian Newslink, who is my co-host for this evening. Venkat, how are you feeling?
Well, I have no feelings because I'm a reporter. I report what happens.
That is absolutely true. And we've just had an update actually come through. Prime Minister Hipkins conceding defeat on Television One. So
okay, it's quite surprising.
That's quite early. That's only 10:48, and
yes.
you're surprised.
But I'm seeing blue all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
And wherever it used to be red, like Mangakiki, I'm seeing that turning blue.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, Labour is maintaining its lead in Mount Albert, but earlier on there were upsets. It looks like Labour is taking a big defeat, and I'm not surprised that's way that Chris Hipkins has conceded defeat. Although it's quite early, which means that he doesn't have to make that phone call to Christopher Luxon to say, my friend, I accept the defeat, because he has done it in public.
Yeah, there you go. And I believe we've got 81% of the vote counted, 81.8%. So let's have a look at the latest look at the government. Like you said, there's a lot of blue there, Venkat.
Yep. Quite
we can
right.
see it up on the screen.
How many
there?
seats does it translate to? Is 50 seats. Just look at that. See, the more Labour loses, as you can see, the Greens and ACT, followed by New Zealand First, are picking up the seats. So it's really not such a great news for National, although they will be in a position to form a government just with ACT.
Interesting. Very interesting. A lot of green.
Yes.
A lot of green. Looking at
Green
that
has been doing very,
diagram.
I mean, as we mentioned a little while ago, they seem to have swept Wellington. You know, they've taken Wellington Central.
And how many are we looking at for ACT now? What's the number there for ACT? 12. So there's actually more green than
Correct. Yeah.
than,
Earlier on, David
Interesting.
Seymour was expecting 15 seats at one point of time.
Interesting.
But still, let us see. It's possible that National may make improvements in a few constituencies and perhaps increase its number of states, because 50 is not a really good number for National.
No, interesting. Now, I do believe that we have a guest coming into the studio as well. So it is time to welcome that guest in through our live Zoom feed. We've got Pavan Arora, who is an entrepreneur in the hospitality and property sector. Pavan, welcome to the live stream tonight in the TV show. How are you feeling?
Before anything, happy birthday.
Oh, yes, happy birthday.
Today is his birthday.
Hey, Monique, and hey,
God
Uncle,
bless you, Pavan. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you well. Thank you for the wishes, and great to be on.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. Now, tell us what's been going on in your part of the world.
So my electorate is actually Mount Roskill, and so I've been keeping track what's happening around here. And I mean, you've mentioned it a few times during the night, and I think that was like a major upset that we were not expecting at all, that Carlos Chung will be that significantly ahead of Michael Wood. I think that was quite major because Michael Wood was sort of, after full golf. It's been a Labour seat for how many years?
It's always been a Labour seat. It'll be the first time. It'll be the first time it'll go over to National, Pavan.
Yes, and that also for Carlos, who's a first timer coming in. I think it sends a big signal, which I was very surprised. And it's not very hopeful for Michael Wood, who's been in Parliament for some time, and he's a bit down on the list now as well. So
he won't be able to come in. That's for sure.
Yes, and I think it's quite surprising as well. With a couple of the seats are quite close by. For example, with Newslink and Mount Albert. Like Uncle just mentioned, it's only now 50 or 60 votes apart, and there's still 20% left. So there is a chance that Melissa Lee could still make it over there.
Quite right.
Yeah, but I think one of the very interesting points that after looking through the maps, that there were many seats in general when people expect change. They vote for a party change, but they still tend to, electorate vote their the sort of candidates who've been there for some time, and because they see the support and that they're doing, say, possibly in the area. But it shows that there are many Labour seats where they were chosen as candidates there, but now they're all going to blue since the 2020 elections, which I thought was surprising.
Yeah, very, very interesting. The one thing I want to ask you is, in the lead up, so we've got these changes happening, but in the lead up to the election, what was the feeling on the ground from the people that you were talking to? Were they expecting and anticipating changes like this?
When I was actually talking to people, like initially over the last sort of few weeks, I think it was very clear everyone was like sort of expecting change, talking about it, that, these are just people generally who wouldn't be as interested in politics in general. But they were like, oh yeah, it just sounds like, this change. But I do feel a lot of the people, the sentiment was that they were just confused a bit this time around in terms of policies. That what do we actually want to vote for? What do we want? We know that we want change, but what is it really that we're looking for out of it? And especially sort of, I guess, especially in, the more underexperienced people, I guess, who only say voted in a couple of elections or 3 elections. So there is a lack of experience, and the understanding was not as much. They were like, we were a bit confused as to who to vote for. And they sort of wanted change, but they were not too sure who to vote for. So in that sense, I was not expecting the results. I thought it would probably be Labour might have gotten a bit higher results. But surprisingly, I think Green's doing a really good job, and more than expected, and even New Zealand First, quite surprisingly.
Yeah, I would totally agree on that. And I think too, if we reflect on this, you're talking about people didn't know who to vote for. Or why to vote for, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
And there's what I'm seeing strongly this year is that real separation between the personality and the party and the policy. Like that seems to be really clear. And I think I've mentioned this a couple of times. Sites like Vote Compass and things like that have been really, really interesting, even when I went through that process of looking at who to vote for as well, and which party to vote for, and going through Vote Compass and seeing the results coming out based on the policies that I aligned with were quite different from who I thought I would vote for. And this is what I'm hearing from a number of people now, is that they're actually starting to think a bit more strategically. And I'm wondering if that's actually just an after effect of the last few years of what we've endured. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's quite a good point, and I sort of found that out for myself when I actually because I had a friend I was talking to, and he sort of mentioned that he did this choosing his vote, putting in all his thoughts down, and sort of it was completely unexpected of the party that sort of he aligned with the most. It was one of the very small parties, and he was just sort of he got so surprised. He gave me a call. He's like, how did I get aligned with such a party? I didn't even know that. And I was like, mate, you gotta like start reassessing your thoughts on who you're voting for, I guess. But it's quite true. And I guess when sort of I did it, then afterwards I was quite curious. I guess my opinions did align in general with sort of how it was going, but it was quite surprising when I go down to each question and saw and actually who am I matching with. And yeah, it was a bit surprising. It was quite close, and it was quite, I think, in unison with many major parties. So it wasn't quite different apart. Many of them were all about like that between 60 and 70% difference. So, and I think that was the reality of what people were talking about this election, that, the red and blue lines are quite, I think, muddled this time around. It's not as, it's not very clear as to which side there are no sides, it feels like, anymore. It's just like a very close center, and we're just fighting between that little line around it, just jumping between it.
Really a very good point. What are your thoughts on that, Venkat?
I think Pawan has put it very clear, very nicely. The battle has always been, Pawan, between the two main parties in New Zealand politics. But what makes the mix interesting is the smaller parties coming in to fill in the gaps, because it's like a jigsaw puzzle. Without one puzzle fitted in, the figure is not complete. So similarly, Parliament is not complete if you do not have at least 2 or 3 minor parties supporting each of these two sides, red and blue. On the red, you will have a very strong Green Party, and on the National Party side, you will have an equally strong ACT Party. And balancing these two will be the New Zealand First. But it will be a call for Christopher Luxon, because the current tally does not show that New Zealand First, National will be just comfortable with ACT, because they will have 52 seats. If the current tally continues, 50 plus 12, they don't need Winston Peters. But whether Christopher Luxon will still go ahead and ask for the hand of Winston Peters remains to be seen.
Interesting. Very good point. Well, look, Pawan, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate that. Thank you for your insights from your area. And again, happy birthday.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Thank you very much. And yeah, loving to continue listen till the end of the night to you guys. And yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being part of it. We really appreciate it.
Thanks.
Well, there's been a lot going on. We've seen a lot of changes happening tonight, and it's we've already heard that over on one of the other channels that Prime Minister Hipkins has conceded defeat. So that's already happened.
Not only that, Uma Venkatram of our panelists sent me a text to say that TV1 is commenting that Christopher Luxon will call New Zealand First leader tomorrow. So it has some implication there.
Wow, that's just happened.
So what he's going
so
to
it's
speak...
National New Zealand First?
No, National Act in New Zealand. National will not be able to form a government without Act.
Yes.
So it'll be an interesting mix for National Act to come together with New Zealand First. Perhaps, from my point of view, Christopher Luxon may be wanting the expertise of a person like Winston Peters for two reasons. One is to run a government as efficiently as he wants, and two, he would certainly want to go in for the next term, for which he will require the New Zealand First Party support. Also not to overlook that we have got a brilliant man in Shane Jones. And Shane will be a great asset to any government. Believe me, Monique, he is a real asset. He's a Harvard graduate and a very refined political figure. Extremely good person. And he may not be winning the seat in which is the constituency in Northland.
Yes.
But he will be a part of the New Zealand First team because he's number 2 on the list.
Okay, got it. We have another call in. Malika
Janakiraman. Yeah.
Oh, Janakiraman coming in. Sorry for mispronouncing that. Hello, how are you?
I'm good. It's been such an interesting 4 hours now. And being an immature and ignorant person, I sort of refrained from, putting up my hand earlier, but it got so interesting. And I said, I'll give a little different twist to the whole process.
And Malika, before we jump in, for people who don't know you, I better share your background. You're the director of NutriIQ 360. You run a nutrition business. You're a nutrition business advisor and strategy consultant, and you're the founder and chairperson of Wahine Charitable Trust. Thank you so much for joining us. It's great to have you with us. Tell us about your worldview and your perspective.
My perspective was when I came in 12 years back, it was all blue. And we thought that was the DNA of this country. And then came, Labour and Jacinda and the women. And she said, connect with people, be empathetic with people, and the right words to resonate with any human being. But somewhere down the line, I found a disconnect happening between what they said and what they did. For example, while Labour National was not in party for the last 6 years, they would still answer your calls, even if you're a stranger. They would always respond to you. And that was something was consistent and stable and genuine, whereas Labour really did disconnect. And another thing that we felt was when the ethnic ministry was formed, there was a lot of hope for the ethnic community. We almost thought we were owning that ministry and felt we could reach out with our advisors or our whatever concerns we had or our opinions, but it was far from reality. It was very, very difficult to reach out or even put our thoughts to them. So these were some of the initial breakdowns that happened to me as an individual. And as an voter, as a citizen. And later down, we felt there's so much money being spent on the wrong reasons, going to the wrong people, whereas for money from hard-earned monies, taxpayers' money was not spent rightly. And this is where it was free flow for the wrong reasons, very tightened up for the right, again for the wrong reasons. And that doesn't augur well for business people who really work hard, pay tax, and they're the ones who are pulled up if they're wrong, even on their tax payment or whatever it is, they're the ones who are pulled up immediately. The law is so straightforward there. But when it comes to the public funding or the taxpayers' funding on charities and things like that, it's a loose basket. People can do anything and get away. And that's where a disappointment sets in. And I liked Ranjan Prasad's statement where he said, National should not get very high on the results. I think now they should be delivering. Even 2 days back, I'm not a politician, nor do I am a very seasoned expert, but I did volunteer to go on door knocks just to get the feel of what work they do and how hard it is. Believe me, the National Party did a lot of groundwork. And that's what is paying. Whether they're rightly deserved or not is a different question, but they did the groundwork. They worked hard, they were visible, they were reachable, they were approachable, and all that. When it came to Labour, I couldn't hear anything, even a not sure.
Very interesting to hear. So if we think about the people that you, in your constituency down on the ground, or family, friends, people in your communities, did they comment on that? Were they asking, where is Labour? Why are they not showing up? Why are we not seeing more of a presence? Was there feedback around that? Is there apathy around supporting Labour?
When it was prompted, yes, but just didn't. I think people were too, not fed up, but I think there was a lot of lethargy setting into everybody. A lot of lethargy and indifference. So we literally had to call everybody and say, are you voting? Did you vote? In a very small way, not in a big way, but felt it is so crucial for us to vote this time more than ever. Because it is about economic independence. It's about the recession that's happening. Somehow all that didn't matter so much as the couple of incidences that happened with Labour. Michael Wood, for example, is an excellent person as a human being.
Yes.
But he got caught for something, one can defend for and against. And those are the things that led to individuals not getting it. And finally, for me, when I went for the India Business Summit, Chris Hipkins did come as one of the speakers, but Christopher Luxon didn't come. Maybe he was very confident that he's going to be winning. And whereas Chris Hipkins came and he spoke so well that for a minute I thought I might even change my decision.
Very interesting. Well, that's the mark of a good politician, if they can influence you even in just a moment. Isn't that part of the role as well? Venkat, thoughts on all of that?
Malika is a very she might pretend to be a novice, but she's not.
I can hear that nerd language, yes.
She's been a corporate person. What her observations are points to ponder. It's something that bothers people like her when she talks about public funding. So now that her party, National Party, is here, I'm sure she will ask the right questions and make the necessary changes that she wants made, which I'm sure they will address. If one of the charges that the Labour Party has to face is that they were quite insensitive to some of the important issues that confront the ethnic communities. The disconnect was largely becoming visible, more and more visible. The irony of the whole thing is we are one of the sufferers of Labour parties. During the Labour government, I can openly say it. Ethnic Community Ministry was formed in 2011. I beg your pardon, 2021, as a consequence of the Royal Commission of Inquiry report. And it was formed on the 1st of July in 2021. We advocated for the ministry for 20 years.
Oh, wow.
The only newspaper or media, Indian media, which did not get an advertisement of ethnic communities was Indian Newslink.
Oh, wow. So you've got a bit of a beef with them.
But I don't express my disappointment because it's their business. If they don't want to give an ad, it's their commercial decision, which is questionable. But anyway, quite aside from all those, the reason why there is some chagrin among people like Malika is the way in which the government, the Labour government, disengaged itself with certain important aspects of the community. That needs to be corrected. Now that national is coming in, I'm sure she'll be able to do the necessary connections with the government. I can only hazard who will be the Minister of Social Development. It could go to somebody in ACT, or it could go to somebody in New Zealand First.
So there's some good thoughts for you, Malika, as well. And we do appreciate you joining us in the studio tonight. Anything to finish off before we head away?
And it was interesting to see Mahesh and the others in the National Party, fairly newcomers, and they're losing by very small margins. It's just because the people are not familiar with them.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's a big miss for the nation. Except for Christopher Luxon, who's come, and he's also new to the party, to politics. He's a businessman, a corporate guy, but he's one. But if you look at a few others like Shiva, or I'll talk more from my ethnic perspective,
yes,
or look at Mahesh, they would be such an asset, and it is a miss in some way. I mean, the results are still to be announced, and I think I don't want to jump the gun.
Yes.
But I think those were people who would come, and if there was a representation, I think Pushpa Woods did mention, and I know Venkat sir did say, had his comments on that, and that's why I said, I put up my hand and said, I really want to talk before the show.
Great stuff. Great stuff.
It's a very interesting thing to think of Christopher winning, whereas the other candidates, because they are new, they are not winning. Is it because they come from the ethnic background?
No, not really. Rima has won convincingly.
Yeah.
She's an ethnic person. She's
Yes.
even worse. She's not even as strong. She doesn't even come from a community as strong as Indian community.
Yes.
She comes from a very small Lebanese community, and she has won by a thumping majority.
Yes, and I think with regards to Mahesh as well, he's done great, but you've got to, he's up against Chloe, who is a marketing machine, who knows her audience really well, who's already got a proven track record of working within the community.
Correct.
Chloe is around all the time, whereas I've only known Mahesh has been around since, November of last year or something like that?
Basically this year.
So I think it takes time. It's
Actually,
like
on
building
that
a brand,
score,
a business
I'm
brand.
even disappointed with the performance of Siva in Manuriva, because in Manuriva, I was hoping that he would do better than what he has done. The results are showing that both party vote and electoral vote is quite a distance between Arena Williams and Siva. Nearly half the votes only he has polled, and in the electoral votes also almost half has gone to national.
Interesting. Very interesting. Malika, again, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you
Thank
for
you
sharing
very
your
much,
thoughts. We really appreciate it.
Yes. So
we are back here in the studio, and we're going to cut to Venkat. What are your thoughts there? You've got some updates.
Before the updates, what's interesting is that we were talking about Christopher Luxon calling Winston Peters tomorrow. What do you think he's going to talk to him?
What do you think, Venkat?
I think Christopher Luxon might want to tap into Winston Peters because he mentioned more than once during the debate, day before yesterday, that he has not spoken to him. He might want to ask him what his expectations are.
Yes.
What exactly does Winston Peters and New Zealand First want? And depending on that, he would take that conversation to David Seymour and sit down with him. My thoughts would be that Christopher Luxon would want to form the next government as soon as possible.
Agreed, yeah.
And the more he might want to convene Parliament early and say that they have done some work before breaking for Christmas.
Gotcha.
That's
so
what I
that
think.
getting as much done as he can in the next 90 to 100 days.
We have had 83.2% of the votes counted so far. That is 2,032,461, which tells us that the polling will be somewhat low.
Okay, interesting.
Let's see how what the tally will be. I think in 2020 we had about 80% voting, which was not bad. We'll see how. We'll get all those details a little later, perhaps in the next half an hour.
One of the things we've talked about earlier this evening is obviously a coalition government with New Zealand, with National Party and ACT, with Winston along for the ride as well. Now, obviously, in the last few weeks, it's become very clear that ACT and New Zealand First wouldn't work together. But you said in the last few days there's been a softening, and I'd like to explore that. Tell me a little bit more about that, Venkat.
As far as David Seymour is concerned, he was very certain that he would be in a dominant position with National Party to demand a few changes in policy, in few changes in the way the government functions. In a way, the ACT Party has taken some beating in the last 6 or 7 weeks in terms of its candidates failing, in terms of its popularity falling. And perhaps David has come to realize that he cannot be as dogmatic as he wanted to be or he appeared to be.
Yes.
And when his position was faltering, when the opinion polls were telling him that his party was sliding in the polls and that he may not, after all, get 15 seats that he anticipated, he began to make sure that he was not rubbing on the wrong side of the voters. Because there's one thing to talk about after the results or after the counting has started, and another thing to talk about before voting has concluded.
Right.
Because you still had almost 10% of the voters who had not decided. So the objective of any political party would be to get those undecided voters.
Gotcha. Which
Labour has failed, which also National failed to capture.
Gotcha. Great insights there. Thank you so much. And I do believe we're going to take a quick ad break and we'll be back with more election night updates.
Thank you.
Kia ora and welcome to the Link 2 Group. We're made up of 3 entities that enable us to be the link between customer demand and personnel. We provide you with the means to help you reach your goals, be that finding the right person for your team, providing manpower where needed, or bringing your operations into our spacious warehouse. With pricing and location flexibility, over 400 staff, and a dedicated Link 2 team leader assigned to your project, it's no wonder that 98% of our customers have stayed with us. Let us be the link to your business services. We are flexible, we are customer driven, we are unique. We are the Link 2 Group.
Hi, I'm Saif Sheikh, Director of Immigration Advice New Zealand Limited. Come along, get to know us. Immigration Advice New Zealand Limited is an award-winning immigration practice for more than 14 years. Over the years, we have assisted more than 5,000 migrants achieve their goals. We look forward to welcoming you and meeting you in person.
Bank of India, going beyond banking relationship. Bank of India New Zealand provides retail and commercial banking services including savings, current, term deposits and loan products such as personal, mortgage, home and various business and commercial loans. Our special services are zero balance saving account, free remittance to India with an attractive exchange rate, same-day credit to any bank in India. Please visit our branches and meet our friendly staff.
Welcome to Shivani's Restaurants and Bakeries, a heaven of delicious vegetarian food, sweets, snacks, pastries and cakes. Made locally with heart because we believe you deserve the best. and we'd love to be part of your celebrations. Serving fresh desi ghee sweets, cakes that melt away in your mouth, and chatpata snacks that keep you coming back for more. Let's celebrate this festive season together. Come into one of our stores or shop online at shivani.co.nz. Shivani's, delivering you happiness since 2015.
We are serving the Indian community and the Kiwi community at large through our 2 branches, one in Auckland and one in Wellington. So we accept deposits at attractive rates and provide loans to homes and loans to businesses as well. We also provide a very competitive remittance service. So I just hope that you walk in one of our branches and talk to us. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rachna Dave, known as 0800 Rachna, your award-winning mortgage advisor. 0800 Rachna has always been about providing quality services and making a difference in the community. We have mastered in 6-step cycle for the first home buyer, and we are expert in the industry for the developer and construction loan. What are you guys waiting for? Just call me today on 0800 Rachna and let's start our journey together. 0800 Rachna.
Kia ora and welcome to the Link 2 Group. We're made up of 3 entities that enable us to be the link between customer demand and personnel. We provide you with the means to help you reach your goals, be that finding the right person for your team, providing manpower where needed, or bringing your operations into our spacious warehouse. With pricing and location flexibility, over 400 staff, and a dedicated Link 2 team leader assigned to your project, it's no wonder that 98% of our customers have stayed with us. Let us be the link to your business services. We are flexible, we are customer driven, we are unique. We are the Link 2 Group.
Hi, I'm Saif Sheikh, Director of Immigration Advice New Zealand Limited. Come along, get to know us. Immigration Advice New Zealand Limited is an award-winning immigration practice for more than 14 years. Over the years, we have assisted more than 5,000 migrants achieve their goals. We look forward to welcoming you and meeting you in person.
Bank of India, going beyond banking relationship. Bank of India New Zealand provides retail and commercial banking services including savings, current, term deposits and loan products such as personal, mortgage, home and various business and commercial loans. Our special services are zero balance saving account, free remittance to India with an attractive exchange rate, same-day credit to any bank in India. Please visit our branches and meet our friendly staff.
Welcome to Shivani's Restaurants and Bakeries, a heaven of delicious vegetarian food, sweets, snacks, pastries and cakes. Made locally with heart because we believe you deserve the best and we'd love to be part of your celebrations. Serving fresh desi ghee sweets, cakes that melt away in your mouth and chatpata snacks that keep you coming back for more. Let's celebrate this festive season together. Come into one of our stores or shop online at shivani.co.nz. Shivani's, delivering you happiness since 2015.
We are serving the Indian community and the Kiwi community at large through our 2 branches, one in Auckland and one in Wellington. So we accept deposits at attractive rates and provide loans to homes and loans to businesses as well. We also provide a very competitive remittance service. So I just hope that you walk in one of our branches and talk to us. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rachna Dave, known as 0800 Rachna, your award-winning mortgage advisor. 800 Rachna has always been about providing quality services and making a difference in the community. We have mastered in 6-step cycle for the first home buyer, and we are expert in the industry for the developer and construction loan. What are you guys waiting for? Just call me today on 0800 Rachna and let's start our journey together. 0800 Rachna.
Kia ora and welcome to the Link 2 Group. We're made up of 3 entities that enable us to be the link between customer demand and personnel. We provide you with the means to help you reach your goals, be that finding the right person for your team, providing manpower where needed, or bringing your operations into our spacious warehouse. With pricing and location flexibility, over 400 staff, and a dedicated Link 2 team leader assigned to your project, it's no wonder that 98% of our customers have stayed with us. Let us be the link to your business services. We are flexible, we are customer driven, we are unique. We are the Link 2 Group.
Hi, I'm Saif Sheikh, Director of Immigration Advice New Zealand Limited. Come along, get to know us. Immigration Advice New Zealand Limited is an award-winning immigration practice for more than 14 years. Over the years, we have assisted more than 5,000 migrants achieve their goals. We look forward to welcoming you and meeting you in person.
Well, welcome back. We're in the final stretch of tonight's broadcast. So very shortly we will be finishing over on Sky Channel 83. Face TV. We do thank you for joining us tonight. We'll be finishing up on TV at 11:30, but we'll be continuing until midnight tonight with some updates. So we are currently at how many % votes in now?
We've almost completed 92% of the votes counted. But still the results, the final position of some of the major constituencies have not yet come in. Like, for instance, we do not yet have the final results of Manuriva, Mount Albert, Newslink, but all look like they're turning blue.
They sure are. If we have a look at the graphic there on the screen, a pretty stellar lineup for the National Party there. More seats for Green this year, more in fact than they've had previously, and more than ACT. ACT on 12 seats. National there fully on 50 seats. So
from
it's
a
definitely...
community point of view, Monique.
Yes.
If the next Parliament will have 50 seats for national, and if they have won 44 or 45 electoral seats, that means from the list they would have only 5 or 6 people. That's a cause for worry, in which case it will be difficult for Indian candidates to make it to Parliament.
Right.
We've got Rima Nakle in from the Lebanese. We have perhaps Paulo Garcia from Newslink, belonging to the Filipino community. So we need to see how the Indian community will do.
We've got some messages coming in. The overall percentage, so this is from Pavan, who was on at the chat before. The overall percentage seems to be getting closer to what... let me just have a wee look here. Phone's just gone quiet. The overall percentage seems to be getting closer to what the latest TV1 polls had predicted as well, which is really interesting. So I think that's pretty amazing. And we do have one more caller coming in very shortly. But we do want to say a very big thank you to everybody watching on Sky Channel 83. It's been an absolute delight to have you with us tonight. I know we're about 30 seconds away from the end of that broadcast. So a final thought for everybody watching on Sky TV, Venkat?
It's been quite an exciting evening. Thanks to Sky TV 33. Thanks to you, Monique. Thanks to you, Pete. Thanks to my colleagues, Daryl, Nikita. You have been extremely kind and extremely good. We've had a very interesting discussion this evening.
We sure have.
Although some of the results have been slow in coming, I would have expected major constituencies to turn in the final results, but they have not yet come in. There could be reasons why counting is delayed, but I want to tell you what wonderful people you are. You, Monique, and you, Pete, and my two lovely little colleagues. Very nice of you to have spent the evening with us. I know that you would have spent your evenings some other way on a Saturday, but this is once in 3-year event, Election Link.
Yes.
But I'm hoping that we will have occasions to work with you in the future.
Absolutely. So thanks to everybody watching over on Sky Channel 83. Good night. I think it's already finished anyway. Perfect. So we've got another few minutes left of tonight's broadcast over on our live streams. So question for you. I believe we've got a guest coming in actually. Is Manish here? Yes, I believe he is here and ready. Manish Tanna, hello. Hello. How are you going?
Not too bad. Not too bad. Absolutely. Happy to see the results, and I'm pretty sure so is at least half the New Zealand.
Great. So you've been out and about tonight, out checking what's been happening. What has the vibe been like in the communities that you've been walking through?
It was quite expectant, the atmosphere was, and people have, kind of spoken their final word, and I believe that they are now looking forward to changes happening in as the leader has promised in the next 100 days. So there is a lot of expectation out there. Even coming from educational community myself, we as teachers have been struggling with a lot of changes that have been brought about quite in a rapid succession, sometimes seemingly illogically, and we are also hoping that there will be some pragmatism brought into decision making, and the parents' voices would be heard, and not just the politicians trying to bring in their ideology at the cost of academics.
Very good point. Thoughts on that, Venkat?
Before I do that, Mount Roskill seems to be changing. Daryl, you might want to check on that. Michael Wood has steamed ahead. He's just about 1,000 votes behind Carlos. Mount Roskill, there is something going on there. And when it comes to Mount Albert, Melissa is very closely behind Helen of Labour Party. And in Newland, we still have the results to come in. Mount Roskill is something to be watched over in the next...
I think in the Mount Albert seat, though, there's only 100 votes in it. There's
yes, but then 11% of votes are yet to be counted.
Very
Mount
interesting.
Roskill. So, Manish ji, you are happy that your party has won. Unfortunately, I'm not sure whether any Indian candidate will be able to make it to Parliament. It looks like it is. We have to wait and see, because the number of seats that Labour National has won is quite substantial. And what the numbers are telling us is that the total number of seats for National will be 50. And
yes, that is correct. And at this point, only 5 list MPs would be coming through as per the national predictions. Probably Shiva, if he's lucky. Let's see.
No,
but
Shiva will be difficult because Shiva is number 30. There are already 5 candidates above him on the list.
Yeah, so it's just a question of a couple of percentage here or there. If he's lucky, as I said, so if that 5 turns into 7, he might get still in. But the thing is, Venkatji, in my personal opinion, we should actually try and get away from this politics of community-based candidates, because
no, it's nothing to do with that. No. Sorry, Sorry, let me correct you there. It's not community-based. What I'm saying is in terms of people who have really worked very hard, those who have worked for the party, and those who believe in certain values. That is how that is where I'm coming from.
True. But as you know, even in the first 15, if there are some people sitting on the bench and the others are not taken in the first 23, it still doesn't make them not a part of All Black. So it's just a team thing that we all believe in. And if some of us are having that badge of being an MP, that's good to have, but even otherwise, I have seen a lot of efforts being made by people who were not even candidates. For example, we had Mr. Bakshi who went around the constituency along with Navtej. And although Navtej may not get into the parliament this time, but looking at how people have started realizing in the red seats, probably Panmure Otahu and Manureva may not be far behind what Mount Roskill is already doing. Because even as you were mentioning that Mount Roskill, Mr. Wood is doing better than what he was, but I still feel with just around 12% votes to be counted and 1,000 lead is not unhealthy for National Party at this point in time. And if you look at the power, the total shift in power of the party votes, Mangiri, Manureva, all these places, there used to be like a landslide of party votes for Labour. Now it has actually become the minority party in the case of especially Mount Roskill, if you look at the party votes.
Anyway, I mean, I'm looking at it more from an impartial point of view, because my thing is not partisan like yours. One more thing that is happening here, Monique, is T2 is also, there is a change in the situation there. Phil Twyford has come very close to Angie Nicholas, less than 100 votes.
Yes, and I've just had another update that ACT has reduced to 11 seats. Chances of forming a two-party government is reducing. This will definitely make people think whether this was the change they were looking for. So that's just come through in my social media as well. I think that was from Pavan.
So that means National will definitely require New Zealand first. Yeah, looks like it.
There you go. And I've just been alerted, I've just been advised that I need to say a big thank you to everybody on Face TV, Sky Channel 83, for joining us and Zooming in. We do really appreciate you being part of the broadcast tonight. So thank you to everybody watching on Sky Channel 83. We really appreciate you joining us for this entire show tonight from 6 till almost midnight. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Manishji, you were telling me something about the party votes in which of the constituencies you think there have been major improvements for National, which I would like to highlight in my report when I write later tonight.
So comparatively, like Mount Roskill has been a total shift.
I thought last time also Mount Roskill National Party did very well.
I'm looking at the spreadsheet from last time, and the Mount Roskill last time, 2020, was 61.84% for Labour.
Okay. All right. So I mean,
that's like it has gone to 27% or something to Labour. So that's like a huge shift. Similarly, Mount Elbert was 71.6% for Labour. But that was, of course, when Jacinda was the candidate there. So we can kind of discount that a little bit. But looking at what I'm thinking about Mangere, for example, it was 77% for Labour last time.
Okay.
And here we are totally like on a different thing. One more thing, when you are saying about the two-party possibility not being there, well, New Zealand First is kind of a natural partner, but remember there is one more by-election coming up in November, which probably would make it kind of, again, a balanced two-party government. If
No, actually, they will need 3 seats to form a government. So even taking into account, that is a given, because Andrew Bailey will definitely get elected in Port Waikato, and National Party seat it is. Even taking that into account, they will require 1 extra seat to form the government. That's the worry.
Yeah, okay.
If the two parties can form the government, I'm sure they will be able to form it in the next 2-3 days.
Yes.
So that still puts an element of uncertainty. Now, once the final count is done, then we will have a better position as to what the party vote position is. Because under MMP, total number of party votes is important. Now, Labour is out of the picture. We are not worried about Labour at all because they're totally out of the equation. The point now is how the other minority parties will get party votes.
Correct.
So if Green gets 1 extra seat, for instance, that is 1 less for this ACT and National. That's the thing. But generally, you are happy with the performance of your candidate, Manishji?
Yes, given that he is the first-time candidate in Penmere Otahuhu, and it has been considered as a red seat for like ever.
Yeah.
I think it has been a reasonably good performance. I'm pretty sure Indians would be asking themselves that whether this was something that they could have changed, because I still believe that we don't vote as a community. We do have our ideologies in front of us. Whereas if you look at the Indian percentage in population, yes, it is quite high. But I think Indians are politically very, very much aware of things. And in each party, there are a lot of diaspora of Indian diaspora present there. So yeah, let's call it this way, that Navtej has begun his innings in a good way, and maybe soon he will be hitting a good innings, maybe 3 years from now.
Yeah, that's a good possibility, and yeah, it's now certain that Mangakiki has gone to our friend Greg Fleming. Greg was quite confident, Monique, right from the beginning, and he has done very well in Mangakiki. There is no way Priyanka is going to make amends with almost 3,000 votes difference.
No,
more than
I
3,000.
totally agree.
More than
Totally
3,000.
agree. It's definitely a blue seat, that seat.
What is to be seen is Mount Roskill and Mount Albert. These are the two, and also Tiatutu.
And they do keep changing, though. There was
Mount
an update on
Roskill, I
Tiatutu
just saw
before.
is 1,500 in favor of National, and Melissa is just trailing with 79 votes at this point in time, and there is still 10% votes to be counted.
Yeah,
So
correct.
close.
Yeah.
So close.
Yeah.
Very close. Let's
Well, look,
see.
Manish, thank you so much for joining us in the studio. It's been great to have you here. I know you can't quite see us because you can just see the graphics. Oh, there you are. Hello. Thank you so much once again for joining us. We really appreciate your input into tonight's broadcast.
Thank you, and congratulations.
Yes, all the very best.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. The National Party has done really, really well. Very, very well. Excellent.
Congratulations to all of us.
And
It's a
I think,
national
I'm sure
government.
they'll try their best to be a good government and correct and they promised a lot of things. I'm sure they'll keep up and try very hard to keep up anyway. Right?
Thank you for organizing this. It was wonderful to be part of this.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Have a good night.
Right. 94% counted, Monique.
Well, I've just heard from Venkat, 94% counted.
Counted, yeah.
Wow. So how are we looking? Because we are in the final 18 minutes of the broadcast.
For me, it's now understood that National Party is forming the government with ACT. But what I'm really looking at is some of the constituencies and who will these constituencies return. For instance, if Mount Albert, if National Party wins, it will be for the very first time in the history of the electorate.
Yep.
If Mount Roskill, National Party wins, it will be in the first time in the history of the electorate. So some of these which are now red, if they turn blue,
yes,
that would be quite a telling for Labour.
Yes, absolutely. So, I mean, it was predicted, wasn't it, in advance, that it was likely
predicted,
to
yes.
be a national
But I'm
government.
somewhat disappointed by the performance of National, because I had given National Party 55 seats.
Yes, and you're usually pretty accurate.
Yes, but I don't seem to be accurate for National in the last 2 or 3 elections, because last time I was a little more generous in 2020. I gave them 40 seats, but they got only 33.
Right.
And in 1914, I gave them 62 seats. They got only 60.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to, I think, adjust my estimation of National Party. And again, for Labour, I had given them 35 seats, but pretty close. They're 34 at the moment.
And
they could get one.
And you do know them. And Pushpa has just messaged in actually saying there are still uncertain factors.
Only in some constituencies like Mount Albert, counting is not yet finalized. There are about 10% left. And Mount Roskill, these 2 constituencies can be a turning point for National if they win. But it to be seen. At the moment, it's anybody's guess. With 10% of votes to be counted, we really don't know whether those 10% in Mount Albert are of Helen's or of Melissa's.
Of course. So it's still really anybody's race. Because if even looking at the numbers are even closer. What are we at so far? 9895 and 9816. That is a close race.
It's very close. I mean, as I told you, there have been cases where electorates have been lost in one vote. So anything is possible till the last vote is counted and no one is objected.
That's true. That's true.
That's the next round. Whenever there is a loss of within 100 votes, there is usually a call for a recount.
Interesting. So my next question to you, because you've been involved with all of these political parties for a long time, you know these patterns, you've seen these things happen before. What happens next?
What happens next is it's now the number crunching session. If National is absolutely certain tomorrow that they have the ability to form the government, they have to place those numbers in front of the Governor General and say, whether I'm getting 51 seats or 52 seats, doesn't matter. With ACT and with Winston Peters, I can form the government. I have the numbers. So they can go. The Governor General can say, all right, let's wait. I want to make sure that the writ is returned. Until I return the writ, I'm not allowing you to form the government. It's quite possible. It has happened in the past.
Yes.
But generally, when in a democracy, when there is a proven majority of composition of political parties in whatever number they are, if the three of them can make up 61 or 62 numbers, 62 is the magic number, that 62 can come from National and ACT only, or it can come from the combination of three political parties. Then they're in business. What happens next is something else. National may end up with 53 seats. But the point is that it's not going to make any difference as far as the composition of the government is concerned.
Gotcha.
The only gamble that Christopher Luxon has to take is that whether he can be sure of forming a government without New Zealand first. So if tomorrow he does not make that call and he says that, okay, Winston, we can form a government with just ACT, that's a call he has to answer. I don't think he's in a position. You're telling me that ACT will have 11 seats and National is sitting on 50. Not enough. Even if you say Port Waikato will come, it would make them just 62 seats. It's margin. Very, very difficult.
Yes, I totally agree. Now, all of the political correspondents and commentators have been saying that that Winston would end up in that position of being almost undeniably part of the government for some reason, the kingmaker.
That's because that's what history tells us. That from 1996, 1991, when he broke off from Robert Muldoon, he was a treasurer at that time and formed the New Zealand First Party. Whether we like it or not, Monique, he is an indispensable figure in the political landscape of New Zealand. He brings in that balance which many parties are not able to bring. The expertise that he has. The man was in wilderness for 3 years. And for him to come back with 8 seats at this age is remarkable. Is no mean achievement. And he's got Shane Jones. Believe me, Shane is a brilliant man. He has to be properly utilized. They have to give him really good ministry. And he is a master of what he does.
Fantastic news. He is good.
I mean, his caliber was utilized by none other than Judith Collins. Judith told John Key to bring him as the Pacific ambassador. He was in Labour Party at that time. He was appointed ambassador of the Pacific and he was taken away from politics. He had a bureaucratic role under the National Party, national government. And of course, after that, he was disillusioned with Labour and he went and joined New Zealand First. And now he's risen in the ranks. He's number 2. And obviously the natural choice as the next leader will be Shane. And as I told you, he brings the best of the Maoridom as well as the modernism of New Zealand.
Yes.
These are the kind of people who will bring the requisite change in the politics of New Zealand.
Beautifully summed up, beautifully summed up.
New Zealand needs these kind of politicians, and they will bring value. And they have the ability to bridge the Maori with the rest of the non-Maori.
Yes, yes. One of the questions that I asked one of our guests earlier on in the night that I'd cheekily like to ask you, with what we've seen with Labour tonight, was Hipkins the right person to put in to follow Jacinda?
There was no choice at that point of time. When Jacinda decided to resign in January, there were only one or two choices at that. Kelvin Davis was a choice. He was not interested. Grant Robertson was the first choice. He was not interested. So the mantle fell on two or three people. One was Chris Hipkins. The second was Michael Wood. Now, the party had to balance between popularity and experience. So if you go by popularity, Michael Wood was popular, not because of anything else, but because he belonged to Auckland. Chris Hipkins was a party beast.
Yes.
He was the general secretary of the party until 2017, when Labour came to govern. So he has been through and through within the party. Michael Wood came into politics only in 2016.
Oh.
Before that, he was a councillor.
Oh.
When Phil Goff resigned, when he decided to run for mayor in 2016,
yes,
he took the decision in 2015. And late in 2015 or early 2016, he brought in Michael Wood and said, he's my successor. Then the party went through the democratic process of electing him in Mount Roskill. But in 2016, December, he came and became a member of parliament. And then in 2017, we went into election. So he had done less than 1 year as an MP. In 2017, he became MP. So he was only two-term MP, really speaking.
Gotcha.
When the leaders' election came.
Yes.
Then unfortunately, and it was to the good fortune of Labour Party that Michael Wood was not chosen. Just imagine if he had been chosen and he was facing all these charges, it would have been the party president. The result tonight would have been worse.
Oh, wow.
So naturally, certain things occur in the course of things in life, as it is in politics.
Yes.
He was not chosen.
Wow. Wow. So it's been a big night. It's been a big journey.
Yeah.
We are 7 minutes away from finishing up. So let's go for a live update. What are our final results there? So we're having a look in the lineup of Parliament. Let's have a look at what have we ended up there with National 50 seats, Venkat. Ooh.
Yes, this is what we had predicted earlier on, and followed by ACT with 11 seats. So Luxon has the luxury, if you want, of saying that I'm going to get Port Waikato, and therefore I don't need anybody else.
Gotcha.
But it's not going to be so.
Look at that spread for Greens, the Greens party, though.
Green is 14 seats. They've done better.
Incredible, actually. And then let's head over to Labour.
34.
Followed by New Zealand First there as well.
Yeah.
8 seats there for New Zealand First, which is an incredible result.
Absolutely.
Incredible result for them. Absolutely brilliant.
Now let's see what's happening in Mount Albert. Mount Albert, they have counted 94%. And Helen White is 9,959. Melissa Lee is 9,870. Close call.
Very close.
Then if you go to Mount Roskill, he's leading. Carlos is leading with 11,570 votes. and Michael Wood is 10,065 votes. 91% of the votes counted. So it's still an open game there.
Wow. And all up, Parliament has counted 95.6% of the votes. Is that correct?
Correct. Absolutely. And Labour has done rather poorly in Mount Roskill. The Labour Party votes have come down to 7,590. National is 11,442. What a win it will be for Carlos if he does. If he wins, it will be a great win for him. First timer. Very well done.
Totally agree. And I just want to say a very big thank you to everybody who's been watching. And we've had lots of lovely comments come through tonight in our chat group as well, just saying thank you so much, excellent coverage. Thank you so much. Congratulations. It's been really nice to have a different level of commentary. Thank you for including us in the panel, because our focus was obviously bringing in members of the community as well. Thank you for pulling it all together. So many kind comments. Thank you so much for being part of it. And it was so great, Venkat, to pull in so many people into that exclusive panel as well. All handpicked by you, all friends and valued colleagues of and alliances with Indian Newslink. So to sum up everything that you've experienced tonight, what do you take away from tonight's broadcast?
What I take away is a lot of humility, that we've had the wisdom of many people tonight on the panel.
Yes.
Each one of them, they spoke their mind, their heart.
Yes.
Some of them are obviously supporters of one of the two main parties. We had one person talking entirely about National. Another person was trying to be more supportive of Labour Party. And there were quite a few others who brought in their perspective.
Yes.
Many of them I know belong to some party or the other, but they were a little more restrained, which I think was very important to continue discussion on a subject like election and coverage of elections. This is perhaps one of the first times that we have not yet we do not know yet all the constituency results by midnight. Perhaps there is some slowdown in some of the constituencies. We will know why a little later, because this time in 2020, we had almost all the results.
Wow.
Because what matters is not just the win of the National Party, but we want to see which of the constituencies have gone to them, which is currently hanging.
Totally agree. Totally agree.
So, but anyway, having said all that, Monique, you've been a wonderful, wonderful host.
Thank you.
And Pete has been marvelous.
I know it, pulling together all the technology. It's such a hard job. Check Nelson. We have just been told to check the Nelson seat. Are you able to have a look at that online?
Yes, I'm looking at it.
This is a little bit exciting. One of our final updates for the night.
Yeah. Nelson is Cameron
That is
Blair.
so close.
He is one, very closely followed by Elizabeth Boyack of Labour Party. Cameron Blair won 15,224 votes, and Elizabeth is 15,170. Very close.
So close. That's a really tight race right there. My goodness. And of course, we will need to wait and see what the final count is with, of course, Melissa Lee there in Mount Albert as well. I think that's another close one with Helen.
It will take another half an hour at least.
Yes.
So we will only have to know it when we are at home.
Yes.
Cameron Brewer has, of course, won. There's no doubt about it. 93% votes counted. And in Takanini, there is no way Rima has won. Let me see whether I can talk to...
Amazing. Now, Venkat, we have 30 seconds left. He's thinking, do I have enough time to bring somebody else in?
No, I thought we'll get in Rima.
I think we've missed out tonight. So it is time for us to sign off and head away. I want to say a very big thank you to everybody watching on our different social media channels, to all of our guests as well. It's been an absolute delight having you in the call with us. Thank you for your wisdom, your knowledge, your expertise. To our team here in the studio who have pulled everything together, to Pete, who's been our producer and doing all of the sound, the lighting, the switching, the bringing in the guests and setting up the technology. He's been amazing. Thank you, Pete. To Daryl, who has been coordinating all of our guests and helping us out with some of the tech too as well, and being a floor manager tonight. Thank you. To Nikita, who's been doing all of our graphics with regards to the seats and what's been happening in all of the constituencies. Thank you so much. And Venkat, you are a fountain of knowledge and wisdom. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you.
I'm humbled. Thank you, Monique. Thank you, Pete, Daryl, Nikita. It was wonderful, and we look forward to working with you.
We'll see you again soon. Ka kite anō e no hora.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, and welcome to the Link 2 Group. We're made up of 3 entities that enable us to be the link between customer demand and personnel. We provide you with the means to help you reach your goals, be that finding the right person for your team, providing manpower where needed, or bringing your operations into our spacious warehouse. With pricing and location flexibility, over 400 staff, and a dedicated Link 2 team leader assigned to your project, it's no wonder that 98% of our customers have stayed with us. Let us be the link to your business services. We are flexible, we are customer driven, we are unique. We are the Link 2 Group.
Hi, I'm Saif Sheikh, Director of Immigration Advice New Zealand Limited. Come along, get to know us. Immigration Advice New Zealand Limited is an award-winning immigration practice for more than 14 years. Over the years, we have assisted more than 5,000 migrants achieve their goals. We look forward to welcoming you and meeting you in person.
Bank of India, going beyond banking relationship. Bank of India New Zealand provides retail and commercial banking services including savings, current, term deposits and loan products such as personal, mortgage, home and various business and commercial loans. Our special services are zero balance saving account, free remittance to India with an attractive exchange rate, same-day credit to any bank in India. Please visit our branches and meet our friendly staff.
Welcome to Shivani's Restaurants and Bakeries, a heaven of delicious vegetarian food, sweets, snacks, pastries and cakes. Made locally with heart because we believe you deserve the best and we'd love to be part of your celebrations. Serving fresh desi ghee sweets, cakes that melt away in your mouth and chatpata snacks that keep you coming back for more. Let's celebrate this festive season together. Come into one of our stores or shop online at shivani.co.nz. Shivani's, delivering you happiness since 2015.
We are serving the Indian community and the Kiwi community at large through our 2 branches, one in Auckland and one in Wellington. So we accept deposits at attractive rates and provide loans and loans to homes and loans to businesses as well. We also provide a very competitive remittance service. So I just hope that you walk in one of our branches and talk to us. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rachna Dave, known as 0800 Rachna, your award-winning mortgage advisor. 0800 Rachna has always been about providing quality services and making a difference in the community. We have mastered in 6-step cycle for the first home buyer, and we are expert in the industry for the developer and construction loan. What are you guys waiting for? Just call me today on 0800 Rachna and let's start our journey together. 0800 Rachna.
Kia ora and welcome to the Link 2